Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Monday, Christmas week. It is 9:16 a.m., December 22nd. Futures are up. There's no update. There's no gamma update this morning. Brett's out this week, I believe. Let me just check again. I don't think he's updated anything here. It's going to be a slow week, most likely. We are higher. Yeah, there's no update. Let's see. No, Friday was the last one. Okay, so we got rid of a lot of OPEX options expired on Friday. Futures are a bit higher. We're currently trading up at 69.22, up 35 handles, and looking pretty good. I'll be trading light this week. I don't want to be holding anything new, except for any day trades, of course. Snowflake is up. Broadcom is up. All right, first 15 minutes, as you know, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets, looking for stocks with high relative volume, and not expecting a whole lot of runners today. Micron is up. They got an upgrade, I believe, on Friday. I have January calls, credit spreads that need to be adjusted at some point. I'm anticipating that the January we're going to get a little dip. There's not a whole lot of supportive gamma below unless something changes markedly. I posted this chart. What we got? 12 minutes ago. 12 minutes ago. I posted this chart on Saturday. Looking at the S&P PE ratio. Let's see here. Okay, you can see the last time we were this extended away from a 10 PE, the red line. I'm sorry, that's 20 PE. 10 PE is the green line. 20 PE is the blue line, and we're pretty extended up here on a monthly basis. So we're trading up there near 6,900. Will be most likely today. One thing to consider is that one of the reasons why we are seeing a type of price action that we're witnessing is the AI stocks that are garnering higher PE. So that's expanding that range. Doesn't mean we have to immediately pull back, obviously, but it's something that we want to pay attention to. The last bear market was back in 22. Again, I'm not anticipating that we're going to see a large pullback, but I would imagine that we will give some of these gains from Christmas in the first quarter. So I'm planning for that accordingly. Let's see, S&P. We have S&P. I have S&P call flies 6950, 75, 7000. Okay, they're 25 points apart. The middle of the pyramid of the fly is 6975. So as we're approaching 6950, those call flies are making money. I might take some of those off. This week. Keep some on into year end. I have the 12/31 expiration. Okay, let's see what else. Palantir is up as well. Let's see, what's Oracle doing? Oracle is higher. Finally, Oracle is reversing, moving higher. Tesla is in the top half of Friday's price action. NVIDIA, what's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA. Okay. NVIDIA is up quite a bit, trading 184.70 and change. I'll be very interested to see how Breath starts out the week. Okay. The only thing that was pointing down was small caps. We'll see for that. See if that can perform. We got 8 minutes to go. Netflix is trading down at 94 and change. Tesla is up at 488. We got resistance at 490, 495, and then 500. Broadcom turning up. Snowflake is up. Amazon is up. I'd like to see Microsoft follow through a bit more. Microsoft, for those of you who took calls last week, Microsoft, let's see what the daily, let's see, let me enable the 4-hour chart. Okay. Microsoft up a tad, but it's inside of the wick, the top of the wick from Friday's price action. We're looking for a follow through. Microsoft head towards the 50-day moving average. Amazon is up. Amazon is right at the 50-day moving average, moving higher. Amazon. Okay, Amazon, let's see. I have January 16th. 2:30 calls. Those will be in the money soon. AMD, we saw some potential last week on AMD. That's higher again this morning. Let's see what semiconductors are doing. Semis. Okay. We also had airlines last week, travel and leisure, hotels, the cruise lines, Carnival. I took some Carnival off into strength. I had the 27 call for January. What else? Pharmaceuticals. J&J was down, but Merck and a couple others look like they might follow through. The entertainment stocks, Disney's off a little bit this morning. Walmart. Let's see what Walmart's doing. Walmart is bouncing a bit. It's in the middle of Friday's price action. Target. Okay, looking for a bounce there. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin. All right. BTC USD. Oh. Okay, Bitcoin. All right, it's inside of Sunday's price action. Bitcoin. Okay, we got 5 minutes to go. By the way, if you're thinking like I am that January will be a little bit more tumultuous, maybe we get a pullback, consider buying some VIX calls, monthly calls. I'll probably be doing that as well. I'll look at, say, the 18, maybe 20 strike for January or February. I mean, January's fine. I don't have to do anything else beyond that. Okay, last week, towards the end of the week, we had index and single stock positioning, largely leaning bearish, particularly in equity ETFs and technology, with overall put buying dominating. So the way the market's starting to signal is that we might see some weakness in January. Okay. We got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Okay, this is Brent's email from last night. Positive gamma peaks around 6,900. You can see here. There's pretty large positions at 68.60 and 68.65. Looking for that to be resistance today, 68.65. Okay. We got to stay above these levels, obviously, 67.90, 6,800. Okay. Okay, here's the important part. Christmas window, 12/19 through Christmas week is bullish for now. Okay, we got the JP Morgan collar. The short calls at 7,000. Okay. Seasonality. We got 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes to go. A minute and 30 seconds to go, actually. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Okay, so we're going to be taking some of those call flies off into strength. Okay, Bitcoin. All right, Tesla's starting to move. Tesla's gearing up. All right, watch Tesla. Tesla's on the move. 30 seconds. I mean, the first resistance is 68.65, I believe it was what he said, right? Okay. We are open. Okay, keep an eye on Trace. You can see the current positioning. Let me just zoom out a little bit here. Okay, so we got pretty decent support right below us. S&P. Tesla's on the move. Tesla. Let me see what I want to do with Tesla. I got Tesla calls. I want to make sure I take some of that off. Okay. Palantir. Okay, Palantir. Let me see what Palantir's doing. Palantir. Going here, Palantir. Okay, Palantir, the credit spread it took on Friday, it just took it off for a profit. Okay, so I just took this off. Palantir. It was just a theta. It was a theta trade. Made $200. Not a big deal. Tesla continuation looks good. S&P on the move. Okay, S&P, that's fine. Tesla looks good. Give it a few minutes. You certainly don't want to chase Tesla right here. We'll look for some profit taking. Into strength. Palantir, looking good. Palantir. All right, so Palantir, that was a nice little profit there. Flying. Okay, so Frano mentioned the aerospace names last week. Fly, that's doing well. Fly, let me go ahead and take some of that off. Fly. All right, so what we're watching S&P. Chris, we need to see. I mean, there's nothing between here and 7,000 really. Let's look at the 0 day. 0 day. Okay, this level's building right here, Chris. Okay, you just asked about this. 69.15. There's a 98 percentile. It's a very small positive gamma strike. So I guess people starting to sell premium up there. Okay, people starting to sell premium. There's not a whole lot on the screen right now. Very light, very light. Netflix pulling back, NVIDIA pulling back. Let's see, NVIDIA. I'm just taking profits off, reassessing the markets after 9:45. That's what I usually do. First 15, 20 minutes. Fly. All right, let's look at the ASTS, Fly, SPCE, Rocket Labs on the watch list again. Rocket Labs, nice little gap up this morning. Rocket Labs. I would be reduced if you have short-term options like expiring this week or next week. I'd be taking profits off into strength, reducing my exposure for the holiday. If you celebrate, that's what I'd be doing. That's what I am going to be doing. Taking a little bit off here and there. I just took Palantir off. That's something I started on Friday. Did a number of trades. They add up. They add up. If you look at all of the Palantir trades I've taken just in December alone, there's 1, 2, 3 of those. Plus I have calls. All right. So, okay, Palantir. Now we'll get a chance to do it again. Palantir, once it dips, I'll sell another credit spread. Okay, Microsoft pulling back a bit. Microsoft. Silver. What's silver doing? I have some silver calls. I had those for a while. Oh, that's gapping up. Let me take some of this off. Silver. Silver. Silver, big gap up. Gap, gap, gap. Oh, they're talking about silver right now. Oh, that's Tom Sosloff. He doesn't have his beret on. That's the first time I haven't seen him without a beret. Okay, Merck. Let's see what Merck is doing. Again, I'm just looking at stocks. Maybe I want to take some profits off. Merck is on the move. Merck is on the move. Merck's on the move, looking good. Watch list. Palantir still going. Look at Palantir. Holy smokes! Look at Palantir. There goes Merck. Merck. Let's see what J&J. J&J was off last week. All right, need a bounce. Eli Lilly. That's on the watch list too. Lilly. Watch list. Going. David. FJet. 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 On the move. All right, this is an IPO, right? FJet. FJet. IPO active again. Okay, Merck back to quality. 95% of what I do is mostly quality. That's actually more than that, 97%. I only do about 2 or 3% of these risky stocks like FJet and a few others that are active this morning. LABX, LAB, that's LABU long, right? Okay, I'm not really interested in that. Merck, let's stick to quality. Quality scalps today. Looking for, okay, futures pulling back a bit. Okay, so futures are pulling back a bit. Okay, so there you go. This is the way we started last week. Hedge flows dropping like the start of most days last week. We saw hedge flows dropping, S&P. That's pointing to a fade at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see a fade. Let me just fill up my active trader window, put some puts in there. Do some like 30 deltas, something like that, S&P, just in case. Let me fill my active trader window here. SPX 0 day, 22 December. 30 deltas or what? 30 deltas, 68 something. 60. Why is this jumping around? I really should do this pre-market and get these ready so I'm not fumbling around during the trading day. So that's one of my goals for next year. Always have these populated before the day starts. It's a good idea. All right, so 30 deltas are a 6805. So 6800, that's 2200. Oh, that's the 31st. I don't want the 31st. I want 0 day. 22. $30 delta is a 6845. 6845. Tom Soslov. I was listening to something he was talking about not too long ago. All he does is sell premium. Always. That's all he's doing. And he loves to sell 10 delta calls and puts on the S&P. That's what he does. And he retired from it. He's still relatively young, right? All right, so 24 delta, 30 delta calls are about $5 right now. Let me fill that up. 68, 68, 50, 68, 60, 68, 70. If you don't follow what I'm saying, most of the time I'll fill my active trader window with 30 deltas, 30 delta put, 30 delta call, and I'm able to scalp that way pretty quickly just by one click. Okay, so all right, so we got calls there. Just let me check calls and puts. Okay, so we're good. We're good right now. All right, so I am looking for a bounce right at this level. We just happen to be sitting right on top of support now. These are dealer longs, market short. Okay, the purple is dealer long, positive gamma. Okay, Palantir is at the highs. Palantir is still going. Okay, Palantir is still going. Okay, let's take a look at up-down volume, and we'll get started for today. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, December 22nd, Christmas week, 9:43 a.m. So far, we got 2-to-1 up volume on the Qs, 2.6 on the SPY, 3.5, 4-to-1 on the NASDAQ Composite, 2,700 stocks thereabouts. New York Stock Exchange Composite, 2,400 components, 70% of which are stocks, 20 to 25% are ADRs, American Depository Receipts, and about 25%, about 5% are REITs, according to the latest mix. 3-to-1 up volume, 3.4 on the New York Stock Exchange. So that's not bearish. So what we're seeing right now is a little bit of a fade, I guess. New York Stock Exchange. Okay, this is not bearish. So while we might trade into today's price action, expect a bounce. That's what I'm looking for right now. Okay, so I'm looking for a bounce S&P. So looking at the deltas here. I'm not going to pull the trigger yet on any calls, but I am watching 68.50s, 60s, 68.70s. Haven't done anything yet on S&P. Oracle, a little selling in Oracle this morning. Micron is up 2%, but it's faded quite a bit. Got an upgrade. Again, I'm anticipating that January, we're going to see a little bit of a pullback, maybe 2 to 3, 5% in January. We're up here at the highs into the holidays, into year end. I have call flies looking at, I currently have 69.50, 75, and 7,000. The middle of the pyramid, if you know how a butterfly works, middle of the pyramid is where you make the maximum money. Okay. So let's see. Okay. A call fly looks like this. So the first strike I have is 69.50. The middle is 69.75. And the outer strike right here is 7,000. Okay. So as we approach the center 69.75, this is where you make maximum profit on a fly. The reason why you take a fly is it's cheap. Okay, it makes it very cheap because you're short 2 calls in this case, -2, right? I'm -2 of these, and I'm long. I have 10, but I'm just saying for purposes of discussion, you're +1, 69.50. Okay, I'm just showing this. This is not the same chart. And you have +1 over here. You're +1, 7,000. So as we approach, hopefully, as we approach 69.50, you start making money. This actually looks like a little bit like that, more so. So you make the most money when price action is in the middle right here. Okay. Let me just take a snapshot of that. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. Palantir, Palantir continuation. Okay, let's go down the list of stocks that are on the top of the NASDAQ 100. Warner Brothers Discovery. Is there any more news there? This is still hanging out. Warner Brothers Discovery. Synopsys. This looks good. They have a deal with NVIDIA, right? Synopsys deal with NVIDIA, looking good. Synopsys, number 2 on the NASDAQ 100. SNPS. Bullish start. SNDS. Oh, SNPS. Okay. Finally got it right. Damn it. SNPS. All right. Dollar. Are you in Synopsys? I know you were talking about Synopsys, right? Last couple of weeks. Synopsys. Okay, so you got a nice little base. All right, going into 3 weeks. Looking for a follow through. Synopsys looks good. Okay, S&P is turning back up. Maybe some calls on S&P right here. Let's see. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay. 6880. They're going for 380. I'll just watch this for a minute. I don't want to jump into this just yet. I want to get a good signal. I want to get a good signal. All right, we're starting to move back up, reverse. Okay, so it looks like this is a pretty decent support right in here for now. Palantir is still flagging. Did I get out of fly yet? Fly. Okay, going through the list. NASDAQ 100 again. NASDAQ 100. Let's see what breadth looks like. Breadth is rising. All right, so there's no reason why this can't move higher. I just don't want to buy these options yet. I want to see what I can get these for. Oh, these call flies, they're up quite a bit, actually. Call flies are up. Let's see where we go today. Can we get back to the high of the day? I think we could. Merck. All right, so I took profits in Merck, right? Merck. Filled orders. No, I didn't yet. Okay, Merck. I have January calls. Merck looking pretty good. Daily on the right. Merck. Let's see. Going through the list. Tesla's at the highs of the day. Tesla breaking out. Okay, I figure some of you must be long Tesla. Very nice. Okay, thanks, Dollar. Tesla. $68.80s or $4. $68.80s or $4. S&P looking for a push. All right, just watching these. I want to see a follow through in this. Palantir. Okay. Okay, got a nice little hook up on the hedge flows for now. Tesla looking good. Tesla. Okay, Palantir's starting to fade now, so I'll be looking to take another credit spread, put credit spread. Riot's turning up. There goes Bitcoin. Bitcoin looking good. Bitcoin turning. Riot, coin, etc. S&P turning. All right, so okay, S&P. Let's see what these do. 6870s, 6880s. We've got support right in this area. We got a nice hook upward. We got a bullish bias. We have New York Stock Exchange telling us to look bullish right now. New York Stock Exchange composite, 2,400 components. 75% are stocks, quality names. About 20% are ADRs, American Depository Receipts, and about 5% are REITs, according to the current makeup from the New York Stock Exchange. Okay. Okay, let's look at IWM because I know Mondo likes to trade IWM. Okay, gap up on IWM. S&P turning. Let's keep an eye on hedge flows. 0 day, non-zero day. They're both pretty much the same. A little bit more ups, a little bit more overhead. Non-zero day. Here's 0 day. Starting to fill in now. This level up here starting to fill in at 69.15. People feeling comfortable selling premium up there. Okay, let's look at breadth. Breadth, important, of course. If breadth is improving, we should see price action respond accordingly. Everything is turned up. Big cap, mid cap, small cap, NASDAQ in descending order over there on the right, okay? Big cap turning up, mid cap, S&P, small cap, S&P, NASDAQ 100 turning higher. Okay, S&P. All right, S&P gap up. We're holding the gap for now. Note the Bollinger Bands on the daily are coming together. Do we stop up here? Do we stop up here? 6,900. Can we get there? Can we get there? I know Chris is looking for you're looking for 6,900, right, Chris? I assume that's why you asked me. 6,900. Okay, let's see if we can't get something going here. Micron with a little bounce. Micron got an upgrade late Friday, I believe. Cool. Palantir still fading. Okay, S&P looks like it wants to go here. Okay, so we'll keep the daily for reference. I'm just looking for potentially, here we go, starting to hook upward. Okay, looking for this level here. That's 6,900. Let me just, you know what? Let me just update these values. Do note the call walls at 7,000 here. Okay, call walls at 7,000. S&P futures 70.53. What does that mean? It means that's the resistance. That's major resistance overhead. Dealers have an incentive to keep it below 7,000. Doesn't mean it will, but that's where the JP Morgan collar strike is for end of year for the quarter. They're short the JP Morgan short the 7,000. Okay, S&P looks good. Boeing is on the watch list. Let's take it what Boeing looks like. Boeing. All right, so breadth looks good. Boeing, I want to buy. Yeah, Boeing looks good. Just trending. Doji for now. No hurry. I don't expect a lot of action this week. Boeing had above average volume on Friday. Several weeks ago, we had news on that gap up that Boeing is going to accelerate delivering planes at 767, 777 MAX, whatever those planes were. I'm not a Boeing expert, so I don't know. But yeah, they're looking for. That's why we got the gap up. Boeing's not a fast mover. Occasionally it'll start going, but it's just a grind for now, Boeing. Meta looking good for Frano. Okay. Meta, nice pop. Yeah, Meta needed to get above the 50-day. That's what we were looking for. 5,200-day for Meta. So we finally getting that. All right, we're right at the 200-day now. We have 676 is the previous high. MACD, stochastics turning, RSI rising. It's no reason why Meta can't keep going. Now, I wouldn't chase it here if you're buying options. I would wait for a little dip. Yes. Okay, Riot and the Bitcoin group. These are pushing higher. Riot, if you got any of these positions, BITX, BMNR, IBIT. All of these looking a little better. Okay, no follow through S&P just yet. No follow through yet. All right, so we had 6,800 and 6,860. Okay, so these 6,800s right here, this is what Chris is referring to, I assume. 6,800 is the 99 percentile. And this up here, 99 percentile. So we smoked that side already. All right, so far it looks good though. NYSE. NYSE. No fade. No big fade yet. SPY. There's a lot of calls on the SPY. A lot of action on SPY. Okay, the banks, Goldman Sachs back on the list. I would like to sell some put premium, probably. What's 68.60s going for? It's a doji for now. Palantir dipping. I'm going to sell some Palantir credit spreads. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, following through. Thanks for Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley, thanks for the news last week. Morgan Stanley probably going to do the SpaceX IPO. Potentially. It was floated out there. All right. Microsoft, Morgan Stanley looks good. Wells Fargo. Okay. What's Walmart doing? Walmart still pulling back. Okay. It should bounce soon, I would think. Walmart, Target, also consolidating. Had a nice run up in the previous few weeks. Starting to consolidate now. So the New York Stock Exchange looks good. IWM is up as well, trading the high of the day. IWM looks good. Okay, IWM. Okay, we're driving higher. Small caps on the move. FJet. Okay, that IPO'd FJet. Okay, I'm not doing anything there. S&P no follow through yet. Okay, this could turn out to be choppy session. All depends on hedge flows. These are jockeying back and forth. We've already taken out this side of that iron condor. These two big strikes, 99 percentiles at 6,800 and 6,860. Okay, Palantir, looking for the bounce. Palantir. Silver, took some silver off. Adobe. All right, let me take a look at Adobe. Adobe, I have a iron condor on. Not a big one, only have 10 of these. Just letting the time waste away the premium. Okay, Adobe just kind of grinding along. What can I close this for? Adobe. Create a closing position. Still $1.16. All right, so I want that to get under $1. Say $70. like to close these for $70. Make more than 50%. That'd be make around 50%. 650 would do it. Okay, Palantir. I'm taking it a little slower today, only because it's a holiday week. I don't want to take anything that I'm not day trading or just short-term swing trading. So I want to be careful. Okay. CRML is on the move. CRML. All right, double bottom. This has potential if this can ever get going here. The critical metals, USAR. Okay, these are trying to hold on. What's the uranium doing? U. And the Oklos. Did Nanonuclear had earnings, right? Or was it SMR? One of these had earnings or was going to have earnings. Pinduoduo, this was active last week too. Pinduoduo. I'm not fond of Chinese stocks only because they gap up and gap down too much on the news. Micron, gapping up above the upper Bollinger Band. Note the lower band is turning upward. That's telling you look for a grind. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this pull back in. That's what I'm banking on. Micron. Let's see. Adobe. We talked about Adobe. Merck. The pharmaceutical stocks. Merck. Following through. Looking really, really nice here, Merck. Okay, Merck. The 100 strike calls I have. Okay. Looking for more follow through on Merck. Silver, new highs on silver. That just keeps going. Silver. That's crazy. Silver and gold. Gold breaking out the new highs. What about the aerospace and defense names like Lockheed? All right, I have a position in Lockheed. It's been off for the past week. Looking for this to turn back up. Lockheed, Northrop Grumman, NOC, Raytheon. These all look like they could continue. General Dynamics, ABAV, off the 200-day. ABAV, I believe they are going to be bought by Boeing, right? They do the fuselage, the rear fuselage for Boeing planes. That was one of the companies that had the problem with the bolts on the windows and stuff, I believe. That's ABAB, right? Anyway, so Boeing is another potential aerospace and defense name. That's getting some action here. It was a doji earlier. Boeing, maybe some, let's see what the options world looks like on Boeing. Hedge flows continue to back and forth. Boeing, let's see what Boeing looks. Oh, shoot. Wanted to get that. Boeing is over here on the far right, so calls are pretty expensive. Okay, so what he's looking for is for prices to gradually move to the left. That's where puts are more expensive. To the right, here's Boeing right here. To the right, you got a risk reversal. The risk that it's going to reverse off of these highs. It's about 100% right now. That's just pricing in options. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that's what options traders are pricing in. So calls are expensive over here on the far right. Puts are expensive here on the far left, lower quadrant. Okay, so that's Boeing. S&P pulling back now. S&P. All right, so it looks like we're going to move higher here. Excuse me, move back into price action. Looks like we're going to move back into the gap. Fly. Fly. All right, Fly is a recent IPO. Fernando mentioned this one last week. When did they IPO? Was this year, right? Fly, yeah, it was in late July, early August. Fly. This has been in a descending pattern. This is what I typically like to do with IPOs. I like to wait until we have some price action to govern when it's starting to turn. In this case, starting to turn more bullish. Fly, FLY. Okay, aerospace, Firefly Aerospace. Okay, so I like to wait for IPOs. I don't like to take an IPO the day of. You never know what it's going to do. I mean, you're basically playing craps, right? Or roulette or whatever. This is more. This is more like poker, where you have the greatest hand. Everybody else is. I don't play poker, so I'm going to bastardize this a little bit, but bad analogy. We're changing trend, basically. We're above the 50-day, 921 day. Volume's picking up. All right, so this has already faded quite a bit. Looking for this to turn back up and get back 50%. Let's see, 50% should be about, I would say, 45 or so. 50% retracement. Oh, shoot. I just, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I just closed the windows there. Close my stock charts. RKLB, Rocket Labs. Okay. Firefly, turn the corner. Are these seek and destroy algos going to do both of these sides? Go down to 6,800 and then bounce? Okay, the call side is not working right now. Put side is catching a bit as we drift a bit lower. S&P. Palantir still fading. I want to sell some put credits. Palantir. Fridays put credits. Once Palantir fades a bit more. Okay, Palantir. Here's S&P and threatening to fade into the gap. We got this gap up. Lockheed Martin. All right, so the aerospace and defense names. Okay, LMT. My son has Raytheon RTX. He bought underneath the 50-day over here. That big red candle, he bought at the low. That candle, he's still long this. Nice, Antoine. Micron, still fading a bit. Micron, looking for it to pull back into the Bollinger Bands. Got an upgrade last week. You can see that above average volume after earnings. I believe their target was 300. Could be higher. Still looking really good here. S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ 100. Let me just grab this real quick. NASDAQ 100. Okay, so currently we have 356 stocks advancing on the S&P 500, 355 stocks advancing out of 500. Okay, the majority are moving higher. We've got 80 stocks out of 100, so 80% of the Qs showing strength. IWM is 50-50, right at 1,000, just shy of 1,000. All right, so now it's starting to turn back up. S&P, all right, starting to look like a range, okay? Starting to look like a range. Oh man, I'm so looking forward to a trend. We haven't had a trend in a while. You know, look at this price action. If you're disappointed, okay, into the last couple of weeks, if you've been disappointed, look at the chart. It's telling you why. Okay, so all of this choppy price action. Whoops. Okay, all this choppy price action all along in here. Okay, we hit the low, we run up to the high. We hit the high, we run down to the low. We chop around a good number of dojis in here. That's why you're frustrated. You know, this is kind of market where, of course, we don't know what tomorrow brings, but this is a market where a lot of people are selling premium. We saw that with the iron condor on the S&P. The upper strikes at 68.60, 68.60 got smoked this morning, to use Chris's terminology. All right, so right at 68.60, we have this 99 percentile. They're going to take this and run this to the upside. There's really not a whole lot of positive gamma above to slow things down. We got a little bit of negative gamma right here, just above 68, 65, 70, 75, and all the way up to 68.80. Down below, we got 6,800, 99 percentile on the put side. And you can see hedge flows are just going back and forth. So we don't have much of a direction right now. Doji is the result. You got Bollinger Bands coming together. All right, we don't have much to go on here for now. You can see how we don't have much to go on. All right, Palantir continues to fade. All right, so that's what I'm personally looking for Palantir to fade up here so I can sell some more put credits. Palantir, it just feels like not only institutions playing the game here, but also feels like momentum traders are very active. Okay, Palantir, every time it dips, the dips get bought. At some point, that's probably going to stop working. But Palantir, the dips, you can either sell put premium at the low of the day when it pulls back like this. So you sell puts down here, right? Looking for this to turn back up. Okay. You sell puts down here. Stock moves back up like it typically does. You make money. Or you could do both. Actually, you could sell put credits down below, turn around and buy calls at the same time. So a debit against that credit that you made there. That's what I've been doing with Palantir anyway. So I've done a few of these. As you can see, there's one here, there's one here, one here, and they're all positive. They're all wins. Micron currently is sucking a little win. I did roll the Micron out. If you didn't catch this last week, I rolled it out to January. I'm anticipating Micron's going to fade along with some tech into January and then continue higher into late January, early February. That's what I'm anticipating. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Right now, the markets are fairly strong. So a little dip there, other than the little dip. New York Stock Exchange is not saying weakness, is it? We've got 375 stocks on the S&P 500 alone. This is the New York Stock Exchange. That's pretty bullish. S&P, Doji for now. So what's up with that? Maybe the money's being concentrated in IWM, small caps. Small caps, New York Stock Exchange components, those are working. Let's go look at the New York Stock Exchange, actually. Here's the NYSE. Okay, who's tops on the NYSE? I don't recognize these symbols. UniFirst, DNA. What's this? Planet Lab. This is Planet Labs warrants, right? Planet Labs warrants. Planet Labs higher, PL. Many of you have been long PL. Over here, Josh Brown, I think, was talking about it, and it faded for a few weeks. Now it's back to the highs. I know Michael Miller and I think Frano and a few other people and have been trading this. I've been trading. I don't have a position right now, but Planet Labs looks good. Palantir is still pulling back a bit. All right, so the Qs. Let's look at the Qs. Fading for now. So IWM is fairly strong, right? At the high of the day. So small caps are working. Let's go take a look at small caps. S&P 600. These are the small caps, S&P 600. Some of the same names. ADA. I don't know what they do. UNF. Clean Spark. All right, so this might bounce higher low at the 200-day Clean Spark. Doesn't move a lot, so if you get excited, you see a $13 stock that you might want to buy, just keep in mind it only moves $1.30 a day. It's already up 85 cents, so technically, I guess you'd be chasing this up here. So you want to wait for a BNC pivot if this is the kind of thing that you like to trade. Sub $20 stock, Clean Spark. MU. All right, my Thinkorswim is doing some weird stuff here. Okay, won't let me access that screen. Is it because of this? What is it? Hmm. Okay, there we go. All right, so NYMO is pointing higher as well. NYMO is currently, what is that? 20. NYMO's climbing. 21, heading towards 22. So NYMO breadth is improving. So buying dips appear to be working so far. Bitcoin dipped a little bit. Bitcoin. All right, so since Friday, we had a nice move higher Friday, Saturday, Sunday into today. Micron fading. Micron looks like a bear flag. MongoDB still moving higher. Oracle, all right, with a bounce. Oracle, looking for Oracle to do something over the next several weeks, several months. Looking for Oracle to get back above 250, hopefully. 300. Palantir, okay, so Palantir, we're starting to see potential for a bounce here, Palantir. Watch the MACD. Okay, MACD will tell you a lot. S&P. MACD's still gradually moving lower. We're in this range. We're right in the upper half of this range, morning range so far. Doji on the daily. S&P Doji on the daily. Okay, we're in this big range. So what I kind of got off the subject before I finished over here. So if you were frustrated for the last few weeks, it's because we have these, fairly tight ranges where we open the day, trace starts moving, and then it starts going sideways. Depending on the expected move of the day, I mean, this could be a pretty decent, 20. It's been averaging about 50 handles, I guess. But this is clearly very frustrating with the S&P chopping around. We don't have a trend. Okay, we don't have a trend like we did over here. Okay, so this is basically a range, which is okay. We've been rallying since the April 7th low reversal, but since about I don't know, October, we've been moving sideways in a range. So that's very frustrating price action. It'd be nice to have this trend like we have here after the April 7th low into October. And we made that high in the middle of October, and then we just kind of moved sideways. So lack of a trend. So selling premium makes sense. Okay. Palantir still fading. Palantir. Okay, so enough about Palantir. We'll come back to Palantir in a minute. Let's look at S&P 500. Let's see who's moving here. Paramount, Skydance. Okay, are they going to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery? Anybody read up on the news? Netflix is trying. Warner Brothers Discovery offered $30. Excuse me. Paramount Skydance offered $30 per share, all cash for Warner Brothers Discovery. It's still just hanging there. It's kind of like boring. What else? Texas Land and Texas Pacific Land Trust. Okay, out of oil and gas. If you watch the series Landman on, what is it? Prime. All right, here we go. The S&P is starting to move. With Billy Bob Thornton, it's a pretty good series about the oil and gas industry. If you watch that show, Landman, I know it's fictitious, but there's a lot of truth behind the series. You can see why why California is going to have a lot of problems. You got Chevron leaving the state, is it? Chevron? After being there 145 years. So that's a problem for Californians. You got Oregon, that pipeline that goes down from Washington State through Oregon, is it? And that's Phillips 66 refinery. The whole climate change narrative is kind of coming unwound because the people, I can't imagine what the gas price is going to be. Anyway, Texas Pacific Land Trust in the Permian Basin. This looks okay. What's Dexcom? Dexcom looking okay. Dexcom. Team Atlassian. Again, the same sort of mindset. The S&P hasn't been doing anything for the last few weeks. Look at these stocks. They're pretty much the same thing. They haven't really trended. If you bought this stock 2 weeks ago, you're probably pretty frustrated because it hasn't moved much. Where is the money flowing? Well, Even this is not moving much, but it did pull back and starting to trend now. Merck, the pharmaceutical companies, Merck, Eli Lilly, that's not really moving that much. J&J pulled back last week. AbbVie, AbbVie, not AbbC. AbbVie, yeah, that's flat. The travel and leisure sector, Marriott, the hotels looking good, airlines trending. So put your money, if you're doing short-term trades, you want to be in the sectors that's getting the most attention. Travel and leisure, what are the casinos doing? Las Vegas. All I've been hearing is bad news about Las Vegas and the vacancy rates and everything, or the tourists not going there because it's too expensive, whatever. Las Vegas Sands, Wynn Resorts. Wynn. Okay, so those aren't doing much, but the hotels are doing well and the airlines are doing well. The cruise lines, Carnival last week, nice push. I had the 27 call. I took half of those off on Carnival earnings. Okay, Carnival's trying to, for lack of a better term, trying to turn the ship. Over the summer, a lot of bad news about Carnival and unruly passengers starting fights on deck and crazy stuff. You don't get that on Royal Caribbean, or at least not as much, I would imagine. What's Fenny talking about? Just all the YouTube videos. Occasionally I'll look at YouTube and it's like, wow, Carnival's really not having security issues. Carnival, Royal Caribbean, NCLH. Just rambling right now. All right, these look good. This is where the momentum is. S&P looks like we're going to go back and forth again. S&P. Okay, we're still in this range. All right, so it's going to pick a direction at some point. Excuse me. Okay. Why is this? Oh, okay, because I was talking about a range on the daily as well. Chop, chop, chop. Okay, going through the list of stocks that are seeing some action today. Let's continue on. Dexcom, Pinduoduo, Team Atlassian. Tech hasn't really moved that much. Axon, body cams, turning off the lows here, trying to get above the 50-day. Axon, Charter Communications. I don't know. Are any of these companies in play as far as consolidation of the industry? Netflix buying more companies. What? Netflix hasn't been doing much, just sitting here at 94. Fox Communications. All right, so that's moving. Fox is okay. Disney. Another one. Okay, so if Disney, for example, I mean, it's pretty choppy price action. So if you have calls, you're probably pretty frustrated. I have calls. I'm a little frustrated with this one, looking for this to push higher, but not expecting a lot. All right, S&P pulling back now. All right, so the S&P just turned down, sucking in a little bit more of the bulls here. Okay, so back. So the aerospace names: Lockheed, LMT. All right, Lockheed's got some action here. Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, General Dynamics. Not as much, but these look good. Also, the low Earth orbit and space companies. ASTS, that one pulled back today, right? No, it's a doji for now. Firefly, I got some calls on this one. All right, there's quite a few here. Rocket Labs on the watch list. Gapping up. New highs on Rocket Labs. S&P pulling back more aggressively now. S&P. All right, we're starting to lose the range. S&P starting to lose the range. S&P losing it. Yeah, it's a good series, Brother Bill. Okay, so they just took out some stops underneath this recent low. So are they going to trap people again? You see what's going on here? A little shenanigans, right? Okay, you popped up to the high. People got excited. They chased this. Price action pulls back. Okay, let me buy some puts at the low of the day. They run it back up. Oh, I closed my puts. Let me buy some calls. Runs up, doesn't get back to the high, turns back down. Oh shit. I got some bad puts, I got some bad calls. What do I do? All right, this is finally it. I'm finally going to go long. I'm just being facetious here. I'm finally going to go long. Runs up, doesn't look like it's going to take out the high, turns right back down. So your calls, hopefully you took those off. Pulls back, takes out the low. People start buying puts at the low of the day. They take out stops and they reverse it. Or at least that's what it looks like right now. Oh boy. No trend. More of what we've seen recently. Okay. This price action over here on the daily. Doji on the daily. So, what's a trader to do? Look at the stocks and companies that are seeing all the action. We've been doing that this morning. Paychex, let's see, PAYX, PAYX. Or if you're not into this whole, choppy chop stuff, sell premium. As long as you're selling like lately I've been selling like 10, 15 deltas. That tends to be working better. Like Palantir. Palantir is still dipping, so I haven't done anything with Palantir yet, but I plan on selling some put credits on Palantir. What have I been doing? Okay, let me show you what I'm doing on Palantir. I'll probably do the same trade over again. These add up. These add up. As price action just kind of chops around, as it pulls back, as long as we stay up in this area. I took this one off this morning. The January is down at the bottom. Okay, so I'm out of these. I might do the 165, 170, something like that. Sell the 170, buy the 165. We're still fading, so I'll keep an eye on that. The reason why I want to sell is because we've got a trend up. It seems like institutions and momentum traders are waiting for it to dip. They take profits into strength, wait for it to dip. Once it gets to the low, people start throwing away their shares. They reverse it back up. They start buying. When they see that reversal back up, that's when you start to sell some put credits or go long or do both. That's Palantir. I know I spend a lot of time on Palantir, but that's pretty active. All right, so that's Palantir. Adobe, I have a position in Adobe too. This just kind of grinding along. I want to close this maybe for $6 or so. Make 50% or more. Okay, I sold at 375, 380. That's not 280. It's 375, 380. Gotta get this right, Benny. That's a 380. 14 deltas at the time. That's the 200-day right there, overhead. All right, more chop, more chop. Okay, so look like they're going to take this lower. You can see what's going on here. For now, it appears like they took out stops. Now they reverse it back up. So anybody that took puts at the low of the day, questioning their decision. Let's look what Trace is saying. Trace is telling you the same thing, going back and forth, back and forth. We're just sitting here on top of the 6860. So what are we to do? What are we to do? Well, we just keep going through these stocks that are seeing the most strength today. Biogen, let's see, Biogen, turning back up. Amgen, AMGN, Amgen. This looks pretty good. Amgen, Biogen, RGEN, Repligen, REGN, Regeneron Pharmaceuticals. All of these are very, very active. REGN, RGEN, AMGN, BIIB, all bullish. Micron. Okay, continuing on, MSTR strategy, still at the low of the day, low of the week, low of the month. Centos, all right, so if you've been around for any length of time, you know Centos is a leading economic indicator. Why is that, Benny? Because Centos has over 1 million customers worldwide. Whenever it's trending like it was 23, 24, that's telling you look for the economy to improve. Kind of didn't really do that, right? But needless to say, when this is rising, that's a bullish indicator. Same thing with copper. Centos is turning back up. They have 1 million customers worldwide, Centos. And whenever you're seeing a bullish move, it's telling you that these customers who rent or buy corporate identity programs and uniforms and such are hiring. People are losing their jobs in other areas of the economy. But copper is starting to move a bit higher. That's for the construction industry groups. All right, so right back up here. Here's the S&P, right back in the other direction. See that? If you bought puts at the low of the day, you're regretting it right now. No direction. We don't even have one direction. I'm not going to start singing. So does this make it back to the top of this range and breakout? That's what you would need for a long. You need Trace to also agree. All right, so this needs to start trending. Does that make sense? For those of you looking for 6,900, Palantir, still waiting for that to turn. I'd like to sell some more credit spreads. Palantir. Micron's still fading. All right, so it got an upgrade. I'm a little suspicious about Micron catching upgrade at the highs. Why don't they upgrade at the lows when things are starting to turn? Why do they upgrade at the highs? I don't know. Everybody's got their opinion. I don't know. I have some call credit spreads that I need to manage. I'd like to see this pull back in a little bit. So if you're long, don't mind me. Okay, so going down the list more NXP Semiconductor, NXPI. Not much here again. Another frustrating position that's not gone anywhere. All right, it's not going anywhere. Yeah, true, true. IWM. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. IWM. I thought she liked. Thought Frano likes JP Morgan. Most of you guys are joking around. I didn't catch the joke. All right, S&P turning back up. Okay, S&P trying to get back to the top of this range. IWM. Can I help you? You want more of these? You want more of these? Here you go. Get your claws out of that. Yeah, you see you're stuck. Cat's stuck. You need to get a catacure. You're stuck, huh? Here you go. Okay, so IWM looks good. NVIDIA turning the corner. Applied Materials. Rigetti. Wow, Rigetti. That's a hell of a move on Rigetti, right? Nice gap up. CoreWeave had a move like this last week. CoreWeave. Okay, follow through on CoreWeave. Palantir still fading. Okay, Palantir still fading. All right, we'll come back to that. Let's see what else. Old Dominion Freight. That's trending. Trying to start trending. Trending intraday. Daily is still in a tight consolidation. Futures are trying to go. On semiconductor. That was one I looked at a couple of weeks ago, and I said, you know what? About 3 weeks ago, I was thinking about it and said, you know what? Let's see how this flag fares, and it just faded a little bit more. Now it looks like it's going to go. Look at the volume on Friday on semiconductor. Any news on semiconductor? Gallium nitride products with Global Foundries. Global Foundries. What's Global Foundries? GFI, right? GFI? No. GF Global Foundries. GFS? GFS? Global Foundries, yeah, GFS. All right, so that pulled back. I don't know. Palo Alto, the security stocks, PANW, Palo Alto. Double bottom on the daily over here. Starting to bounce. What about Zscaler? Yeah, nothing there. CrowdStrike. All right, let me take a minute here. Futures just sitting here. Futures, S&P. Still inside this range. Okay. Still inside a range, not going anywhere. Hedge flows saying the same thing. Now we're starting to trend a bit higher. Let's see how far they take this. If we start moving higher, there's not a whole lot to hold the price action back if we get a runner. If we get a runner higher, the trend starts to move up. If we break out to the upside, we're already up on the day. We were up, what, 25 handles or whatever, or 35 handles, something like that. We're currently up 32 handles on the futures. Palantir. Bitcoin trying to bounce. Riot pulling back. Okay, that's not doing anything here. UAMY popping. They were talking about this one last week. Antimony. Flame retardants. Okay. Electronics and solar using LEDs, ceramics and glass, blah, blah, blah. Antimony. U.S. antimony. Okay, so Frano looking at this one, turning the corner. Biogen Applied Materials. Okay. Marvell. Semiconductors. Okay, we ended the week with a nice bounce in semis and tech, right? Materials are also very strong. On Friday, we're following through again today. So materials look pretty good, the sector. XLB, XLC communication sector, flat. Energy, flat below the 50-day. Financials, big banks, everything. This looks pretty good. Industrials. So banks bounced on Friday, follow through today. Same thing with industrials. All right, so we can't go anywhere with the S&P without financials and industrials, and both of those are working, so that's good. XLP, that's at the 50-day, defensive, along with healthcare, defensive, and defensive utilities pulling back. XLY, doji, but it's not like falling off. XRT, flat. So it's financials today, financials and industrials, okay? Financials and industrials, and some subsectors. Tesla turning back up. Okay, looks like Palantir is about ready to start turning. Palantir trying to turn. Palantir, PLTR. This is what it does. Palantir is really good about doing this. All right, so if I put my sell some puts here. Okay, so let's see. Palantir. 170, 175. That's 20 points away. Let's see. Palantir 170, 175. Palantir. Let me go ahead and do that again. PLTR 170, 175. January 170, 175. Palantir. 175. Palantir. That's 20 points away. That is a 18 delta. Sell. Come on. Sell a vertical. Damn it. 175. 170. It's only $70. Yeah, I'll pass. I'll pass on it for now. Maybe just go long. Palantir, just watching it. Palantir. Tesla also trying to turn up. Tesla. Okay, nice little dip into the gap. Tesla. Tesla looks good on the daily. Just grinding along. Has a trend though. Palo Alto, NVIDIA, Charter, Datadog. Datadog. Yeah, still at the low. Datadog, Charter, Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments, flat for 3 weeks. No, thank you. I want stocks that are trending like they were at the end of November. In the case of Texas Instruments, that's what I'm looking for. You'll find that in the banks. Not so much JP Morgan. That's trying to break out. Goldman Sachs, though, pull back after a nice trend. So this is pretty active. Let's see what Goldman Sachs looks like. GS. Goldman. Selling some January. Let's see what a 20 delta, 15 delta, 20 delta looks like. 15. Oh, 830 is sell vertical. No, that's $70 too. That's right, because VIX is low. VIX is low, so volatility. Oops. VIX is low. VIX at the lows. So calls are cheap. Calls are cheap. Okay. Uncertain stocks, not necessarily the FANGs. The FANGs are a little bit more expensive. Let's go look at sector-wise. Financials. Financials are right there. Oops. Financials. Cheap. Call spreads on financials like the big banks. I got a Morgan Stanley, and that's it. Nothing else for now. Morgan Stanley following through. That was one that was mentioned by Frano last week. Was it Thursday or Friday, Frano? Talking about the potential, they being the potential broker for the SpaceX IPO. So some people were buying. That looks good. Morgan Stanley. S&P. Nada. Still doing the same thing. If you're looking for direction, you're not getting it. Not getting it. Hedge flows are starting to move a bit higher. Monday, Christmas week. I don't anticipate a lot of action this week. Okay, so the rocket companies, Rocket Labs, RKLB, Rocket Labs following through. Firefly, I have a position in Firefly. Nice follow through, breaking the downtrend. I got February calls in the money. Eddie money. Palantir. All right, Palantir still looks like it could fade a bit more. Yeah, no big deal. Critical metals turning back up. Merck, a lot of the pharmaceutical names, Regeneron, Repligen, Biogen, Amgen. All of these look good. Merck. Do I want to double up on Merck? What do I want to do here? Merck. Don't know what I want to do with Merck. Merck, I have a pretty decent sized position in Merck already. Silver, took some profits on silver. That gapped up again. Silver just seems to be, I don't know, waiting for the musical chairs to stop, waiting for the music to stop on. Yeah. What's Supermicro doing? I haven't looked at that in a month. Seems like Supermicro. Yeah, they're going to put everybody to sleep and then run it. Or not. Here goes Bitcoin, BTC, USD, Bitcoin. Oops. Bitcoin likes a dollar sign. Bitcoin. All right. For the past 5 weeks, we've just been sitting here looking for a push. You can see the consolidation. What does this tell me? Well, it appears to be institutions accumulating positions in Bitcoin. I don't know how they're doing it as far as, what vehicle, what asset are they doing it with Bitcoin? But this big volume by price area here, and we haven't continued to move lower with RSI moving higher and volume looking like sporadically buying in here and selling. But this looks like Bitcoin is going to continue this pace. Now, do I know for a fact? No. But if it does break above the 50-day, that's going to be a good clue. So are we there yet with Bitcoin? Debatable. Do I care to wait? I don't care. I mean, I'll wait for 94,600 if we break higher from there and start trending. If you absolutely want to trade it between here and the 50-day, knowing that 50-day is going to be resistance along with these previous pivots, it looks bullish. I would probably trade something else like Coinbase or BMNR or IBIT, something like that. BITX, but doesn't really ring my bell. Okay, so we're starting to move back up into the top of the range. You can see right here, the S&P, we got this sell order block. That's because we broke this structure right here about 25, 30 minutes ago. Now we're starting to push higher, and we should see Trace moving higher too. Microsoft coming off the low. If you bought Microsoft last week, you're looking for that to bounce. Nike still fading after earnings, back to 57.70. New York Fangs, those are all mixed. Microsoft, Apple, they're seeing some shortcoming. There goes the hedge flows. Hedge flows are on the move here. Okay, maybe we'll get a shot at the highs of the day. Anticipate that you're going to get rejected on this high. 30, 40 deltas, those work. 30 to 40 deltas work. This move is continuing. And we got confirmation from hedge flows. All right, so we're above these strikes here. You can see that this lower part of this iron condor at 6,800, you can see that's coming off. If you look at this, I'll scroll backwards. You can see at the open, we had a lot at 6,800, 6,805. And as the day progressed, they're taking positions off as price action stays more bullish. These strikes here, still there. Micron. So this looks good. Looking better. Looks like we might continue. S&P finally. After an hour and a half of chop, looks like we might get something going. Snowflake. All right, Snowflake. At your discretion, as we start to move higher, take your Snowflake put credits off. At your discretion, I have January, a January position. Snowflake. So Snowflake is starting to work. All right, so it only took a couple of weeks. So this reminds me of the Netflix trade that we had, where the put side went in the money. Same thing here. We had to roll this out and down. So you can see how you manage this type of trade. If you've been in this one with me, okay, managing this trade meant that we had to roll down and out in time for a credit. Once the price action starts to reverse, then we can start to manage it in the opposite direction, maybe buy some calls now. I already have calls, I believe. I think I bought those when Sunrise Trader mentioned it. And I have put credits. Let's see here. Snowflake. Yeah, I have the 230 call, 230. Also has some 250, 260 verticals for February. So 230 looks doable. That's the 20-day right overhead. Snowflake finally starting to work. Oh boy. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a fine Monday morning here in Myrtle Beach. I don't know what the temperature is, but it feels cold outside. Palantir still no follow through yet. Okay, S&P continuation. All right, S&P is looking better. Snowflake looking better. S&P looks good. Back to the top of the range. All right, S&P, can this get going? Thank you very much. Okay, futures continue. What's the 60 minute? 60 minute. Okay, 5 and 30 minute are on buy signals. 30 minutes, 60 minutes still on sell signals. As we continue to move higher, all right, this is looking good. S&P top of the range now. S&P top of the range, looking good. All right, looks like we're going to break out. Looks like we'll break out. Hedge flows continue. There we go. There we go. We could see that 6,900 there, Chris. Okay, you're currently looking at 0 day. Let's see at non-0 day. All right, it's a little bit of positive gamma right where we are right now. You can see 0 day versus non-zero day. This is non-zero day. You can see right here, 68.75. Okay. Are we going to follow through? We're going to get rejected here. All right. Put up or shut up. This is the area where we want to see follow through. I want to see a follow through now. Looks pretty good so far. Hedge flows. Hedge flows. Still pointing higher. Okay, the right side of this graph is real time. The left side updates every 10 minutes. Okay, so these options, positive and negative gamma, because they can't do this real time. There's just so much. I mean, we're talking billions of dollars worth of 0 day and non-zero day. So this is updated every 10 minutes on the left, the histogram. The right side is real time. Okay, hedge flows continue to point upward. Palantir still sitting there. CoreWeave had a nice pop on Friday. CoreWeave follow through today. A little fade from the high just now. Okay, Centos is at the top of the list. That's interesting. Don't often see Centos on the top of the NASDAQ 100. Centos. Okay, again, 1 million customer, more than 1 million customers worldwide. They sell and rent corporate identity programs and uniforms and anything to do with that. That's what Centos does. So this is good for the economy when this rises, in addition to a forward-looking indicator like copper, which this is Friday's close, copper. You can look at SCCO, Southern Copper, to get an idea if we're going to follow through. It looks like follow through on Southern Copper, right? Southern Copper Corp. So this is good for construction-related industries. What do the builders look like? DHI. These had pulled back. DHI. Nothing to see here at the moment. Lennar. The mortgage companies, Rocket. They're flat. So it's Marriott. It's the travel and leisure sector. The pharmaceuticals like Merck, Regeneron, Repligen, Biogen, Amgen. Those are all looking good. The banks look good. So this is what you should be looking at. If you're trading intraday, if you're day trading, this is what you want to be looking at. Let's take a look at the watch list. Why don't we do that? Watch list. Okay, Apple, ARMN, ARMN, grinding higher. Aris Mining, this one's been on the watch list for the second week now. Berkshire Hathaway, Berkshire B, nothing to do there. Okay, Bank of America, BAC, Bank of America, trending. This is the strongest Bank of America's looked in ages, right? Look at this. Look at the trend since 23. Bank of America has been banging. Citigroup, same thing. All the banks look good. Disney, we're talking about Disney this morning. Looking for Disney to follow through. Okay, needs to start trending more. Disney. Deckers Outdoor. This is from the watch list. Deckers bouncing. Freeport McMoran. The materials were strong recently. Last few weeks, materials doing well. XLB. Okay, S&P is still going. Materials, XLB look good. Freeport's in that group. Five Below, retail, breaking out. This has been on the watch list. This is the second week in a row. Five Below, Google. Looking for a follow through. Again, watch list. J&J on the watch list. Lilly on the watch list. J&J. Bouncing. Okay, so maybe this catches up with Merck and Lilly. There goes Merck. Lilly. All right, that looks good. J&J, Lilly, Lockheed Martin, bouncing. Aerospace and defense stocks look good. Again, my son has Raytheon. He's had it since this big red candle here. He bought the lows. Had to sit through a couple of days not working. I told him to hang in there because it looked like that hammer is forecasting a move higher along with RSI. And that continues to move higher. Raytheon looks good. Northrop Grumman. Okay, these look good. What else? Let's see. Merck, we talked about Palantir. Palantir popped up this morning. Still waiting for Palantir to find a buyer, find a bid here. All right, so I'm looking to sell some put credits down here, like 175, somewhere around there. I've been doing that a lot, as you may have seen. Okay, Palantir. Okay, this is the third trade. Actually, more than that. I did a roll here and everything else. So Palantir looking good. Palantir. Okay, S&P. What else? Let's see on the watch list. Palantir, Raytheon, we just talked about. SPXL. If you're trading into year end, I know Brother Bill likes to trade SPXL. TJ Maxx, retail, again, watch list. TJ Maxx with a bounce. Tesla this morning. Tesla dipped initially. We're still hanging out here. Tesla, a little dip, getting bought. And Walmart. S&P. Nice move on S&P. All right, so we're pushing higher. Let's see what hedge flows are saying. Hedge flows are starting to top out. We are moving higher, though. Okay, don't forget your call flies. If you got the call flies, SPY call flies, S&P call flies, rather. Micron trying to bounce. Oracle with a bounce. Looking for Oracle to get back above 250. Maybe first quarter. MongoDB, that one just will not stop. MongoDB. Palantir. Tesla. NVIDIA. NVIDIA, very choppy price action this morning. NVIDIA. My son shorted it right out of the gate. He made some money. I saw he closed that trade already with NVD. All right, looking like we could follow through here. We're flagging at the highs. Okay, so just something to think about. Okay, if you're concerned about the markets this week, we should have some seasonality. Here's the S&P moving higher. We could see a multiple top area, 6,900. I don't see us getting past 6,900 today, but we could test this level. You've got IWM pushing higher. Apologize for this. This interface is messing me up. IWM higher. You got New York Stock Exchange. If you're thinking bullish, I think you're on the right side right now. Here's the New York Stock Exchange, 2,400 components. The comp, the NASDAQ composite, COMPQ, the NASDAQ composite, 2,700 plus or minus stocks. That's bullish. Qs, New York FANG. All right, what else you need? This looks really good. All right, we're bouncing. Okay, S&P is at the highs. Doesn't look like we're going to follow through just yet. Watch MACD. Okay, on this last move higher, you can see how MACD would help you if you had been paying attention to MACD as it turned up. We got that buy order block as we broke through this break of structure right here. Okay, once this break of structure occurs, this is the chicken. The egg comes later. You break a structure, change a character, that produces this buy order block. Okay, so 10 minutes go by, you get the buy order block for confirmation. You're breaking out to the upside. We're looking for more of that. We're looking for more of that. Okay, here's Trace. Trace moving higher, so it looks like we could keep going. Somebody took a little profits there, it looks like, S&P. All right, puts are starting to catch a bid. Puts. Okay, puts are starting to catch a bid. Okay, hedge flows looking pretty strong. Looking pretty strong on the hedge flows. If you've been trying to get my attention in the trading room, I apologize. I've been focused on the charts here. Tony, what do you need, Tony? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rigetti, all of those look good. You bought IONQ, Tony? Okay. Let's go take a look at the quants. The quants, IONQ. That's a nice move there on IONQ. Nice job there, Tony. Okay, yeah, big move on IONQ, huh? Very nice. Rigetti, also. All these quants are turning. Quants. Okay. IBM. IBM at the 50-day. We'll look at IBM next week. That might be something. QTUM. The ETF, quantum ETF. Applied Materials. Meta, NVIDIA. QSI. Those are batteries, right? Big Bear AI. I don't know why I got this on the list. Okay. These look good. Rigetti continuation. Rigetti. Rigetti. 25 calls. Rigetti. 25s. S&P trying to bounce. Oh boy, MongoDB is on a mission. MongoDB. MongoDB continuation. Micron trying to turn up. Micron. Rigetti looks like it wants to keep going. All right, S&P fading off the highs for now. Rigetti looks good. Rigetti. Rigetti following through. Let's see how far this goes. Turning the corner, Rigetti. RGTI. RGTI. All right, so apparently they're making money, Rigetti. Earnings growth, 62%. Revenue growth, not so much. Beat expectations. What are they making here? All right, so they were looking for a loss. They came in with a less of a loss. But earnings are starting to accelerate, so that's good. They beat top expectations. All right, by a penny. Big deal. All right, so Rigetti looks pretty good. So apparently people are buying down here at the lows, Rigetti. All right, let's see who else is talking here. GE, you're looking at there. Snowflake moving nicely. Okay, Snowflake. Yeah, that looks good. Snowflake. Snowflake have calls and the put credits that I need to take off. Snowflake. Adobe. All right, the New York Fangs are mixed. Snowflake's at the high. Tesla's trying to push back up. Microsoft and Apple look like short covering. Same thing with Amazon. That was higher earlier, Amazon. A little short covering on Netflix. Google, short covering. All right, so just watching Rigetti here. Hedge flows starting to top out a little bit. Okay, looks like Rigetti, RGTX. This is two times long. Rigetti ETF, okay, RGTX. So if you don't want to trade options, this is one opportunity. If you're trading these quants, these coming off the low, not too bad. Meta had a nice little pop. Now it's pulling back in. Meta is having some difficulties at this 5,200-day juncture. It just needs to push above it. Okay, so it got rejected up here again. Slow progress. Trying to get above it. Once we get above it, we can start trending. That's where I'll start, probably shares. I might do FBL instead. All right. And buy more shares. Could do either or. FBL. 2 times long Meta. Daily FBL. Okay, what is S&P? Hedge flows. Hedge flows appear to be topping out. Tom Sosloff, he's been on Yahoo Finance all morning.
Where is there more risk? Is there more risk to staying long, or is there a better payoff being short? That's all it is.
Is there underneath the surface of, let's say, NVIDIA, Tom, and some of those well-known AI plays, are there other areas of the market in AI that are breaking down that are red flags to you?
No, not yet. I mean the small cap AI stocks are trailing a little bit, but not really. And there's a lot of stocks in the pipeline that also look good that might come out as IPOs in 2026. But for the most part, I think it's just the megatech stocks. It's the big too big to fail companies. And I think in that sense, that's where the real risk is.
Brooke, I mentioned here at the top that AI is back in rally mode. I call that NVIDIA, Microsoft. But if you dig down a little deeper, it's not every one of these stocks have been rocking the past 5 or even 10 trading sessions.
Yeah, if you take a look, there are some companies that are definitely pulling back some momentum. For example, we do have Oracle moving higher today, up about 1.2%. But if you take a look over the month, it's down about 2% over the past 6 months.
Tom Sosloff, he's been on Yahoo Finance all day today. That's pretty cool. I like him. He's a good guy. Very smart. Okay, here's Rigetti. Just watching Rigetti. Palantir. What are you doing, Palantir? Palantir. Still fading. All right, so Palantir hasn't given us the... Yeah, it looks like the low right here, but Palantir looking for more. A better entry for selling some put credits. The top 10 on the NASDAQ 100 hasn't changed much. Synopsys, Warner Brothers Discovery, Centos, Pinduoduo, Tesla, Dexcom, M-Chip, Microchip. Team Atlassian, Micron is like number 9. Paychex, number 10. Intuitive Surgical, Regeneron, Lam Research, Baker Hughes, Datadog, KLAC, Chips, Datadog, Tech, Palo Alto Networks, Security, NXPI Semi, Texas Instruments Semi, and like rounding out the top 20, we've got Marriott, Marvell, Fortinet, NVIDIA, and Diamondback Energy. So we got a nice mix. But if you're just coming into the trading room this morning, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I would be focused on financials. That's what's working today. So if you're looking at what's working, obviously financials, FAS if you want to do the banks, FAS, Financial Bull 3 times. You could do KRE. That's flagging for the last 2 weeks, looking for a breakout. The smaller banks like Ozark, Huntington Bank Shares. Huntington Bank Shares trying to break out. Huntington Bank Shares.
Which just means, gold relative to silver. I think silver right now is more overpriced than gold, and silver's been in more of a crazy hyperbolic movement. Gold's back up, to pretty much the new record highs. Last time it got up to these levels, it crashed pretty good, about, like 10%, 10, 11%. This time, I don't know. I'm a contrarian, so I'm short gold here. I'm short silver, and I'm short silver versus gold. So I think that, again, this becomes another one of those plays where if you want to play the trend, the upside
Tom Sosloff.
highs, if that's the way you think, great. But I like fading these moves, and as a contrarian, I like the downside here of both of those. I think they're just grossly overpriced.
What takes down gold, you think, Tom?
Just they run gold's like any other commodity, and I don't know how much you trade different commodities, but they all kind of trade the same way. Eventually,
Wow. Look at that.
run out of steam.
Look at the trend in silver.
The buyers dry up, and there's not a lot of shorts in most commodities, so there's not a lot of buyers below like there are in some stocks. So I think the only thing that really turns gold around, it's not going to be some macro thing. It's just going to be that the buyers, whoever's pushing this up, and all the trend players, they're just going to run out of bullets at some point.
What does the market have wrong for next year, Tom? We're seeing a lot of these bullish forecasts come out. Usually the case. I mean, I hear like a Goldman Sachs come out and say, hey, we expect the market to fall 20% next year. But what is everybody missing?
They're just the only thing people ever miss is that you got to remember that nobody really knows anything. So what people are missing is complacency. And you just have to judge you have to think about your investments, and you have to think about the way that you position your portfolio just based on extremes. And right now, the extreme is in the complacency world. It's not in the opportunistic world. That's just the way I look at it.
Brooke, let me get back to you. We'll stay on gold because is the move in gold translating to some of these gold miner stocks, whether it's Newmont Mining or even Freeport?
Brian, what I'm taking a look at it is steel, aluminum, and copper, and the impact that gold's having is we're also seeing record highs within those three as well. A bit of a pullback this morning, but really it all goes back still to that AI trade, because as we build out these data centers, we're taking a look at wire. That's going to move copper even more. We're taking a look at aluminum, steel in order to build out the structure behind these, and then aluminum largely to build out those cooling racks. And so it really just all goes back to this build out, this next phase within this AI, as Dan Ives likes to call it from Wedbush, this AI revolution, and how all these different commodities plays are going to play into this momentum behind AI, and how exactly that's going to look as we move forward with that.
Micron just sitting there. Bitcoin did pull back a bit.
I can't wait for this moment of truth.
Oracle's up 2.5%. Oracle just flagging right at the moment. MongoDB fading from the high of the day. Nvidia just doing nothing. Tesla in the middle of today's range, basically. Palantir at the lows of today's range. Palantir tends to turn off the lows, okay? So looking for the dip to get bought. Watch your MACD, okay? Palantir. If you're going to trade anything, just make sure you're paying attention to MACD. Okay, so we're looking for Palantir to do something here. Okay, MACD's turned up. Can we go to the 5-minute chart? 5 minute. MACD is trying to turn here. Palantir. All right, I might try a long for Friday. Let's see, Palantir. Trade. Okay, Palantir. I'd like to see the volume pick up. Palantir. 26. Palantir. 44 delta is $2. Buy a vertical. Buy vertical. 195, 200. 195. Can we get back there? What was the high of the day? 198. Palantir. 195, 200 call. Okay. Palantir, I just bought the 195, 200 call vertical. Palantir.
That's the one market I think is cheap relative to the other markets. So on the 30-year and on the 10-year, we're starting to like those markets now because relative to everything else, those are the cheapest things I see out there.
Tom, outside this, you and I haven't talked for a while. It feels like yesterday. We haven't talked for a while. And this year has been a year of really major innovations in the financial services ecosystem.
All right, so that was filled at Palantir.
What do you think about this rapid pace of change in the industry?
I mean, personally, I love it.
At $1.54, so I'll give it 50 cents.
Stablecoin also because I think that
Filled.
the change in payment
Dollar
rails and the future of
54.
digital ecosystems are going to
Stop.
be critical to all the stuff that everybody's building in the fintech world, and we're clearly going in that direction as well. So my favorite thing about 2025 was just the expansion of new markets into into a digital world, into also an event-based world, which we kind of like. Just the explosion in growth, and of course the continued just the move from stocks to derivatives has been something that's just been fun to watch.
And then let me go off to you real quick. It has been when I was researching Circle to talk to Jeremy, I followed the company, but I was really surprised.
Palantir, no follow-through yet. This could dip a little bit more, so you may want to wait a few minutes. I'm waiting for a MACD to turn. All right, so I'll add to that. I'm scaling in.
Yeah, and Circle is working on so many infrastructure plays that is just that it shouldn't be put in that box, and it is just because of what's happening with Bitcoin. Circle had
S&P.
from its IPO and into the Genius.
Let's see what Trace is saying. Trace.
And yes, it's been
Hedge flows topping out at the high here.
Going into next year, what will be interesting is to see how Bitcoin plays and how all of the rest of crypto plays into next year. There are some more sort of cooler calls out there.
Rigetti, RGTI, Rigetti. There seems to be a lot of interest in Rigetti today. Rigetti following through. Rigetti, IONQ, Quants, bullish, reversal. Rigetti turning back up.
You even had Sean Farrell coming out with a call of 60 to 65. He says he's not a bear. He's definitely a bull, but he just sees some headwinds and a better buying opportunity later on. So some of these equities.
Okay, let's go see what Rigetti looks like here. What's working? NVIDIA, AMD, Tesla. Okay, you can see what's active today. Tesla, Google, Lam Research, gold, Tesla. I like the idea of being short silver, via puts, like February, February silver. Let's see, silver, SLV, something like the 60, 55 or 60-50, something like that. For silver, this thing is so extended. You're gonna, like Tom Slavsloss was saying, they're gonna run out of bullets eventually. He's short silver and gold, and he's short silver versus gold, a ratio trade. Silver. Okay, S&P, what are we doing here? Rigetti, RGTI, Rigetti. Still going, Rigetti. All right. Bitcoin. Micron. All right, the usual suspects are still in the top 20. NASDAQ 100, Warner Brothers Discovery, Centos, Pinduoduo, Synopsys, Tesla, Dexcom, Microchip, Team Atlassian, Paychex, Micron, Regeneron, Intuitive Surgical, Datadog, Baker Hughes, Lam Research, Texas Instruments, Old Dominion Freight, Clack, Palo Alto Networks, NXPI, MSTR, Marriott Hotels. Okay. There's nothing to suggest that the markets are going to roll over and die. It's just that intraday we took out some levels. S&P is higher, moving up towards 6,900. The New York Stock Exchange, again, mentioned this earlier. This does not look bearish. Okay. IWM, bullish. The Qs, somewhat bullish. And the New York Fangs, New York Fang Index. Okay, we had a nice bounce Thursday, Friday, but we're slowing down. We're seeing some profit taking into the 100 period moving average, the magenta colored line. We're stopping right at the 9 EMA. RSI is flat. MACD and stochastics could continue to turn as a function of price, of course. Who plays all these stupid games on their cell phones? I don't get it. So many advertisements. Let me turn this off. We're going to be shifting to CNBC here shortly. All right. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com on this beautiful Monday, December 22nd. We're coming into the lunch hour. We got 12 minutes to go. What's going on here? Why we're not logging in? Hope everyone's having a good morning. Very slow start. Markets gapped up, went sideways for much of the morning. This looks okay. RGTI. Rigetti's still going here, Rigetti. Rigetti's still moving.
Higher than the January contract is unencumbered for unlimited profits. But again, the break even on that position is
Rigetti's still moving here. S&P pulled back. Rigetti is taking off to the upside. Palantir's trying to turn. Palantir.
Mark another all-time high for Tesla if they can get to those levels. But every guest I've had on so far in this show today, George, has said we have a Santa rally coming. So we shall see. Appreciate you being with us, George, to walk us through the latest.
Everybody wants to be right about a Santa rally. The markets look good. I mean, if you just looked at what I was just checking out, New York Fang popping. Breath looks good. Breath looks good. Advanced decline percent for the S&P 500, mid caps, small caps, NASDAQ, all pointing upward. S&P equal weight index, bullish. The number of stocks trading above the 20-day, rising. Okay, the number of stocks above the 20-day. We always look for these V-shaped pivots. V-shaped pivot is the thumbs up. Let's go. LATSGO, we're about to break out the new highs.
I'm Alex Coffey. And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
Okay, looking for hedge flows to turn back up. Push a bit higher.
Certainly be short to near-term catalyst. Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Rigetti, again, Rigetti looking good.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Still going.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Oh, please. I wish they would have some new commercials or something.
That is, read eye contact, edge forward, make judgment calls without having perfect signals. Now, the latter may come with safety trade-offs because it is asking the system to make judgment calls with less certainty. So learn in the wild. If that works, it could scale faster because it doesn't require perfect mapping before every deployment. Now, Waymo has the momentum right now. It is raising new capital.
IWM still going. Yeah, small caps look good, Mondo. Yeah.
New cities. Now, the company
Yes.
says that it focused on
I did not.
the lessons learned. That's what it's doing going forward. But this incident, guys, it really put the spotlight on whether scaling.
Yeah, everything looks bullish. I'm not really that concerned about the markets. Intraday is a different story, but yeah, the markets look good for a Santa rally, definitely. Dips getting bought.
Those cities permitted it, right? I mean, is that going to be a barrier to how the authorities decide whether they want those robotaxis on the road?
Dollar, you use ADX a lot. You like it?
That Tesla is making, right? It's more of an improvisational situation or strategy. So cities are perhaps a little more reluctant to say, okay, go learn in the wild, use our city as a test case. Whereas Waymo has done this very methodically, almost impeccable safety record. And so
Use ADX in the short term.
it's getting more of those regulations, but now
I can see why. It looks good. I can see what you're doing there. Nice idea. Yeah, yeah. Yes.
I mean, we've known historically too, any little thing happens in San Francisco, big or small.
Yeah, it looks good.
has The ability to,
Mm-hmm.
shut down
I agree with you.
taxi ambitions right in their tracks. I mean, nobody was hurt, there were no accidents.
Yeah, use whatever works for you, right?
Case like Cruise, right, which happened, it was a few years ago.
IWM,
Actually,
RGTI.
that was the end.
Rigetti has gone vertical.
So that hasn't happened to Waymo, developing in a very different way, but regulators are already sort of on the watch for anything that goes awry, and they're held to a much higher standard.
Yeah, definitely incremental ammunition for those skeptics at the local level who might not want to experiment. Pretty fascinating, Dean. I'm sure we're not done talking about it. Deirdre Bosa. Still ahead, it is the final few trading days of the year. What are Wall Street's predictions for the market next year? That's coming up next.
Okay, Rigetti. Turning the corner, Rigetti. The daily looks pretty good, Rigetti.
For how much compute we have, and more importantly, the types of models, model quality, and future model trainings that'll be built on this new GPU cluster era of AI.
And Dan, as we watch NVIDIA mature in 2026 into more than just a chip maker and evolve into its next stage of evolution here, the next stage in the AI cycle, what do you think investors should be watching most closely? What metric matters most here?
ASTX. Yeah, let's see. I mean, I think Ben hit on the demand side dynamics. I mean, on the supply side, I think they're going to continue to be constrained in the short term, really around wafers, packaging, memory. On the longer term side, I think really power becomes the constraint. And so,
okay, IONQ, Rigetti. These all look good. Quantum, QUTUM.
The supply chain consistent message that it's just far outstripping supply. And we've got supply constraints that will kind of keep the lid on the build out for the next several years here. So I think the things you're really looking for is, on the demand side, how are the use cases trending? A lot of what we've seen to date has really been large language model build out for generative AI. There's a lot of other different types of models to allow a lot of different other types of use cases. I mean, I really feel like physical AI, those seeds got planted in a big way this year by NVIDIA. Thinking about the robotics trend, and I think that's going to be, really a second half of the decade, kind of second wave, second wind to the AI cycle. I think we're going to continue to look for how those partnerships are maturing. You've seen some really interesting partnerships, both across the neo clouds, the hyperscalers, more recently with Synopsys in and around, EDA. I think the ecosystem is getting kind of far and deep. You see a lot of NVIDIA's free cash flow going into private markets investing, public markets investing, in really kind of building, kind of the next generation of companies that are going to take these LLM, kind of advanced wave applications and really take them into a new place.
And Ben, last question's coming to you here. If we're having the same conversation at the same time next year, is NVIDIA's dominance still intact, or do you think it will have started to crack?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to be in the same conversation next year. I mean, I think if you just look at the sheer size of the TAM expansion that's coming because of this AI accelerator, you've got, these little mini super cycles across memory, across wafer equipments, across storage, across GPUs. Like I'm calling it a gigacycle, which is far bigger than just a super cycle. we're talking about a TAM expansion of hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, right? You've got forecasts between 600 and 800 billion dollars for accelerators by the end of this decade.
Yeah, Rigetti's still going here.
Today. So one, there's just a lot of room for growth for everybody. There will be some pockets of competition. I mean, obviously the hyperscalers doing what they're doing in custom is fine. But that doesn't really change the shape of the demand for a general purpose compute platform, which is a GPU, in light of that large TAM expansion. So I'm not sure much changes next year. I think we're going to be in the same part of cyclical part of this cycle where you've got a tremendous amount of demand outstripping supply.
Okay, we're coming into the lunch hour.
We'll be pretty much in the same place next
Coming
year.
into the lunch hour.
Standpoint of compute.
Appreciate you both being with us to talk about NVIDIA, their year that was trading up more than 36% higher so far year to date. That's Ben Beharin, CEO and Principal Analyst at Creative Strategies, and Dan O'Brien, the President of Futurum. Want to thank you all for joining us today on Trading 360 as well. I'm Marley Caden. You can download our free Schwab Network app in the Apple App Store and tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. Fast Market with Diane King Hall is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash.
Oh, shut up.
Expect gains, but the median target price is about 10% higher, 11% from where we are right now. If you take a look at the moves and implied price to earnings multiples, John Stoltzfus over at Oppenheimer has an implied PE target given his target at 26.5, roughly thereabouts. Savita Subramanian at B of A comes at just a hair below 23, and the median comes in just about 25. Now, the interesting part about this is if you come in at just about 25 times earnings, you are now seeing some multiple expansion from where we currently are right now. As for the earnings per share targets, Mike Wilson at Morgan Stanley comes in with a high of about $356 in estimated earnings per share on a 12-month basis. The median level is at $308 for S&P 500 earnings, and the low is Julian Emanuel over at Evercore ISI, who forecasts about $296 worth of earnings per share in the S&P 500. But overall, if you take a look at all those factors together, what it equates to is a roughly 11% gain from here. So at least there is some incremental optimism that those same double-digit returns will repeat themselves, Carl, this time around as well.
Rigetti's still going. Looking good. Rigetti.
Who does see earnings up 14 year on year, but is worried about some multiple compression, wealth effect, I think underweight consumer discretionary, overweight staples, right?
And I think exactly it's the composition of where she thinks the gains will be, and they're not necessarily in the largest weights in the index, and therefore it mutes your upside target. That being said, if the lowest target on the street is for a 3 or 4% gain, usually there's at least one bear out there or relative bear who says, hey, dead money or down next year. We're not really getting that. And I would say last year, by the way, we were similar. Projecting double-digit gains.
S&P, nice follow through.
Everybody to reduce their target.
Okay, so we got hedge flows moving higher. Chris looking for 6,900 possibly. Were you shorting against that? What are you thinking? You were selling premium? I'm not sure what you were doing exactly, but markets look very strong. Very strong market.
Yeah, we're in that part of the year when no news might be good news for stocks. We'll see. We're holding obviously 68.71. Let's get to the judge.
All right, Carl, thanks very much. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour, the most pressing market questions for 2026. We'll debate them with the investment committee. Joining me for the hour today, Joe Terranova, Liz Thomas, Steve Weiss, Josh Brown along in just a moment. We will check the markets here as we wind down the calendar. We are green across the board, but I said we're going to investigate the key questions for stocks in 2026, which we've listed as such, and I think you'll agree, and we'll debate whether we've missed some of them or there are more pressing questions too. Can the AI trade get beyond the bubble banter? That's number one. Is the broadening trend durable? Right? That's what we're hearing a lot about. And can the rally run without rate cuts? Critical questions, Joe. Are those the three most pressing questions? Did we leave something out?
No, I think we have all three of them. I think the most important one is the broadening trend durable? To me, that is most important. If you think about coming into the fourth quarter, a quarter in which the S&P is 3% higher, I don't think very many people expected that healthcare would be up 11% and outperform the other 10 major S&P sectors by 8%. So I think what has happened is the personality of this market.
All right, S&P continues. The hedge flows continue to rise.
Becoming more discerning from the standpoint looking into 2026 and realizing there probably might be more rental opportunities than long-term anchoring in one particular investment theme. I think the market's going to rotate to a lot of different places, and that implies you're going to need, Scott, the 493 to participate. You cannot just rely on 7 individual stocks. You cannot rely on the AI halo to really lead the market higher. So I think that's what's going to be most critical for us. Real quick on AI, I think the market's doing a really good job. And it's
S&P futures continue to rise here. Okay, S&P futures, S&P rising, looking good here.
Liz, the tail of the tape, if you want to call it that, looks like this for 2025 for the majors. It's been a good year, obviously. S&P up 17%, we'll call it that. Dow good for about 13.5, NASDAQ 21.
515, 30, 60 are all on buy signals. S&P, we got the indices all looking very strong.
Has done quite well. 15% to the upside there. Liz, what about the questions?
Financials, industrials, materials, very strong. Semis, tech, all bouncing.
Joe covered the broadening trend, and I would agree with a lot of what he said. So I'll take a couple of the other ones. Can the AI trade get beyond the bubble banter? I think the fact that we're all worried about the bubble banter, the bad thing rarely happens when we're all talking about it happening. So I think it can get beyond the bubble banter. The one thing that I would sort of counteract to Joe's point is that I think we do need the AI enthusiasm for 2026 to actually look good. We do need the AI enthusiasm for the broadening out trade to remain because it's so important to sentiment. And that broadening out trade, in my opinion, relies a lot on the idea that AI will start to have productivity gains in other sectors, other places.
Okay, Palantir still hasn't bounced substantially yet. We're going into the afternoon session, so we're looking for a B and C pivot perhaps. It's in the very top of Friday's price action, Palantir. NASDAQ 100 still looking very strong. NASDAQ 100. We have 75 stocks out of 100 advancing. 75% of stocks are advancing on the NASDAQ 100. The IWM small caps look good, 5-to-1 up volume. The New York Stock Exchange, 3-to-1 up volume. New York Stock Exchange as an index looks very strong. The NASDAQ Composite, the comp, 3-to-1 up volume, looks good on the NASDAQ Composite, 2,700 stocks, a broad measure of market participation. The comp looks good. Excuse me.
Will the market have confidence in that person? Be a critical question. We got to
NASDAQ Composite, basically a very large range. Very large range. But if you look at the New York Stock Exchange, this is very strong. 2,400 components. 70% are stocks, quality names. About 20-25% are American Depository Receipts, ADRs, and about 5% are REITs, according to their current structure, the New York Stock Exchange Composite.
But there's a difference between the market and the economy. They're not always reflecting one another. So my view is it will continue to be
S&P.
Whether it's part of the market or not. I think it will be. I think the AI trade.
MACD, you can see MACD is drifting a bit lower at the moment. Momentum slowing. All right, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, December 22nd, 12:06 p.m. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
UBS says equities have further room to rally, and they list the obvious reasons. The current environment of solid economic growth, healthy corporate earnings, lower interest rates, and structural innovation drivers means investors can still add exposure to equity markets. So let's get your opinion here.
Well, I think we already have the answers to both questions. And I think this year has really revealed a lot about these huge misconceptions people have about how the stock market actually works. In the first half of the year, all the bears, even like the newsletter writers, the podcasters, people who don't actually manage money, the talkers, the big thing that they told us all, they warned us, they pounded the table. If anything happens to these AI stocks, you're all dead. Remember? That was the thing. Well, none of these AI stocks look good going into year end, and the stock market looks amazing. So I think we already have the answer to that broadening question. We already know that the market has broadened out and is not reliant. And just don't take my word for it. Looking at the 20 largest companies in the XLK, that's S&P 500 Tech, use that as your proxy for the AI trade, Judge. The median percentage of those 20 largest companies below their individual 52-week highs is negative 14%. So almost all of them are verging on a correction / bear market. Nvidia's in a 15% drawdown from its high. Microsoft 13, Broadcom 18, Oracle, we know, much worse.
Amazon 12.
So
Yeah,
I think we already have that answer.
Points well taken.
Well, here's the second point. I don't care which Kevin is the Fed chair. What I care is that earnings are going to be growing because of the benefits of AI. And also, these corporations, mid-cap, large-cap, mega-cap, have just gotten really good at finding new ways to improve profitability. And we're going to see profit margins higher next year, according to Wall Street's expectations, from 13 and change percent up to like 15 and change percent. I think the use of AI is part of that story. But look, if we can do $315 in earnings per share next year, and we're at a 21 times multiple of that, I think there's still room for the market to have another good year next year. So what matters? Does the AI trade broaden out? Well, it already has. And will earnings deliver next year? Yeah, I think they will.
Is it that simple?
Well, I think it is, and I think you have to look at just today. Look at the 52-week high list in the S&P 500. I think there's nearly 30 of them. But it's Citi, it's Freeport-McMoran, it's
Yeah, all the banks look good. Banks look good.
Yes, you have your Lamberts.
This does not look bearish. This is the S&P 500 equal weight index, taking out the weight of those top 10 stocks that make up more than 37% of the index. Okay, everything's the same. 500 stocks all equally weighted. 921 is above the 50-day. Price is above. We're trying to break out the new highs. And the number of stocks above the 20-day. We got that V shape that we look for when we want to get long on both the 20-day and the 50-day. And neither one of them are in the red zone. So that means we could continue to move higher. So we look at other things like junk bonds. What's junk doing right now? Junk. Okay, still below the 50-day. So this is a neutral to bearish signal. All right, I think we had 9 bullish signals in the weekend video. 9, I want to say 9, 7, no, 9, 8, and 3, I believe. Yeah, 3 bearish. Okay, so what was that train of thought? Okay, so we want to look at breadth. Breadth is moving in the right direction. Everything's pointing up. Big caps, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ in the lower panel. Okay. S&P, big cap, mid cap, small cap, NASDAQ. All of these are pointing higher. That's bullish. Let's take a look at the New York Stock Exchange. We haven't looked at that in a couple of days as far as these indicators. All right, so the volume indicator is neutral. Okay. There's not intense buying. There's not intense selling. We're right at the neutral line. So that's not a big deal as the New York Stock Exchange moves back towards the highs. Put call ratio, neutral. All right, put call ratio is neutral for now. New York Stock Exchange high, low. How many stocks are making new highs? Subtract the new lows. It's a bullish histogram. The black line, the moving average, is above the 0 line. New York Stock Exchange advanced decline is about to make a new all-time high. New York Stock Exchange itself, green elder sticks Friday and today. I don't see anything bearish for the Santa Claus rally. After Christmas, another story.
It's looking forward to 2026, and perhaps we even do better than we expect from a performance standpoint. I think the earnings growth right now is promising, and it's something to be optimistic about. But hitting that earnings target.
All right, Palantir starting to turn. Palantir. All right, so that's the New York Stock Exchange. New highs minus new lows. What else do we want to look at? Let's look at the S&P. You know what I forgot to look at was S&P, XII, the ARCA Institutional Index. More importantly, what are institutions doing? Okay, institutions apparently are buying. You got green elder sticks on bullish momentum on Thursday, Friday, and into today. These are the stocks that institutions commonly have in their core portfolios. Okay, I'm sure are aware of most of these, if not all. You could probably name 50 of these if you had to sit down and think about it. All right, so what are they doing? Are they selling? Are they buying? Market suggests that more bullish activity than bearish activity. Can it last into Friday? I would say, yeah, the way things are working right now. Looks pretty good. Okay, let's look at sectors. All right, so there's something very important here I'm about to talk about. Sector-wise, what is the XLY XLP ratio saying? Okay, whenever this is rising, this is telling you what institutions are thinking. Okay, when institutions get defensive, this ratio will turn down like it did in February. We bottomed in April. Back in 2021, when we had the bear market start into 2022, this rolled over. Does this look anything like that right now? I would say not at all. The only similarity is that prior to the peak, we were advancing pretty quickly. So right now, the only similarity is that we are advancing very quickly, and the institutions apparently are they are not defensive. They're buying. We can see that in the ARCA Institutional Index and everything else that's working right now. So markets look pretty good. Buy the dip seems to be working for now. All right. Let's look at the small cap sector. Small caps. Okay, we talked about small caps in the weekend video. We had 5 of 9. There's 9 sectors. 5 of 9 are above their 10 EMA weekly. Okay, 5 of 9 are above their 10 EMA weekly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of these out of 9 are above their 20-day and 50-day. And again, they're all above. 5 of them are above their 10 EMA weekly. Okay, so we want to see these above the 10 EMA weekly. Consumer discretionary small caps are higher. Energy at the 10 EMA, so that needs to improve. This is 2. This is financial. Small cap financials look bullish. Small cap healthcare, very bullish above its 10 EMA. Again, this is a weekly time frame, so this is very bullish to see these sectors: small cap financial, small cap healthcare, small cap industrials rising, small cap materials, small cap technology. Utilities are flat. 9 sectors, 5 of them are above the 10 EMA. 3 of them look very, very strong: financials, industrials, and tech. So that's a tailwind as well. Okay, looking for the S&P to continue. Here's some bells in the background. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Okay, what's Rigetti doing? RGTI, did that taper off a little bit? Rigetti, RGTI. Rigetti's still at the highs. Looks good.
If that works, then AI and NASDAQ tech's gonna work.
Again, pharmaceuticals look good. Industrials, financials, the banks, insurance, materials,
Microsoft outperformed 625 from
gold and silver.
What do you think?
Yeah, look, I think the picture that I painted earlier in this A block.
All right, Meta pulling back from the 50-day, 200-day moving averages.
What I didn't get to is a lot of names that maybe we don't talk about as much, but certainly we talk about, look much better, and they are also part of that AI trade.
Snowflake continues to push. Snowflake.
Below 52-week highs. Who would have imagined that would have been the name that would have held up, given how it's obviously the most expensive. Cisco.
Yeah, I like that one. Have a position.
Oh, I'm literally looking at right at Micron. I'm glad you mentioned Micron. Staring right at it. It's up 223% year to date. It's less than 2% off of its 52-week high. Not
Right, so
talked
these
a lot
stocks are
about
not
until the
acting
last
like-
month.
Well, that's because it didn't really.
Right, so these stocks are not acting like AI is unraveling. It's just people have gotten a little bit more sensitive on a stock by stock basis. When people say, "Oh, it's a bubble," oh, is it really? Then why are half the stocks involved down and the other half up? A bubble is indiscriminate buying, regardless of price or even news, and we don't have that. We have Micron reacting really well to great news, and we have Oracle reacting really poorly to big
Micron
concerns
turning
about
back up.
companies' balance
Micron.
sheet, and then we have everything in between, and that's not a bubble. That's just a bull market.
Ed Yardeni says, expect the rotation into the S&P impressive 493 in 2026. Says the bull market's going to rotate away. That's because the Mag 7, he says, are facing more competition in the AI race from one another, as well as from other companies. The impressive 493 should benefit from that competition using new technology to boost their productivity and profit margins, Liz.
I agree. I mean, at the top of the show, that's what I said. That's sort of the broadening out depends on the idea that this will start to reach into other sectors of the economy, other sectors of the market, and that as competition heats up, it actually gets better for the other sectors that are going to use AI for productivity. It gets better for consumers that are going to use AI. The reality is we're still very early in this life cycle, and we have no idea how this is going to shape up for the next 5 to 10 years. I mean, the internet was sort of the same way. And the other thing about if you're looking at what's happening in the economy and the Fed and all the transitions that are likely to happen in monetary policy in 2026, we've got, very simply put, a first half of the year that's characterized by stimulus and bond buying again. And then whenever this new chair gets into the seat, we've got a second half of the year that if it does reaccelerate, maybe they don't have to cut rates. Maybe they even start talking about pausing and having to hike at some point. Back in the 90s, that happened. They had to hike. They had to start hiking again because the economy heated up. The market did just fine. So all of this fear that everybody has about if we don't get the rate cuts we need, it's not going to work, I think is completely overblown.
I disagree with that. I disagree with Ed Yardeni's premise. I don't see competition heating up and that being the death knell for the performance. I actually see a market that's expanding.
Okay, I closed Micron for a loss. I'm not going to diddle with this anymore. Micron sold for a loss. Bought it back for a loss.
And Google, Alphabet competing for ad dollars. I think the ad market.
Micron, I'm out of the call side. Call side. Put credit, call credits. Okay, I don't want this to turn out to be another MongoDB.
Not so much. And we've seen that periodically. I mean, at certain points, Microsoft,
MDB.
or all of them. I just don't think that that's the case. I think the market looks. The stock
Closed it.
looks great for all of them, and the true economy market.
$3.40. $3.40. I got a $1,200 credit. So the Micron, I just took this off. Okay, I rolled it out. I rolled this one out to January. I could have just waited and see this move lower. I'm just not going to play around with it. I took it off, $2,000 loss against all of these gains. So still looks pretty good for December, even with that one. Snowflake, I took Snowflake off into strength. Snowflake, taking it off into strength. Okay. But Micron, That's a hell of a lot stronger than I anticipated, and it's turning back up right now too, the boot. So, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Tesla turning back up. Snowflake looking good.
Right after they looked pretty good, they looked bad, and now they seem to be picking up again. You got a lot of exposure here.
Yeah, I do, and their assessment there is a little bit incorrect. Because what it is making a return. Remember, it was the insurance companies that led the financial sector in the early part of 24. And then as we moved into 25, they kind of lost their pricing power and underperformed the rest of the financial sector. They're coming back once again. Why? Because in most recent earnings, you're seeing that the pricing power came back once again. So I think it's a place that you could be in 26. They're reestablishing momentum. And I think the best thing that happened for these insurance companies is they worked off some of that overbought positioning.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Bruce. Yeah, that should be a 26. Yeah, it should be 26.
Now you do. You have the dispersion in the financial sector.
Josh was talking about, you spotlighted regionals in terms of your best stocks column within the last week or so. Huntington Bank shares on the list.
Yeah.
Joe owns that. There seems to be, the regional bank ETF hit a 52-week high last week, so there seems to be momentum behind that.
Yeah, the consumer is okay. Of course, not every single consumer in the country, so nobody write an email. Generally speaking, the consumer is spending. Small and mid-sized businesses are navigating higher costs and things moving along. And we're maybe going to get a housing cycle. I can't say that definitively, but the 10-year cools off and you get a little bit more relief in mortgages than we've already gotten. You're going to see an upcycle in housing. And so business lending, small business, mid-sized business, housing, and the consumer is what matters for these stocks in addition to their net interest margin. And you've got this confluence of events where...
All right, Micron's on the move here. All right, so other people having the same idea, covering their shorts.
Percent of names in the KRE, Regional Banking Index ETF, are at 52-week highs today. That number averages over all months about 4%. So this is like a triple to quadruple better than normal situation for those names. And nobody owns them. Like literally nobody.
Now, this is interesting. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to tell you about one area of tech. January is the best month for it. We'll reveal it. We'll trade it. We do have ownership. We'll discuss next.
Rigetti.
The stock might have further support because if you look at the chart, the 200-day moving average has held for the last basically a month since that steep downturn in the middle of November. So it's held there firm on this neutral to bullish put vertical. You're just risking a lot. That short 475 put, about a 76% probability of finishing out of the money at expiration over the next 11 days. So there's the neutral to bullish stance. I flipped it and same type of concept, but I went neutral to bearish and used an out of the money call vertical here, Kevin, to give myself some exposure.
Oh boy.
Here. Even if the stock consolidates, you can still be profitable or even goes a little bit higher. But I went out to the January 9th monthly option or weekly options, Kevin. So I'm giving myself an extra week in this position.
S&P no follow through.
18 days until expiration.
Trace is just hanging out at the high right now.
Average cap, which is right about that $500 level. And that might act as an area of resistance, which it had earlier in November. So, but I did make some changes compared to what you did. You did a short $10 wide neutral to bullish put vertical. I'm selling the 500 strike call in the January 9th options, buying the 505 strike calls. So just a $5 wide short call vertical, collecting roughly about $1.15 credit on it. That's about where it's trading. That's what you can make, $115 on this one. But your risk is $385 on this one because it's only a short $5 wide.
Merck.
Bullish, call vertical.
Those pharmaceuticals look really good. Merck. The banks look good. Pharmaceuticals look good. Okay, here's Merck. Merck. Bollinger Band's opening up.
75%, so equivalent to about Kevin's, but Kev, this one's got an extra week in it, but I'm still using technicals like you did.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, frankly, Tom, this stock hasn't moved a lot lately if you look. It's been relatively in a tight range. Now, Ben Watson will tell you that eventually that's going to break out one way or the other. We just don't know which way. But right now, we're both playing for a limited move. Mine on the downside, Tom's on the upside, Diane.
Okay. Tom, did you want a final comment on that?
Oh, no. I mean, I think it's a good point that Kevin made because the stock has consolidated between that 200-day moving average on the downside around that 475 level and the 500 level on the 50-day moving average. So both of these trades want some consolidation. Both of these trades could potentially be profitable, Diane. One's got an extra week in it, the short call vertical.
I think Kevin made a great point, though, about not a lot of movement around it after this no from Ives. And I wonder if that's because, I mean, maybe investors may be numb to the being a long-time AI bull, especially. All right, good stuff, guys. We've got cash tags coming up. The team from Lightfolio will be along with new sentiment data on Tesla. That stock's been on the move higher today off the back of the latest with regard to Elon Musk's pay package. Stay right here on Schwab Network. Fast Market will be right back.
Gonna fade anymore? Gonna fade some here. S&P. Rigetti from the high. Rigetti, that was a nice turn there. IONQ. Feels a little bit extended right now. Probably get a better entry later.
When the market moves, we're on it.
Okay. There's a strong correlation with other factors, equity styles, high.
Okay, let me go grab my lunch. I'll be right back.
China outperforms along with it. So ownership of a lot of the names we're talking about with China, the environment that they need is a strong momentum factor and a strong high beta factor for those names to work. Since October 1st, China's down 8%, momentum factor is down 1%. If you're telling me in January, China's going to have outperformance, that means the momentum factor comes back once again.
Josh, you've been in this trade. I mean, Baba's getting a lift. What do you think about this Krinsky note? For something you've been in, I mean, you've done it through the K-Web in the past.
Yeah, on my radar. I haven't pulled the trigger yet. These stocks don't need me. They seem to be doing really well. But I do find it an interesting setup going into next year. I'm going to have to sharpen my pencil.
China was one of my contrarian calls in 2025. I've owned K-Web for a long time, actually added to K-Web on Friday. So I'm with Krinsky on this one.
Right.
I do think China has a good fighting chance. I mean, they're in this race and they are fighting to win. I don't know that they will win the AI race, but they're in it. And I think that it's something to, certainly right now, a good opportunity to get in if you haven't been in it.
Good news, they don't have to win it, is it's a closed market. Baba just has to win it for themselves. You just have to see the expansion of the market, which we are seeing there, to have the same effect that we've seen here.
But it just feels like 2024 was like uninvestable, the idea on the desk.
Yeah.
Right? 25, obviously, if you look at the gains, the CQs are up 31.5, K-Web up 19, but Baba's up 77% year to date. Baidu's 46. Other names are almost similar in terms of what the idea about this trade is. Now, who knows what 26 can go back and be like, you know what, there's some regulatory thing that happened. Now I don't trust it again. And then you see the volatility come back. But there seems to be enough optimism heading into the new year around these names. And then maybe the technicals are lining up with that too.
Yeah, in 24, it was India that you wanted to own over
And I
China.
did.
And you did. And in 25, India has dramatically outperformed China. So, look, I think
I have India coming in.
Their negative correlation is in place in 26. If it's going to be a strong year for China, then I don't think India performs well. And the alternative is, if China does struggle, I think you'd want to own India.
All right. Well, there's the BABA bounce, just about 1%. We'll watch that. Let's get the headlines now with Christina Partsinevelos. Hey there.
Hi, Scott. Well, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer introduced a resolution today directing the Senate to begin legal action against the Justice Department, alleging it failed to meet a deadline to release documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. The Democratic New York senator will force the Senate to consider the measure when it reconvenes in January. The Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, defended the partial release of the file, saying it was just necessary to protect victims. Russian officials say a military general died in a car bombing today in Moscow. It marks the third killing of a senior military officer in Russia in just over a year. Investigators are suggesting Ukraine may be behind the attack. Kyiv has not commented. And singer Barry Manilow shared today he has been diagnosed with lung cancer. The 82-year-old said in an Instagram post that his doctor found a cancerous spot in his lung in an MRI. He says he will undergo surgery to have the spot removed and will have to reschedule his January shows on his current tour as a result. Speedy recovery. Scott.
Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos. Coming up, Josh Brown, his best stocks in the market. He says this struggling stock finally has found a bottom, and it's a buy right now. We tell you which one next.
Watch Fast Market on the Schwab Network is because of the data that you're putting out today. And I want to focus on the safety data, right? If Tesla itself was putting out these data points like Folio is, I think the world would understand that automated driving is safer than humans driving. And your numbers really show that. I mean, it's double in terms of the next metric. It's incredible to me. It's eye-opening how much safer full self-driving is than a human being making decisions. And your data that shows that, as well as the other things that Tesla has going on. One of the big parts of the auto, the EV part, is the safety. If you ask people their fears, it's the safety. And your data shows that it's not worse, it's way better, Andy.
Oh yeah, it's phenomenally better, and it's amazing to me that Tesla at this point really hasn't gotten onto the mountaintop and screamed this out. They barely do any marketing at all. Almost everything that they get is word of mouth. That's very effective to a point, but when you're trying to change the narrative of what this is all about, and is Tesla just an EV company? Can self-driving really be safer? Unless you've ridden in a Tesla for hundreds of miles that's driving you around like I have, there's really no way to drive that home. The stats are incredible. I wish Tesla would get out in front of this and start,
What do you want?
said, really marketing this vehicle as Tesla as the safety vehicle. When I think about my parents or my kids driving around, either one, at some point, safety is the number one driver of decision making in terms of which automobile to purchase. And if you can show people that by pressing a button and letting 8 cameras and an AI ecosystem built into the car drive you around is 2 times, 4 times, 6 times safer than you driving yourself, that's a decision maker difference. And I think that's what takes Tesla over the finish line in 2026 and 2027. It's just a better way to get around. And Elon's proving it out in terms of execution. I think now it's time for the messaging to take hold.
So, Andy, let me ask you this. Speaking of the messaging, so when the outage happened out on the West Coast that affected Waymo vehicles, Elon Musk obviously was on Twitter X, basically pointing out that Tesla's robo-taxis were unaffected. But I want to also go back to the point that you made earlier where you said not on time, but in time, because that's been one of the challenges with Tesla. Yes, Elon Musk is a visionary, but sometimes he gives these targets that are just, they're unattainable in terms of the timeline. How much does that matter in terms of, the recent tailwind or a continuation of the tailwind for Tesla into 2026, just hitting those timelines?
Yeah, I think if you've been around long enough, and most of Wall Street and most of the investors in Tesla stock have been at this point, you understand that when Elon Musk puts out a target date, he's putting out something to push his team, push himself, and push the world towards his vision. And invariably, it doesn't happen in time, but it does happen. It does happen eventually, and it does change the world. And I think that's it. That's just a big difference between how, we tend to look at stocks that make promises or, give guidance for the next quarter. And we're doing that every 90 days for a lot of these companies, and they're sweating whether or not they're going to make their number to the penny. It's a very different ballgame with Tesla. You're in it. I think you're in it again for a binary bet that this could be wildly overvalued and totally flop. Or if you're a believer, you're in it for several years, if not decades, because you think this is a company that can change the world and that can benefit its shareholders tremendously by doing so. So that's the whole thing with Elon Musk. It's we take him seriously, but maybe not literally. And so I think when short sellers, the Tesla Q crowd likes to take him literally, but not seriously, that's when they get into trouble. It's clearly got to be Elon gets the benefit of the doubt, because eventually he delivers game-changing, world-changing technologies and products.
Andy, I got one more quick question for you, but Diane, I think we just had our second mic drop. Tesla, not on time, but in time. I think that's the new theme that Tesla has going forward. But Andy, Diane mentioned the Waymo issues over the weekend in San Francisco. And what came out from this on the Tesla side was that they, Waymo reads a down stoplight or a blank stoplight as a four-way stop, and it does its best to navigate the traffic. Tesla measures eyeballs and inflections of drivers and allows it to greatly overachieve doing. Remember, the one key thing that I think is going to technology here, Andy. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the biggest thing is that Waymo is trying to create the perfect car for a perfect world. And so they need everything to be mapped out. They need, the LiDAR system to be functioning. They need the power grid to be on in the city. Whereas Tesla is trying to replace the human driver with a superior human-like driver. And so what that does is it makes Tesla vehicles behave like a really, really smart, very good human driver would. And so other cars on the road are much more likely to understand what the Tesla's doing, to react to it as they would a human driver. It just happens to have 8 cameras looking in all directions, 360 degrees, and computing every single thing it sees in real time with an AI super chip inside, rather than a human brain that might be distracted. So that's where the benefit of Tesla full self-driving comes in, is that it's building towards a future of this car runs as if the world's greatest team of human drivers is driving it, no matter what else is going on in the outside world. And you can plunk it down in the middle of nowhere, and it understands what a road is, what a sign is, and what other drivers are doing.
All right, thank you, Andy. We'll leave our conversation there for today. That's Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio. All right, let's bring in Tom White back into our conversation for some final thoughts on Tesla before you guys get into the example trade. So, Tom, you heard the latest data that they brought on Tesla, and one of the points that Andy made was that, in terms of execution, it may not be on time, but it's in time. What's your take?
Yeah, I think, that's been a lot of the issues in the bifurcation that we've seen in this stock. You either love it or you don't. And analyst community is the same way. I mean, there's Wells Fargo guys with $120 price target on it. There's price targets under $50, and then you've got price targets at 500, 5.
Merck doing really well. It's up 2.5%.
Q4 deliveries are going to be below their anticipated expectations.
Exceeding expectations for today.
15,000 from the prior 429 in their view, as EV sales continue to contract. That's not a positive, but at the same time, as Andy mentioned, this thing is not priced on the EV portion of its business at all. It's priced on what's going to come in the future, FSD, and the humanoid robot. So you have to take that into consideration. But Kevin, you look at this stock, $495 a share, hit record highs recently. How do you
Warner Brothers Discovery just kind of hanging out at the highs. Pinduoduo bouncing at the lows. Pinduoduo, not particularly interested in Chinese stocks. They're very gappy. Tesla following through. Tesla trending. Tesla looks good. Tesla. All right, let's take a look. Tesla did dip. You had a better opportunity around 10:15. After this turn back up at a 10:45, giving you a better opportunity. I wouldn't chase it up here. 495, 500. Daily, we've got resistance at 495. Okay, we're 495. We're above that. So we're making new highs. Making new highs now. Tesla.
You want to be short volatility. I think volatility is going to increase substantially in 26, even in a bull market.
Okay, so you still own the CME Group and you still own NASDAQ, which Josh, if you remember, highlighted last week during his best stocks in the market list in the context of discussing the idea of the 23-hour trading, which they are pursuing. And I feel like
Tesla continuation. I just checked Tesla's MACD. If you're thinking about buying any Tesla on a dip or otherwise, watch your MACD. Okay, MACD is flattening out a bit here as we approach the highs of the day. Let's see, Tesla. Tesla. Let's take a look here. Tesla, everything's getting a bit more expensive now. Over in the right side quadrant, lower quadrant, Tesla, Apple.
Strange grouping. Schwab doesn't really belong with the other three. The other three are exchanges. Directionally,
Tesla.
What happens with, for example, rates or stocks? I mean, obviously, in an upward direction is more helpful for certain types of business like NASDAQ, but volatility is better for, the CBOE. So, the driver is just increased activity, I guess would be the point. Whereas Schwab, like a lot of the money being made there is coming from sweeps on cash balances, et cetera. So maybe like the rates picture is more important for them. But I still think they do well with a rising tide, asset management businesses, et cetera. I like Schwab. I really like NASDAQ. I think it's just a crown jewel amongst this group. They're benefiting from IPOs. They're benefiting from more data, listing activity, trading, just so many different ways to win.
Okay, let's take a break. Santoli, he's on the other side. He'll join us with his midday word.
All right, we're trying. S&P is trying to turn the corner off of the low here. S&P. Okay, still squeezing. Nothing to do at the moment. Hedge flows. Okay, hedge flows are just flat at the highs. Okay, not much to see here. Are we going to turn up? S&P looks like they're squeezy. Well, it looks like they want to go higher here. S&P, excuse me. Squeezing S&P.
Are they buying that or are they chasing more upside? And though it's not shown, you could also throw short interest in here because that's another window into bearish energy. Then we also have credit spreads, and this measures the stress in the bond market. When spreads widen, the cost of money to riskier borrowers, it goes up, and lenders get nervous. And when spreads are tight, credit is basically saying things are fine for now. And finally, there are market internals. This is the under the hood check.
Palantir at the lows, still at the lows that it put in around 11 o'clock, 10:45 or so. Palantir, rather.
So first, consumers are feeling down, and they're not feeling very well. Consumer sentiment is hovering near multi-decade lows. Prices have gone up, jobs are getting harder to find, and everyone still remembers the sticker shock from recent years. But when it comes to markets, investors seem okay, even calm. So take the VIX, which is now under 15, very quiet. The pros are not too worried about a market shock, but the positioning gauges are showing that many investors are heavily exposed. That tells you right there that there's big risk appetite, which is great, but if that gets to be too big, it can be a contrarian indicator that things are getting crowded. And finally, under the hood, things look okay, but we should be on participation and credit spreads are still historically low. And then thinking ahead to 2026, we know that Main Street feels bad, but Wall Street feels okay, and that gap can last a while. So it's where the most important signals live. So watch those credit spreads. If credit starts to tighten its belt, stocks tend to take notice shortly after. Then watch for a VIX regime shift. One spike probably doesn't matter, but it does if the VIX stops falling back down after a pop. That is, if the market starts pricing in a new baseline of stress. And keep an eye on breadth. If participation rolls over while prices keep climbing, that is a classic warning light. Then there's positioning. Watch those surveys of pros and retail investors. When everybody's all in, there's less fuel left. And when everybody starts de-risking at the same time, moves can get magnified. Finally, keep tabs on jobs and inflation expectations. If people start expecting more layoffs or they stop believing prices will cool, that move can turn into real behavior. Less spending, more caution. Much like life, the feels of the market and the economy can be messy, but when the big picture starts changing, things usually line up quickly, and that's when you can get some of the cleanest signals. And tune into the Stocks in Translation podcast for more more jargon busting deep dives. New episodes can be found Tuesdays and Thursdays on Yahoo Finance's website or wherever you find your podcast. Stay tuned for more market catalysts up next.
Your portfolio is more than what you invest in. It's what you invest for. Morningstar Investor helps you find investments for whatever you're saving for, with clear-cut research and ratings, and tools that give you a deeper understanding of your portfolio, so your strategy holds up for whatever lies ahead. Learn more about Morningstar Investor and start your free trial at morningstar.com/TV.
What's that? Might be some kind of payment. We need to restore power quickly. Shields are holding. You should tell finish the exterior in a matter of minutes. Embark on a new journey with endless discoveries. The wonders of Wicked await in June's journey. Uncover treasures along the way and claim a beautiful reward. Emerald City. A place with keepsakes from Oz. And enchanted scenes. Add wonder to the mystery. Play June's Journey now.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit to the people. As you can tell, I was not created by GoDaddy Aero. It uses AI to create great-looking logos in minutes. You know, a logo that actually looks like a horse. Imagine that.
This winter, families face disasters, conflict, and hunger. Your gift helps International Medical Corps deliver life-saving care and train local health workers. That training endures, helping communities recover and grow stronger. Your portfolio is more than what you invest in. It's what you invest for. Morningstar Investor helps you find investments for whatever you're saving for, with clear-cut research and ratings, and tools that give you a deeper understanding of your portfolio, so your strategy holds up for whatever lies ahead. Learn more about Morningstar Investor and start your free trial at morningstar.com/TV.
Gemini, what can I make with these ingredients for supper?
You can make a frittata with those ingredients.
Great, find a recipe. Frittata.
Whoa, you good?
Yeah, just winning the holidays.
Biopharma stocks have had quite a ride in 2025. They face serious headwinds in the first half of the year in the form of tariffs and policy uncertainty. But as some of those concerns ease from July to December, biopharma stocks had their best 6-month period in a decade. My next guest sees reasons for this trend to continue into 2026. However, I'm joined by Evan Seigerman, BMO Capital Markets Managing Director of Biopharma Equity Research. He's with me now. Evan, it's great to see you. And I'm really curious to hear your thoughts for next year. I want to start with policy, right? Because this is something that is still evolving, depending on your perspective, I guess, in terms of sort of pricing pressure from the administration. What are the implications of that for the biopharma industry?
Well, first off, thanks for having me ahead of the holiday this week. Into 2026, we've had a bit of resolution, including some deals last week with the administration and several biopharma companies that I cover, helping kind of lay out groundwork for drug pricing and MFN pricing that we had talked about. So that is a good kind of removal.
All right, S&P pushing a bit higher. I got to mute you guys for just a couple of minutes. I got to make a phone call.
over. The Remote Tote is a multi-pocket armrest organizer. It can hold all your remotes, snacks, phones, glasses, books, whatever you want. All your couch needs right at hand. It folds up, so it's easy to store and easy to clean. Stop searching and start watching with the Remote Tote. Scan the code on your screen now to take advantage of this special TV offer. Get your Remote Tote today.
Something doesn't feel right. I'm really stuck here. I wonder if it's because I'm overpaying for car insurance?
Find out if you're getting pulled under on your car insurance at smarterauto.com. In under 2 minutes, we compare over 90 auto insurance carriers.
FCDG.
It's time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. U.S. stocks are trading higher in midday as this holiday shortened week kicks off. And Tesla reached a new record high after CEO Elon Musk won reinstatement of his 2018 pay package. The Delaware Supreme Court reversed some previous findings of a judge who said the billionaire improperly influenced board members who formulated the record-breaking corporate compensation package. Meanwhile, Alphabet has agreed to buy clean energy developer Intersect Power for $4.75 billion in cash and debt. It's one of the largest deals by the tech giant to dramatically expand its data center footprint for AI. Finally, could you find room in your bank account for $1.6 billion? That's the Powerball jackpot for tonight, making it one of the largest lottery prizes in U.S. history. And that's your Yahoo Finance Market Minute.
FCDG.
Welcome to Opening Bid Unfiltered. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi, and I am so pumped to speak to our next guest. I don't know how we got him into Yahoo Finance headquarters because it's the holiday season. It's busy. He's working at a big company. Maybe it's because we were one of the first people to talk to him before the company's IPO when it was just getting started at Circle. Co-founder and CEO Jeremy Laird. Good to see you, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, great to see you, Brian.
This has been tremendous year. Have you had any, before we get into business and what you're up to, have you had any time to reflect on anything you've done? IPO, new partnerships? Did you take a breather at all?
Well, I tried to take a little bit of a breather at the end of the summer. It was probably one of the most wild spring and summers of my life. So taking a moment there, and obviously hoping to take a little bit of a breather here at the end of the year. But I think I'm always trying to reflect, and I think with all of the things that have been going on for Circle, there's always this kind of juxtaposition. Sort of where were we a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, right? And then constantly reflecting on just the dramatic change and evolution that's there. So it's been a very reflective year in some respects, all the way through each of these kind of milestones and moments.
12 years ago, you co-founded Circle, and you want to do something called stablecoin. And you have regulators, all these other folks. We don't really know what stablecoin is. How did you deal with that resistance to something that was so and is so innovative?
Yeah, so the word stablecoin didn't exist 12 and a half years ago. But we talked about dollar digital currency. We talked about this idea that you could create a protocol for dollars on the internet, that you could connect dollars and other currencies as well, dollars, euros, etc. You could connect those, make them function as digital currencies, and make them circulate and be used on the public internet, just like we have other types of data and information on the public internet. And that was the idea we had 12 and a half years ago. And I think from really actually 12 years ago in November, actually was the first time I testified on Capitol Hill to the Senate in the very first hearing, public major hearing in Congress about virtual currency, as it was called back then. That the testimony and sort of what I talked about then is sort of the same stuff that I talked about over and over and over again, all the way through getting the Genius Act signed, which is like an internet-based model for money is here. It has tremendous opportunity to change how value can be exchanged. It can unlock incredible new utility for money. It can do for the financial system what the internet has done for information and communications and commerce and software and so many other things. And we need to be able to have it be regulated because there's a kind of social contract between those that issue money and manage money and fraud or crime or other
All right. Markets have done very little. We pushed a bit higher, but no follow through. No follow through getting people to buy. I know we're pulling back a bit. Okay. Pretty boring day. A few things moved today. Pharmaceuticals, airlines, banks, some of the tech, some tech names. Micron back up off the low. Travel and leisure stocks, those are all looking pretty good.
But we continue to have that discussion with governments everywhere, right? Because this is now sort of like when the internet got commercialized and then got rolled out and ISPs opened up all around the world and people started building, web hosting businesses and communications on the internet. And Yahoo obviously being a pioneer. Yes, Yahoo, one of the biggest pioneers in that era. That's happening now, and governments around the world are all having to work this out, and so it's a lot of people have sort of say you have the Genius Act done, now what? Now this is actually every government in the world business, and in fact, what the U.S. has done with the Genius Act it has created a model much like the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which then opened up the broad commercialization of competitive internet. That's happening with this change in the financial system. So everybody's got to figure it out.
I didn't get to tell you at the time of the IPO, but I will tell you now. I went back and I reread the prospectus for your IPO, and it was probably one of the best shareholder letters that I've read on the prospectus. Like for real, I felt your connection to the topic.
All right, we're a little bit after 1 o'clock. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Monday, the 22nd, 1:08 p.m. We got 2 hours and 51 minutes to go. And the markets are just trying to figure out what they want to do. We're near the highs of the session. Hedge flows trying to continue higher. We did have some positive gamma build here at 68.90. Let's just go back and see when that came in. 68.90. Okay, it wasn't there. It wasn't there at 11 o'clock. Let's just go forward here. 11. Okay, there it started building at 11:20. I'm looking at this node right here, 68.90. Okay, that started building a little bit. What about 0 day? 0 day, 68.90 as well. 68.60, 99 percentile. All right, so these levels continue to. Okay, so they really built up a lot here. They're short right there. Can we run this back up? 68.90. All this red is telling you look for high volatility, for prices to move quickly in this zone. Okay, we can see a little pop up and a pull back. In this zone, we can expect to see that kind of price action.
We think there are going to be, over the next 5 to 10 years, fairly sizable internet financial platform companies that are built. And what that means is that we're operating fundamental low-level infrastructure. So we have a kind of operating system business that we're building called ARC. And we're building kind of the fundamental operating system technology that's needed to bring economic activity natively onto the internet. We're a digital asset
issuer. We have a money layer that we have and a stablecoin network that is this money layer of dollars and euros. And we also have one of the fastest growing tokenized treasury and repo money market products. And then we have applications that we're building as well. So we're getting in the application space. We have an application to support international
S&P future still fading a bit.
all kinds of businesses and people. We have an application that we're releasing to unlock how currencies can be exchanged around the world, and we have a lot of ideas. And so we have a lot of the things that we do are software infrastructure. Infrastructure on the internet. You don't have a contract with us. You just go build and integrate to our protocols. And then, of course, we have USDC, which is very well known, and individuals know it and use it, and institutions know it and use it. Governments regulate it, and so that's there. But this concept of an internet financial platform, I think, is here to stay, and it is really who we are today. And I would just give us an example, right? Is Google an advertising company? Are they an operating system company? Are they a device company? Like what? No, they're all those, right? They don't fit the box. Is Facebook a communications company? Are they a hardware company? Are they AI an AI company? So I think as you sort of seen in the various kind of evolving epochs of the internet, I think that there are companies that emerge that can kind of span a few key areas, and we're in some ways we're narrowly focused, right? We're not trying to build an
Hedge flows saying nothing at the moment.
social stuff. Companies in crypto doing that, right?
Okay, Tesla.
Trying to build an everything exchange, right? We're a little bit more
Tesla fading from the high. Apple fading from the high.
infrastructure that's needed to bring the economic system onto the internet, to bring the economic and financial system onto the internet, and that's narrow. It has there's a lot of other things.
Well, I don't want to put you in a box, but if I had to make a comparison, let's say it's 2026, and I need to compare your company's funds. At this point, are you more comparable to Coinbase?
Micron pushing a bit higher. Looks like Micron's going to keep going.
There's not one easy company to map us to. I really mean that, right? Because for example, we don't sign up merchants. We don't have consumer products, right? We depend on others to do that. In fact, just earlier this week, we had a big announcement with Visa about how Visa is now rolling out USDC settlement to all U.S. issuers, all for banks in the U.S. to now settle with USDC. It's a big thing. They piloted it with us for a while. They started doing billions of dollars of USDC settlement, and now they're rolling it out to all of the bank customers in the U.S. And that's great, right? So we're supporting a Visa. We're an infrastructure inside of what a Visa can do. I think look, there are definitely companies that are working on the infrastructure layer. Coinbase has Base, Stripe has Tempo, Circle has Arc. So there's infrastructure areas, but like a lot of things, we collaborate across every layer of what we do. In fact, earlier this week was another great example. JP Morgan announced they're launching
S&P fading back.
Tokenized money market fund.
Let's see what the RSI is doing. MACD continues to move lower.
And you can, the on-chain way to purchase and redeem that is USDC. And so, now, JP Morgan is enabling the products with USDC. And a week before, JP Morgan issued one of the first corporate commercial papers as a digital token that was sold on chain, and the purchase of that corporate commercial paper.
Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
Anything you think you can advantage for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists who
come to an end with this merger, but we think Netflix would be a terrific owner of these assets if they can win them. Paramount just needs them more, and so our probability, we've been assigning a higher probability to Paramount winning for that simple reason.
All right, we'll see if they make a move to raise the bid. Again, Netflix shares are down 23% over the past month as this rages on, and it's not over yet. Peter, thanks.
Thank you.
Peter Supino with Wolf Research. Coming up, we're down to the final 4 candidates for Fed chair with one more interview to go, what the prediction markets are betting, and what the winner will mean for rates. Plus, gold and silver prices are back at record highs, but can the momentum continue into next year? We'll delve into that and the stocks that may benefit on Tim Seymour's naughty and nice list. The exchange is back after this.
You can count on Schwab.
What happened?
Uber as well as Lyft, with of course our chart master Rick Ducat. So Rick, let's start off here. I mean, with all things Uber, as we are seeing both of these names benefiting a bit from the partnership with Baidu, an unexpected player. But we've heard, of course, not the first time we've heard basically whisperings and sort of confirmation that they're expanding these partnerships overseas. But Uber's chart, I know we've pulled back pretty substantially from highs, has been actually fairly resilient this year, and Lyft is the same case as well.
Yes, and for now, we are hanging on near a supportive area. If you were to backtrack a little bit and look at our green line here, 82, that was an old high point here. That was subsequently supportive as well, multiple times, and once again more recently. However, we did break through to the downside during the past couple of weeks here. Now, 77, our lighter green line here, that was a high point repeatedly during this time, and also a supportive point once again. So that would be the area to watch out for to the downside if we do fail to recapture this 82 level. For now, though, we did not actually touch down near that point. So perhaps if the bulls can regroup and push back above 82, we could reassert some kind of upward trend here. For now as well, though, our blue trend line has given way to a steeper, more sharply sloping downward white trend line there going across our highs. When we do look at our moving averages that we follow, we can see that our 21-day in yellow and our purple 252-day EMA come together right around 85. So that's a notable confluence point here of these two indicators here. That could be a potential stopping point or breakout point if it is breached to the upside. RSI, our measure of momentum, a very mild triangular shape here, gradual trend line going down across those highs. We can also see a bit of bullish divergence here, though. Notice that the RSI was in oversold territory, but during its most recent decline, the momentum indicator here, the RSI, made a higher low while price made a lower low. So that could be a sign that there's some bullishness building up in this name here, that momentum did not look quite as bad as it may have at first. We can also see now our volume profile study shows that this area here that we slipped below near 84 was an important trading area. There is heavy volume there. To the downside, then we also have 74. That one sticks out as well, where things start to pick up once again. But we can see 77 lines up as well with our -2 standard deviation channel. So 2 standard deviations down from our teal linear regression line. That's a relatively extreme point. It lines up with a notable low.
Okay, and all this to be said, it was of course Uber today. We are up about 2.3%, so a pretty strong session to kick off this short trading week, of course. But when we think through now trading Uber for example purposes, how do you think about a name that has been, yes, in a pretty nice upswing, but has also experienced some degree of some more modest price activity just as of late?
Right. So if you had a more bullish outlook here for this name and you were looking toward the February 20th expiration, about 60 days out here, you'd be looking at roughly a 13% move plus or minus here. That's our yellow box. So if we had our bullish outlook kind of based on this plus our technical information, one example trade, +1 February 20th, 85 90 call vertical at a 140 debit here. So why did we think about these prices and these strikes? Well, 85 was our confluence point that we mentioned earlier of our two moving averages. And then 90 is roughly the boundary of the upper edge of our expected move right there. You can see that that's where things start to thin out. That's where the volume starts to increase notably as well. So that would be a point where you might look for price to kind of stall out a little bit. But a bullish trade, max loss 140, our debit paid, max profit 360 here. As I said, 60 days out, you would need a move of about 6.7% to the upside to break even on this one. So well within that expected move.
Okay, yeah, now to shift into our next name, and of course, the smaller player in the ride-hailing market, that being Lyft, which is actually making a bit of a stronger bullish move today. We're up about 2.8%. Lyft, I've seen various analysts have different opinions about their role in autonomy, but at least today's move, of course, with the Apollo Go from Baidu is definitely providing a decent, of course, pop and lift, no pun intended, to start off the trading week.
Right. So what we've seen here in Lyft was a bit more of zigzag type price activity between our two boundaries. First, 19 here, you can see this was a low point many times here. 23 was a notable high point, roughly speaking here. That was around where we topped out. We did have earnings produce a breakout that took us to those highs near 25.54, but it was not to be. It did not last. We rather quickly retreated back down to that supportive area here. So we can also see 17 stands out as long as we are looking at our price activity and horizontal levels. That's about where we topped out here again, and then it became supportive after the breakout to the upside. So another downside level to consider. When we look at our moving averages, the confluence in this case is our two shorter term moving averages. So much like our last chart, we have our two moving averages lining up together. Our 21 and 63-day EMAs come together right around 2050. So that would be another level to keep in mind here. Meanwhile, our purple 252-day comes in near 17. So a bit more emphasis on that level as well. RSI trending lower. We are below the 50 midline, suggesting more of a bearish lean right now, but we are also testing a resistance area in our moving average confluence today. So if we were to push to the upside, the bulls would want to see RSI break above the 50 midline. Our heavy volume areas include 20 right here. That's about where we are right now in the thick of this node right here. And then up here, 22 to 23, this area also stands out as a potential slowdown point if we start to push above our confluence.
Okay, and so would it be fair to say that these names do trade with some similarity? I know they oftentimes were seen as a target for like a pairs trade, but do you still see that from a technical really perspective when you look back at the 2025 price activity?
For sure, they're affected by similar factors.
Hedge flows
involved in this autonomous driving race
continue to drift a bit lower now. These highs, too much at the moment.
When we do think about Lyft and Uber, certainly they are
Micron pushing higher. Very boring noon time trade. Lots of stocks moving sideways. Apple still moving lower. Microsoft managed to bounce. Microsoft.
Again, a pretty nice pop though to start off this week for both of these names.
Yeah, so this one here, we can see our long-term chart. Lyft has had a pretty severe fall to the downside here, but we can also see the heavy volume accumulation here down at these lower levels near 13 suggests that we have perhaps formed a pretty important lower level here. So if we were to also think of a bullish example trade, in this case, we could do +1 January 16th, 2023, 24 call butterfly at a 75-cent debit here. So this would be another bullish trade here. Max loss would be our debit paid of $75. Max profit would be if we were to expire at that short strike near 23, that would be the sweet spot. 225 would be the profit there. However, this trade is kind of a little bit different from a conventional butterfly. Instead of having a return to unprofitability at the top edge of the trade here, in this case, we also
this politicking at the top of the Fed. I mean, probably
Tesla fading from the high.
People are worried about is maybe slightly looser on the margin, and the economy doesn't need policy.
S&P continues to fade back. to where we broke out earlier.
Old news in the sense of we hear it so much, we just are tired of it, so we just move to other things, and so we look for other things to keep our attention.
That being the case, David, how are you setting up for next year? Talk about being numb. You know, is it AI? Is it not the AI trade? What do you think about the metals? I mean, there's a lot of topics that are becoming, you know, sort of.
All right, all the New York FANGs for the most part, except for, I guess, Google's trying to hold up here. Snowflake near the highs. Broadcom seeing some short covering. Tesla's off the high. Meta didn't really recover since the high of the day at the open. Netflix still meandering lower. Microsoft with a short covering off the low, but not much more. S&P futures just dropping off here. S&P futures dropping off.
Some negative sayings out there, and it's people worried about valuations. We just talked about 65%. You know, that's the company releasing how much Nvidia is going to be up. So in reality, I think that this continues, and yeah, there's going to be a little bit of volatility. But I think if you want to be in some of these Mag 7s, I think you want to be in this AI trade still.
Yeah, and we should differentiate a little bit between one and the other because the AI trade has a basket of outperformers, whereas the Mag 7 has been, you know, there's some outperformers, there's some kind of in ho-hum, there's some laggards this year. So you like Microsoft, you like Google, you would sell or avoid Tesla. Talk about that.
You bet. Well, you know, there's a lot to like about Microsoft. One of my preferred Mag 7s, and you're right, it plays in both the AI a little bit and as well as the Mag 7. It's the high quality earnings and with that AI tilt, I like that. Google has their own things. We know they're exceeding on return on equity.
S&P starting to bounce.
Margins, etc. But Tesla is my least favorite, and I think you're paying for a lot of volatility. They've had some negative earnings per share. I don't think the real AI is going to be taken advantage of here for Tesla. So the other thing is that I love Elon Musk in the sense that he's going to let us know. I've always said this. He's going to let us know
Tesla.
When we get long Tesla again. And right now, he's not doing that. So if he's not doing that, I'm not doing that.
Wait, to elaborate on that for a second, because I love talking and debating Tesla. Obviously, people have very strong opinions about it. But you have to respect the stock being back at all-time highs, even after he exited the White House. With all the ups and downs they've had, and with it's obvious we're now getting out of the mushy middle of driverless cars to them really going mainstream, and that must benefit Tesla substantially in the years ahead. So why are you a little bit more cautious about it? And what are you waiting to hear from Musk himself?
So that's a great question. First,
All right, trying to bounce now. Hedge flows still pointing lower at the moment. Shorts covering.
What I'm looking for Musk to say is that he's back involved and that this is the future. He's always been very, very good at telling us his vision and how he's going to be better than others in the same space. He hasn't said that for a while. I'm waiting for him to say
All right, you're boring.
With a message on X about this or that, but you know, to be fair,
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the.
A little bounce, S&P. Hedge flow still pointing lower, but we got shorts covering now off the low. That little pullback. Okay, Riot with a bounce off the low. Riot. Looks like Bitcoin's starting to bounce as well. Bitcoin, S&P is bouncing. Bitcoin is bouncing. Okay, bouncing off the low here. Bitcoin. Starting to turn the corner. So Riot is also doing the same thing. Riot's coming off the low. Doesn't feel like there's a lot of people trading. Everybody's shopping. Everybody finished with their Christmas shopping? I still got a couple of things to get. Tesla, Riot, Tesla, S&P 500, trying to bounce.
And stop feeding the seat gap monster. With its powerful telescopic zoom, the FlashForce tactical flashlight is always ready to light up the night. And if you scan the code on your screen and order right now, we'll send you a second FlashForce tactical flashlight absolutely free. Scan the code on your screen to order now.
Welcome to Yahoo Finance 2026 Outlook. I'm Josh Clifton. For the next half hour, we're breaking down key themes for you, the investor, to watch as the new year begins. 2025 was a year filled with volatility triggered by fiscal and monetary policy uncertainty and the concentration of market gains in tech and artificial intelligence. Many of trends this year will carry over into 2026, and we have expert analysis and insight so you can prepare your portfolio. We've got you covered from stocks to bonds, crypto, and more. Let's jump right in. One of the key hurdles for the economy toward the end of 2025, a record government shutdown. Not only did it affect growth, but also delayed or prevented the collection of key economic data. On the heels of the November jobs report, Julie Hyman sat down with RSM chief economist Joe Pasuelis.
All right, Palantir at the lows, still at the lows. S&P trying to bounce.
Our main thesis on the office side is what we're calling PROSAC, or production for security. So, and I think this does dovetail a little bit with Joe saying is that we're going to produce a lot more domestically where there is a national security interest. You saw some of that come out of the national security paper 2 weeks ago. And I think it's going to affect chips. It's going to affect data centers and AI where there's going to be help. It's really going to focus on electricity. I think electricity is
S&P trying to bounce here. We've got another buy order block as we break this structure right here. Get that break of structure right there, producing a buy order block. See if we can't get a follow through here. Hedge flows, how do they look? Turning back up, hedge flows turning back up. Be nice to see a little run higher into the close. We've got 2 hours and 26 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cosavini, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 22nd, coming into the holidays. I imagine a lot of people will be trading less. I've only taken a couple of things today. Took Micron off for a loss. That's unfortunate, but Micron's too strong. Too strong. Maybe not a bad idea to buy some calls to make up for some of those losses because this looks very strong. Looks like it's going to keep going. Palantir at the lows, looking to sell some credit spreads on Palantir.
January 19th of this year, right? You've got deregulation. I mean, I don't know if you guys have noticed, we're kicking the tires in line. The fire's not a pretty big credit expansion, right? Especially in private credit. The banks are going to join the party next year, right? And then
Lyft made the announcement today. Uber announced its plans just last summer to test vehicles there as part of its own deal with Baidu. Lyft CEO
Okay, let's see how far we go with this.
Testing once it gets local
S&P.
approval and plans to scale to hundreds of Baidu's EVs just there, but he did not give a timeline for the commercial launch. And the NBA announced today that it's moving forward on a joint plan with the International Basketball Federation to explore a new professional men's league in Europe. A person familiar with the matter tells CNBC Sports that franchise values could be upwards of $1
billion, or at least $1 billion. Not bad. I mean, all their star players are from Europe. It kind of makes sense on some level. Christina, thanks very much. Coming up, the metals are enjoying a nice run to end the year. Gold is up 6 months in a row for the first time in more than 2 decades. Will this momentum carry over into 26? We'll ask our trader and get the stocks on, oh yeah,
S&P, nothing going on right now. Not a good, extremely active this week. All right, FJet moving higher. FJet, that's a new IPO. FJet, let's take a look at that. FJet, it's been active for the last couple of trading days. FJet's at the high of the day. Yeah, not going to do anything with that. Pretty strong. Buyers all day long. Very active. Started off the day at 7.5. It's currently at 17.20. So a 10-point move, 157% for FJet, FJET. Starfighters Space Inc. Okay. What's active right now on the Dow Jones? Dow Jones, Merck, up 3%. Merck, about to take out 105. Merck, very strong day. Have a small position in Merck. I want to add to it. I didn't think it was going to be this strong today. Bollinger Band's tight, but you can see that upper band starting to open upward, and the lower band is starting to change direction as well. RSI is rising. MACD stochastics turning, volume well above average on Friday. So this looks like it's going to continue. We're about half of the normal volume on Merck. Price is very active, coming off of the 21 day.
Widespread discussion about the family, but we're not. There are also retail investors involved in this, and they look at very news-driven headlines. A lot of them.
Okay, let's look at the New York Stock Exchange. At the highs. A little bit of profit taking at the highs of the day, but looks very strong. New York Stock Exchange. IWM. Off the best levels of the session. The Qs. The SPY. Everything's strong.
Appreciate it to Marley Caden for all of that insight on what could perhaps be weighing on sentiment, although not today, of course. We're up 3% for Oracle. Now, coming up next, we'll discuss the solar energy outlook and some of the strength we've seen in a lot of these solar equities, actually, as well as...
Okay, the banks, of course, doing well. Morgan Stanley, nice bounce. JP Morgan, big range in JP Morgan, trying to break out now, JP Morgan. Goldman Sachs with the bounce. I do want to sell some put credits. I didn't do that today, did I? No, I didn't do Goldman Sachs, right? No new positions on Goldman. All right, the future's trying to make a higher low right now. Looking for a higher low, higher high. Okay, trying to make a higher low, higher high. Advertising. Everybody's advertising. I guess it's this time of year, right?
Do you think the whole thing needs to take a pause here? Is silver more speculative, or does it have a better usage case? I'm just curious. So it has.
Okay, so Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, all of these look good. Bank of America, best performance I've seen in Bank of America in ages. If you look at the weekly time frame, since the 2023 reversal, Bank of America has been performing very well. April 7th low, that was a washout, and then we just took off again. So big leg higher. Citigroup, all of these look very strong. Wells Fargo. Yeah, they all look good. The airlines, AAL, American Airlines, Delta Airlines, United, all of these looking very strong. Okay. The aerospace and defense stocks, Lockheed Martin bouncing hard on Friday, following through today. Northrop Grumman back above the 50-day, very strong. Almost took this one instead of Lockheed. Raytheon, my son took this on this big red day right here. He had to stick it out for the 2 days. We got the hammer. It's holding the stick with it. Back above the 921.50 and making new highs. Raytheon looks really good. AeroVironment, AVAV, coming off the low. General Dynamics, bouncing. Yeah, those look good. Again, the pharmaceuticals, Merck, Eli Lilly, J&J, even J&J bounced today. Okay, looking for the follow-through day tomorrow. Some of these space companies like Firefly, big move today, Firefly off the low. Rocket Labs Friday had a big day, Rocket Labs. Following through today, Thursday, Friday, Rocket Labs took off, attempted a breakout. We got the breakout today, Rocket Labs looking good. So they had a successful test of military, for the military, right? Rocket Labs looks good. What's Virgin Galactic doing? SPCE, nah, nothing there. Virgin Galactic, dead. ASTS, Planet Labs, PL, also moving higher. All of these looking good. Material stocks, XLB, I'd be watching these too. These are looking good. CENX, aluminum, it's on the watch list. This was breaking out last week of a cup, shallow cup and handle pattern, breaking above the top of the handle to new highs above 34.50. Alcoa aluminum, also moving higher. What are the steel stocks doing? Steel Dynamics. U.S. Steel got bought by Nippon Steel, right?
Me in the spring, I was at a supply chain dinner, which everyone will laugh because I talked about it for like a week or two, and everybody said we're going to be in recession by the end of the year, basically. And here we are talking about the upside case for next year. The recession never came by. The transport, like this was not what most people had on their list. Let's put it that way. No question. That brings us to what is on your naughty list. Yeah. I don't know why we're calling it this. Walmart. Okay. Right. Incredible performer. Shares are up 25% this year, but effectively, this is one that you think you wouldn't put under the tree.
Oh wow, GTO. Is that really Ron?
I would just say that all they need to do is if they do $3 a share by 27, you can do the math on that. At 30 times, it's a $90 stock, and you know, the multiple, I agree, should be larger, but I think
it's at 112 right now.
Yeah. Excuse me. I think it's a case where it really is a U.S. comp story, and if comps come in kind of low to mid singles, I think that's not enough of a bar for them.
But then Costco got that downgrade the other day. They think their comps are decelerating a little bit. How can both Walmart and Costco?
Well, I think part of the naughty call and Walmart's the stock, not in terms of the company, because obviously they're executing and they're going to continue to. And I have a position in Walmart, but I think on a relative basis, that's the story. And
Yeah, that's got to be.
Costco chart is a function also of a multiple catching up to a stock eventually.
That's got to be definitely GTO. Okay, Ron.
Appreciate it. Tim Seymour. Coming up, a blackout over the weekend, plunging 130,000 San Franciscans
GTO.
and stalling the city's Waymo fleet in its tracks. We have those details when we come back.
All right, so we're just sitting here. S&P is not moving. All right, hedge flows. Did I screw up the stream or something here? Let me just check, see if I'm live. Okay, yeah. All right, so we're good. All right, S&P pulling back now a little bit more. Micron rising.
Running again in San Francisco after a Saturday blackout stopped the robo-taxis in their tracks throughout the city. Deirdre Bosa digging into what it means for the robo-taxi rollout more broadly in today's Tech Check. Deirdre?
Hey, Kelly. So let me just show you. These are scenes from Saturday night in San Francisco. You might have seen them on social media or scenes just like this. So you essentially had Waymos stalled in intersections across lots of different streets, backing up traffic across different parts of the city. Now, the vehicles, they're designed to handle dead traffic lights and keep moving even without a wireless signal. But when multiple systems failed at once, the response was maximum caution, and that quickly turned into gridlock. Now, it all signals just how high the bar is for Waymo. It's essentially pioneering a new driverless system under full regulatory and public scrutiny. So the
All right, S&P pulling back a bit now.
that kind of pressure has really shaped Waymo's strategy, Kelly.
S&P pulling back to a previous low.
It is trying to build autonomy that behaves more like a human, one that can improvise amid ambiguity, like a blackout. For example, Tesla, under its technology, may read eye contact,
Hedge flows.
judgment call without perfect signals, and that way,
Yeah, we could pull back to this area here. 6860.
judgment calls with less certainty. If that works, it could scale faster. Now, Waymo has
Micron, push it a bit higher. Micron. Micron. Micron looking better. I did close the Micron call credits. This is just showing too much strength. Micron. Okay, Micron.
So why did the Waymos stop working? You'd think a San Francisco power outage, I guess in my head, I think they run off of data centers that could be in Northern Virginia, right? I mean, I'm so surprised that this happened.
I mean, that is something I've been trying to get to the bottom of. I have emailed and called different people at Waymo several different times. They kind of keep saying that
S&P.
they point to an example when it stops at a red light that isn't working. It treats it like a four-way stop and is extra cautious, so they all just stop. But this video that we're watching, we saw Waymo sort of just stop in the middle of the street and middle of intersections. Doesn't quite explain it. And so the only kind of conclusion that I can come up with, Kelly, is that they're not generalizing very well, right?
Right.
It all just shut down when there was too many variables. That
So
went
surprising. And so the argument that Musk is making is that this didn't happen.
Meta's starting to turn. All right, it stopped at the 200-day and needs to get above. Apple still drifting lower. Apple.
There is no robotaxi network here without human drivers. It's just a fact, okay? They're safety drivers. It's not an Apple.
So we don't know. So they do have robotaxis. They have Tesla robotaxis in San Francisco, but all of those robotaxis have a human driver. So we don't.
They have full self-driving, which is it's autonomous driving technology that requires someone behind the wheel. So we don't actually know what would have happened necessarily if there was no driver and what all the Teslas would have done. But
Hedge flows were right in the middle of this high volatility area where we could see movements in both directions, quick moves in both directions in the red zone here. Hedge flow is currently pointing lower. Okay, FJET, that one just blasted off. FJET. FJET, this recent IPO. What? 5 minute, 10 minute.
If that's the bar now, we've come a long way.
Daily.
Deirdre, appreciate it for now. Thanks, Deirdre Bosa. Coming up, Loop Capital upgrading this retailer today whose shares are down 10% this month, and investors could be underestimating its ability to comp the comp next year. We'll reveal it next on the exchange.
Okay, we continue to move lower now. S&P still dropping off here. Very slow start to the holiday. We did gap up, so there's that, but we are below 6,900, 7,000 zone. All right, so that's probably the highs for now. All right, we got another level right here. It looks like we're trying to test right now. S&P fading. Couldn't hold on to the gains, looks like. Are we going to go down and test that 99th percentile level down below? There is another level down there. Oh, they took it off. They took off the 6,800. It's not there anymore. So we've got this level just below 6,860. Looks like where we're headed now at the moment, 6,860.
Welcome back to the exchange. Our next guest just upgraded Ollie's today as he expects the trade down to continue next year despite these hefty refund checks that are coming. Joining us now is Loop Capital's Anthony Chukumba. Anthony and others on the street feel differently and are more concerned about the stock's prospects. So tell us what you expect.
Sure, absolutely. So I think that, as you said, I expect Ollie's to be able to comp the comp in 2026. I think that there's too much concern about the tough comparisons that they're going to face. And it really, to me, comes down to four different factors. First off, they are going to continue to benefit from the Big Lots bankruptcy. And a lot of that's going to be access to merchandise. I mean, folks who are supplying Big Lots now with this big hole to fill. The second thing is that the management team, I just really feel like they're much more scientific and data-driven.
All right, right back down to the area where we bounced earlier.
trade down. And the fourth thing is that they are carrying more consumables, which I think drives more consistent store traffic.
Yeah, apparently food is actually a big kind of business for them. Jeffrey says they're in the danger zone. Why?
S&P.
Any of those concerns?
What are we gonna do? We're gonna bounce here. What are we gonna do? 68.80. I don't see us getting to 68.80. Maybe back up to the high, 68.80.
By the way, they just have to be low single digits from my perspective. And then you kind of marry that with continued square footage growth, continued margin expansion, and the stock will work. And, part of the reason I feel very strongly about that is because other comparable companies trade at 30 times earnings.
Right.
And before our upgrade, these guys are trading at more like 24, 25.
Yeah, Tim Seymour just put Walmart on his naughty list, says it's too expensive, and maybe Ollie's would be an example of one that's not. You think the consumer's going to do well next year, or are people getting too hyped up about this?
Certainly an early.
Man, this is boring. All right, I got to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 1:57 p.m. We've got 2 hours, 2 minutes to go. I need to take a short break, and I'll be right back.
All right, Anthony, a pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Anytime.
Anthony Chukumba at Loop, and that's it for us. Thank you for watching The Exchange.
So really great run through on what we're seeing with the latest saga between Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery. That'll do it for Next Gen Investing. We have the watch list coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Markets are just so quiet, very little volume. You can see the volume just tapering off.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker
with the best full-service wealth management.
Bitcoin at the lows of the evening session. Bitcoin below VWAP.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live.
All right, making new lows, S&P. Options falling off here. Micron grinding higher. Micron.
To view when it comes to 2026. In the meantime, we take a look here. We've had up arrows, and we are about between 1 and 3.5% or so off of record highs, depending on which index you look at. The big picture here is that the S&P 500 is 6873 up 38 points, up 0.5%. The Nasdaq up 107 points at 25,453. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.5%, and the Russell gaining 1.3% today. Oil and gold are both higher. It's worth noting gold, silver at record highs today. We see gold right now at $44.69 a troy ounce, gaining right now $81. Oil's at $57.89.
Tesla still rising. Tesla.
Watch oil as we still saw the blocking of Venezuela cargo oil ships, and so that's been a story that's been going on. And 10-year bond yield 4.17, and the Bitcoin trade dips back below 90,000 at 88,955. Let's cover all the top stories here. Kevin Hanks, host of Fast Market, is with me here on Schwab Network, and it's worth noting that Tesla's hitting a new 52-week high today. Among the stories is the Musk pay package. Tell me a little bit about that.
Hello, Nicole. Yeah, you know, Elon Musk, a lot of headlines about the $1 trillion pay package that he's got in store for him going forward. However, a Delaware Supreme Court just reinstated his $56 billion pay package from 2018. Here's what the court said. We reverse the Court of Chancery's recession remedy and award $1 in nominal damages, the judge wrote in their opinion. In the decision, the Delaware Supreme Court judge said a lower court's decision to cancel Musk's 2018 pay plan was too extreme a remedy, and that the lower court did not give Tesla a chance to say what fair compensation ought to be. So the pay package from 2018 that Elon Musk has been fighting about, this should end the discussion, and it's reinstated of about $56 billion, Nicole.
Understood. What about, look, I mean, it's been an incredible story. We had also some good news on Tesla. It's hitting highs. You've had Dan Ives. You've had so many people excited about the robo-taxi story. Also, the SpaceX IPO coming. A lot of people who just believe in Elon Musk, period. So an interesting story and some new highs today on Tesla. How about we get to Oracle, where Wells Fargo reiterating the overweight rating, right?
You know, Oracle, the Ellison family, they're all over the news headlines today, but one that really caught our attention was this note from Wells Fargo where it said they believe that recent weakness tied to the worries over the AI trade has left Oracle undervalued, and the bank reiterated overweight stance on the software stock.
Micron still grinding higher. S&P hedge flows still scooting lower now. All right, S&P. These hedge flows continue to move lower. All right, along with price action. All right, we're near the lows of the lows here. S&P. Lows of the afternoon session. Now we're starting to go back into this morning's levels. Okay, we broke the uptrend, obviously. All right, Micron. Kind of a dead day, even though most of the NASDAQ 100 is higher. Let's just go through this list real quick. Stocks. Okay, Synopsys at the highs of the day. Synopsys been moving sideways for the last couple of weeks. It's partnering up with NVIDIA. That's number one on the NASDAQ 100. Warner Brothers Discovery, they're still talking about that one. Micron at the highs, buyers at the low of the day. Micron, I closed the credit spreads that I had. Tesla moving higher. Dexcom. Another one. You can see why people are frustrated. Price action on many of these stocks and the indices have been moving sideways for the last few weeks, not giving you much to go on. S&P, okay, spinning top inside of the previous week's price action, very choppy price action. If you look at the 60-minute time frame, you can see how much people have been chopped up here, going nowhere. We're below. When we're below the 20 EMA on the 60-minute, you want to be thinking short or no position. When you're above, we're above. So we are pulling back a little bit, unfortunately, but we are bullish. We have a bullish bias with the New York Stock Exchange pointing the way. New York Stock Exchange composite just off the highs of the session, but certainly not looking bearish. The one thing that I am watching very closely is junk bonds. What is junk doing? Junk, we got buyers at the low of the day. It needs to get back above the 50-day moving average. The 10-year yield. The 10-year, hate this. The 10-year yield. Trying to push higher, 10-year yield. Okay, so that should put some pressure on small caps. Small caps had a decent morning, small caps. Fading now. Palantir faded to the low. They're just kind of sitting here doing nothing. Palantir, I like to sell some put credit spreads down here below, say, 180 or so. I don't know. I don't want to take on a whole lot of new positions and have to be concerned about it this week. Going into the holidays, I want to spend the time with family and have a nice time. Snowflake. I did take the Snowflake put credits off. I do have calls as well. I had 230s and also had the 250, 260 call vertical. Tesla looks like the highs for now. Broadcom is turning the corner. Broadcom might get something going here end of day. I just have no interest. Nice little pullback and a bounce now. Okay, here's the S&P. Broadcom's trying to turn up. Broadcom. Okay, got to break a structure here. You got Biota blocks, Biota blocks moving higher. MACD is rising. Looks pretty good for Broadcom.
I think that small caps are also poised for better growth moving forward, just in terms of an overall valuation basis. The Fed's cut rates here a couple times this year.
What's AMD doing? AMD. Nothing. Okay. AV, Geo. I'll watch Broadcom for a few minutes. Broadcom's starting to move a bit higher now. Broadcom. What's Adobe doing? Adobe pulling back. Broadcom.
Shifted in 2025, and we've seen the dollar weaken, in my opinion, in a healthy way. And given the current climate and given the current backdrop, I'd probably make a better case for
Adobe. I have this put credit spread on Adobe. Presently $1,300 in credits. Looking for this to stay below the 200-day moving average. Futures. Futures fading. Okay, futures are fading.
The less popular stuff actually looks a little bit more appealing to me right now.
Yeah, understood. So you said just keep rebalancing and rebalancing. Don't be in a wait and see mode to see if the tariffs or the job situation or the costs to be really, looking at the fundamentals and rebalancing off. And Jason Betts, thank you. Private Wealth Advisor at Ameriprise Financial. Coming up, Options Corner, and Tom White joins us. He'll highlight unusual option activity from the day, how investors are looking to trade on recent news of PepsiCo, NVIDIA, and Lam Research. We'll be right back.
All right, so we continue to move lower at the moment.
2 weeks ago, it's called Skipper. There it is, that flashing dot. That's the ship right now, as shown by Marine Traffic, by Kepler. And that ship currently being held off the coast of Texas, about 50 miles off the coast of Galveston. This crackdown on Venezuelan oil is also hitting one of Caracas's closest allies, Cuba.
All right, Micron continues to move higher. Micron making a new high here. Micron turning up. I took the call credit spread off because this thing is just too strong. Okay, so that looks like this. Okay, so Micron took that off. I want to do another credit spread on Palantir because that's been pretty profitable. Okay, Micron rising, bullish.
I think the most likely event is that we will continue to harass the shipping out of Venezuela to intercept sanctioned vessels and make life extremely difficult for clients of Venezuela for a variety of reasons, not the least significant of which is something that you mentioned in the intro, and that is that the government would dearly like to have access ultimately to Venezuelan oil. Venezuela, as we know, has, if not the most, certainly among the biggest oil reserves in the world. So that's one of the principal reasons we're going after it. And a lot of the other stuff that we see is theater and ancillary to the true objective, Brian.
Well, to your point, I mean, we have these odds on Kalshi now that we can track Colonel Jacobs. It's Kelly here, and it says,
Micron, this thing is just so strong. S&P futures continues. This fade.
Well, one of the things to keep in mind about all this is the old adage about the dog. Once the dog's chasing after the car, when it gets the car, what does it do with it? unless there's some kind of plan for governing Venezuela after Maduro leaves, to the extent that he does leave, all this doesn't make a great deal of sense. We have to keep in mind also that one of the things we're attempting to do is influence others other than Venezuela here. I mean, the large majority of Venezuela's oil, as you said, a lot of it goes to Cuba.
Exactly.
Some of it goes to China. But at the end of the day, it's not a big player in the market at the moment. At least
AMD.
the strictures that we put on Venezuela.
Need to get that back above. AMD need to get that back above this level. AMD. It's above the 20-day now. Hopefully we can get back above the 50-day. I've been watching this one double bottom, looking for a push higher. AMD. The chips active today. CLAC, KLAC. KLAC. At the highs. Lam Research, LRCX. At the highs. On Semiconductor. Just off the highs. Marvell. We said Broadcom, right? Broadcom coming off the low. NVIDIA. All right, dip buyers coming into NVIDIA. We're looking for NVIDIA to get above the 50 today. I'm not looking for a whole lot this week.
Venezuela's actually going to go to pieces. There'll be difficulty in the streets. So what's happening here, a lot of it, like I said, is theater.
Amazon, just off the highs. Okay, there goes Broadcom. Broadcom's on the move here. Broadcom. The chip's looking pretty good. Here's Micron, Broadcom. Broadcom turning the corner. Broadcom, Micron, both very strong. AVGO, Micron. Oops. Strong. There goes Broadcom, Micron, Broadcom.
President of Sankey Research. Paul, it's good to see you. And how are you thinking about the events in Venezuela, Cuba, as it relates to the oil price?
Yeah, I think the market perceives it to be potentially bearish, obviously, if you were to change regime and then open up. But of course, it's going to be a knee-jerk reaction. The reality of the barrels coming back to the market will likely take...
All right, what's Disney doing? Disney. Disney inside day. Walmart pulling back a bit. To the 20-day, looking for a bounce in Walmart. Target pulling back to the 200-day. Broadcom continuation. Broadcom.
Yeah, and as you know, Brian, we've thrown everything at this oil price. We really have. I mean, even in the background here, more talk of Israel, Iran, just to add to everything that's going on. And of course, as you well know, there seems to be a significant issue with Russia, Ukraine. So it is disappointing, and it just tells you how much supply is out there.
You know what is, I think, maybe the most surprising thing in the markets, obviously the Venezuela news aside, Paul, is that when I look at my screens, I'm looking at a BP, just got a new CEO. Stock's up, 18% this year. Shell is up about the same this year. Total Energies. The European majors, which people wrote off as dead because they were making all the wrong moves, they have made investors a lot of money this year. Comment on that, and then also what you see or what you think might happen in 2026.
Well, as you know, Brian, there's been a significant rally in European stocks as well. I mean, if you had been long Rheinmetall, for example, the German defense company, you would have outperformed Palantir this year. So, yeah, they've gone up.
Yeah, very few things are moving. The top 10 on the NASDAQ 100 synopsis, Micron's number 2. Warner Brothers Discovery still in the play here with Paramount, Skydance, and Netflix. That's number 3. Pinduoduo, Duo, Gappy, Chinese stocks, not really interested. Tesla, number 5. Dexcom, number 6. Centos, number 7. Paychex, number 8. Monster, Beverages number 9, and M-Chip Microchip is number 10. Pretty decent day. Kind of boring, but it's a decent day for the markets. All right, we've got 375 stocks advancing on the S&P 500, 70 stocks on the Qs, 70% of the Qs are higher. Looking at breadth, all these moving higher. IWM less so, but the rest of these, big caps, mid caps, and NASDAQ are all pointing higher. Not much to be concerned about. It's just not, S&P is not having it right now. Okay, we're starting to bounce. S&P is starting to bounce. New York Stock Exchange. Okay, let's look at the S&P equal weight index. S&P equal weight. Not a bad day on the S&P equal weight. Unfortunately, the S&P faded just now. Number of stocks above the 20-day turning up. Number of stocks above the 50-day turning up. That's a good sign. Whenever these pivot, look for the following days after that pivot to bullish price action. That looks good. Okay. The XII. Okay, XII, the ARCA Institutional Index, the 75 stocks that institutions have in their portfolios typically. Okay, we got a follow through Thursday, Friday into today. That looks good. S&P 1500. S&P 1500. That green line's above the red line, right? There's no concern here for the New York Stock Exchange Composite. The histogram, we're above the 2. We're above the 2 horizontal. Okay, we got green elder sticks for the New York Stock Exchange. S&P 1500, sorry. S&P 1500. Okay, S&P is outperforming VIX, obviously. The VIX is at lows. I'm probably going to do something for January. I'm probably going to do calls, something like maybe the 16 or the 16, 18, 20, something like that. For VIX calls, I don't think we're going to stay down here next year. In January, I'm anticipating that we're going to be back. We'll bounce at least sometime soon. So if you're going to buy VIX, make sure you're buying monthlies, not weeklies. Monthlies are a lot easier to get out of. All right, S&P turning back up. S&P is on the move back up. Turning back up.
Projects currently under development. The Department of Interior saying, quote, the DOI, Department of Interior, announcing today that it is pausing, effective immediately, leases for all large-scale offshore wind projects under construction in the United States due to national security.
S&P. All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
We'll give the department, along with the Department of War and other relevant government agencies, time to work with leaseholders, state partners to.
It's about any grievances, though. I do have one. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to put that on the air.
Well, we'll wait for tomorrow for that. And I hope you RSVP to my Festivus dinner. It's a very quiet week on Wall Street, with the stock exchanges closing early on the 24th and staying shut for Christmas. Trading is expected to be thin until investors return from their Deer Park vacations in the new year.
We came off a hot Friday in the last full trading week of the year. The AI trade kind of got some wind back in its sails, and a lot of peripheral AI companies did really well. Now it's kind of the holiday season. Nothing really happens on these shortened trading days. So yeah, expect a little bit more quiet. Of course, as soon as I say that, something crazy is going to happen.
And it doesn't feel like it, but the S&P 500 is up 16% this year. That's 3 straight years of double-digit, very healthy gains. Federal government workers are also going to have a chill week. Last week, President Trump issued an executive order naming Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays, giving employees those days off this year. That doesn't mean your company will necessarily do the same. Private firms often follow the federal holiday calendar, but they aren't legally obligated to. Overall, about 11% of employers granted staff a full week off between Christmas and New Year's in 2024.
And if you are are trying to plan ahead to next year and have a bigger vacation around this time, you can't necessarily do that because this does not mean that they are designated as a federal holiday in perpetuity. To do that, legislation must pass through Congress and then be signed into law by the president. So this is just a temporary 1 year thing for now, although maybe next year he'll do the same exact thing.
And next year, I just looked it up, Christmas is on a Friday. So that means people will be working like Monday through Wednesday, whereas this year it's more in the middle of the week. Yeah, you want like a Wednesday or Thursday Christmas because that's kind of a 2-week thing if your employer is feeling generous. Christmas on a Friday, you're working the 20th and the 21st. All right, the sports world this week will be anything but quiet with the NBA and NFL hosting games on Christmas. The NBA used to own this holiday.
S&P nice, coming off the low.
3 matchups on December 25th.
The only thing that Christmas Day sporting site is missing, Jake Paul falling all over and rolling around in the ring with a professional fighter. I could really use a little more Jake Paul in my life this Christmas. I think we could all use more Jake Paul in our life this Christmas.
All right, if sports isn't your thing and you're more of a Christmas and the movies kind of family, there's a good one hitting theaters.
Snowflake.
Marty Supreme opens, starring Timothée Chalamet as an aspiring ping pong player in the 1950s.
Snowflake. Finally got something going here with Snowflake.
That is all the time we have. Thanks so much for starting your morning with us and have a wonderful Monday. If you want to get in touch with us, you can send a note to morningbrewdaily@morningbrew.com or DM us on Instagram @MBDailyShow. Let's roll the credits. Emily Milliron is our executive producer. Raven Liu is our producer. Our associate producers are Olivia Graham and Olivia Lake. Hair and makeup, whatever do you dirty, Charlie Brown. Devin Emery is our president, and our show's a production of Morning Brew.
Great show, Danielle. Let's run it back tomorrow.
S&P turning back up.
Pretty nice session today. The Dow's up 234, just off session highs. The Nasdaq's up 0.5%, helped by some revival in the AI trade, and the small caps are actually leading the way with a 0.25% gain. Let's go to 1.25%. She tried to say. Don Chu, what's in Market Navigator today?
We knew what you were trying to say, Kelly. We saw it on the screen there. So one of the other stocks here that's helping to kind of move things around a bit is
Hedge flows turning back up. There's really nothing overhead. Absolutely nothing overhead to keep us from moving up towards 6,900.
Tesla shares have been outperforming other Mag 7 stocks this month. So our next guest is bullish on the name still and thinks shares still have plenty of room to run in the new year. So joining us now to make the case is Danielle Shea, Vice President of Options at Simpler Trading. So Danielle, the record high, I guess it's one of those situations where momentum begets more momentum. Why do you think you could see higher prices in Tesla shares in the coming weeks?
Well, that's exactly it. Once you see stock break a previous all-time high, which it did last week, on high volume and momentum, and you still have buyers coming in, that's exactly a situation where we could keep going higher. So we do have, however, if we could just break through that $500 level with high volume, then I think we will trade up on into 520 and then up into 550.
Now, Danielle, what hotspots?
Got an hour and 29 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cuz of It, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday, December the 22nd, 2:30 p.m. Looking for a little rally to continue here.
But what's the most magical and what I love the most about Tesla is get that volume and momentum that just keeps going, which is kind of what we saw in September and what we've seen throughout this rally. So, you know, I'm going to continue using the $500 strike price, next 520, and then after that, 550, because those are those magnetic zones in Tesla as it continues to trade higher.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that open interest and all the activity around those key strike prices. Danielle Shea at Simpler Trading, thank you very much. Happy holidays.
This is where all the chatter is. Good to see you, Danielle. Coming up, NVIDIA reportedly ready to ship its second most powerful AI chips to China in just a few weeks. The shifting policies around chip exports, the timeline of those deliveries, and the risks for the company. That's next.
It was probably one of the most wild spring and summers of my life. So taking a moment there. And,
Okay, note the MACD down below. MACD is starting to turn. MACD is turning up. Looking for a crossover. And for volume to pick up, moving back up towards the highs.
Where were we a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, right? And then constantly reflecting on just the dramatic change and evolution that's there. So it's been a very reflective year in some respects, all the way through each of these kind of milestones and moments.
12 years ago, you co-founded Circle and you want to do something called stablecoin, and you have regulators, all these other.
Okay, futures are starting to push higher here. Futures higher.
Something that was so and is so innovative.
Yeah, so the word stablecoin didn't exist 12 and a half years ago, but we talked about
S&P pushing. All right, so we're ripping now. S&P going.
that you could connect dollars and other currencies as well, dollars, euros, etc. You could connect those, make them function as digital currencies, and make them circulate and be used on the public internet, just like we have other types of data and information on the public internet. And that was the idea we had 12 and a half years ago. And I think from really actually 12 years ago in November, actually was the first time I testified.
Yeah, I have those too.
In the Senate, in the very first hearing, public major hearing in Congress about virtual currency, as it was called back then. The testimony and sort of what I talked about then is sort of the same stuff that I talked about over and over and over again, all the way through getting the Genius Act signed, which is like an internet-based model for money is here. It has tremendous opportunity to change how value can be exchanged, unlock incredible new utility for money. It can do for
See how far we go with this.
Internet has done for information and communications and commerce and software and so many other things. And we need to be able to have it be regulated because there's a kind of social
Hedge flows continue rising. Hedge flows.
and manage money and society as a whole around dealing with fraud or crime or other financial risks. But we also need to be open-minded that there's a new model. It's an internet-based model, and that's very different than the model we've had in the past. And really, the message was always like, we can build on this new technology. Even in those early days, it was very nascent technology, barely worked, right? But we could build on this technology and do it safely and do it compliantly. And there are ways to do that. And that's been the message, continues to be the message. And
Futures moving higher. We're on a 5-15-30, 5-15-30 buy signal. 60-minute is on a sell signal. Tick cumulative, not as good as it was last week, but it's Monday, so we could see a follow through.
Sort of like when the internet got commercialized and got rolled out, and ISPs opened up all around the world and started building, web hosting businesses and communications on the internet. And Yahoo, obviously being a pioneer. Yes, Yahoo, one of the biggest pioneers in that era. That's happening now, and governments around the world are all having to work this out. And so it's a lot of people have sort of said, you have the Genius Act done, now what? I'm like, well, now this is actually every government in the world's business. And in fact, what the U.S. has done with the Genius Act, it has created a model, much like the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which then opened up the broad commercialization of competitive internet. That's happening with this changing financial system. So everybody's got to figure it out.
I didn't get to tell you at the time of the IPO, but I will tell you now. I went back and I reread the prospectus.
Merck having a good day. The pharmaceuticals doing well. Merck is at the highs. Okay, Rigetti, RGTI, off the best levels of the session. We had a nice pop on Rigetti, and the quants. Perhaps we'll see some more follow through tomorrow. Or it looks like the S&P wants to go again. Looks like the S&P wants to go. Hedge flows continue to rise. There's not a whole lot above this level.
It's one of these things where, to the average person or a really sophisticated person, whatever, who's looking at a company, it's very easy to say, oh, you're like a bank, or oh, you're like a payment company. Oh, you're more like an enterprise technology company, or you're more like, they want to put you in a box, right? And we don't fit in a box.
Hedge flows continue to rise.
Now, as an internet financial platform company, and actually, what's interesting, just a quick tangent, is the company's name. Originally, and it still has that, was in some cases was Circle Internet Financial, and this idea of an internet financial system was in the founding of the company. And so, an internet financial platform company. Well, we have internet platform companies. We have communications.
Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. Mark Gibbons is with us, CIO at Gibbons Capital Management. We want to take a look at the S&P 500. It has been an exciting year.
Just kind of stuck here, looking for a pop higher. Note MACD starting to flatten out a little bit. Momentum is slowed. The volume tapering off a bit. The morning highs just overhead.
So what are some of the catalysts for Santa Claus rally, and does that continue into 2026?
Yeah, I think it really has to do with the fundamentals of the market. So again, we have solid earnings growth. We have an economy that's growing really well. We have deregulation coming into next year. We have easier monetary policy. So not only is the Fed lowering rates, but they're also buying securities. So pushing more liquidity out of the markets and definitely kind of driving risk on assets. So that's the outlook, at least coming into 2026, and it looks pretty good.
When we talk about AI, are you buying dips thinking there's opportunity, or do you see that as some warning sign?
I do not see it as a warning sign. So I am buying dips. There are some great companies out there on sale. Nvidia is up about 12% or so. Broadcom's up about 20%. There's some really great values out there. In the past few weeks, there's been lots of talk about the financing associated with the AI build-out, but I think that's going to eventually die down, and I think this trade...
Okay, so daily we've got a spinning top on the daily S&P. IWM, fade, S&P 500. Okay, S&P 500 spinning top just below the 6,900 level.
Silicon. It had a great report and it got smacked down, so it's down 20% from its high. So again, I would be looking mainly at companies that are quality companies, but have been kind of smacked down in this recent.
Okay, Palantir, kind of late. It took forever to start to turn, but Palantir is starting to turn. Palantir. Turning off the low, Palantir. Okay, we look for this to happen. Finally starting to turn back up, Palantir. We got this resistance level right in here. No follow through on S&P at the moment. Merck having a good day today. Merck, good day. Retesting the highs. Bollinger Band starting to open up. RSI rising. MACD and stochastics have turned. Volume looking very good. Wednesday, Thursday, and then big spike on Friday. Was hoping to get above Wednesday, Thursday's price action, volume-wise. Palantir.
Probably 2 to 4 next year. I'm ballparking maybe 3. As far as JP Morgan itself, it is a large, obviously very large, largest in the world by market cap, stable bank. But again, it's going to benefit from that separation from the short end of the curve to the long end of the curve, and obviously the Fed are dropping their short-term rates. So again, that should allow for expansion in net interest income. There's also that capital market activity. So you were just talking to your previous guest about IPO market heating up next year. So we've got more IPOs, maybe more M&A. So again, that's going to benefit
Morgan Stanley, the banks also looking good. Here's Merck, Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley.
So it's economic expansion. Obviously, banks are cyclical. Again, catching that net interest income is obviously going to, those spreads are going to widen out. So we really like the financials along with tech.
Right, understood. What about anything else? Any other groups or sectors that you might like?
We have a very large position on in gold on. So that plays into the debasement trade.
NVIDIA moving off the lows. It's inside of the pre-market zone. New York Fangs are mixed. Haven't been very active today. Okay, Palantir. Palantir. Looking for a continuation. Palantir.
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is
S&P looking for a run higher. S&P.
3 p.m. Eastern, only on
S&P trying to turn back up.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither
Hedge flows.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on, getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com. Welcome back to the Watch List. I want to bring in our panel. We have Ray Salmon, Head of Markets, Cointelegraph, and David Seymour, CEO of Wave Digital Assets. All right. Ray, I'll start
I was hoping for more follow through and a more of a close near the highs of the session. Got an hour and 11 minutes to go. S&P just off the highs of the session, chopping around. VWAP overhead, Bitcoin, S&P 500. VWAP just below. We bounced near VWAP. I guess it's okay. I mean, you know, we did gap up after all. We're above the 50-day, so that's a plus. Junk bonds look like they might follow through on a bounce. Breath looks good. New York Stock Exchange looks good. Broad-based rally back above the 20-day, 50-day. Some stocks like Micron, Broadcom, those are all bouncing. Tesla, a little fade from the high.
Give the 2026 Clarity Act passage. There's been regulatory support for digital assets. David, you think people will be more risk on in 2026 for this group, and how so?
Yeah, no, we definitely do. I mean, as you know, other panelists have kind of mentioned, there's been a lot of unusual forces in the last few months. We did have all these digital asset treasury companies come out. They bought a lot of digital assets in the open market. Then they went below NAV, so now they are not buying digital assets. I'm not too worried about them selling a lot of assets.
Hedge flows trying to turn up. The implied one-day move. We got there earlier. Well, not really. We were looking to get there earlier, but faded before we got to that 6,900 level. Maybe we do it tomorrow. Got an hour and 8 minutes to go. An hour and 8 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 22nd, cruising into the holidays. Volume has been pretty muted.
Right, understood. And David, I mean, when you think about the big picture here, do you think there's any risk, whether it's in digital assets or equities, or are you positioning more defensively or aggressively?
Right now, we're positioning pretty aggressively on the digital asset side. We're positioning pretty defensively on the AI and equity market side. Markets are really high. AI is incredibly high. Not necessarily predicting it's going to crash, but there's how much further up can it possibly go is, it seems a little bit, a little strange it can go that much higher from where we are today. So I think digital assets are currently undervalued. We've seen, a huge run in gold, other commodities. We had seen the opposite in digital assets. So we're very overweight for our clients in digital assets right now at these prices.
Understood. And Ray, as we look at this, what will you be watching for, whether it's more legislation or more of an international footprint? Will that help?
Beyond what happens with the AI build-out, I think inflation and the Fed's policy shift and President Trump's 2026 Fed chair selection is going to impact markets. So the kind of base expectation for 2026 is that there may be 100 basis points in interest rate cuts, which crypto investors view as bullish for crypto and for risk assets. But we've kind of got a tale of two cities scenario where this data collides with the most bullish perspectives. The job market is softening, and this cooling trend is predicted to carry on into 2026. The transitory impact of the Trump tariffs resulted in elevated goods and services costs. Health insurance premiums are expected to go up. So will rate cuts incentivize retail investor confidence? Will further layoffs in the economy have a negative impact on disposable income, and we also see consumer debt rising. So that's one side of the picture. But then on the other side, there's plenty of investors that believe that Fed rate cuts are going to lead to lower mortgage rates. It's going to compel banks to loosen the purse strings on lending, and it should lure investors to get out and buy more stuff. And there's also a view that the rate cuts is essentially the U.S. kicking the debt bomb down the road, and that Bitcoin benefits from that environment where there's easy money policy. So I think inflation and what happens at the Fed is also going to play a key role in Q1 and Q2.
Okay, Ray Salmon, David Seymour, thank you both so much. Really appreciate it. Of Cointelegraph and Wave Digital Assets. Great to see you both, Ray and David. Thank you, friends, for being with me here on the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides every day here at 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. right here on Schwab Network. Thanks for being with me. I'll catch you tomorrow. And Market on Close is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide. No overdraft fees and enhanced security features to keep your money safe.
Micron,
Also, because you're
buyers at the low of the day. This is just not looking back. They got upgraded. Micron with several upgrades last week.
moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds.
Baird upgraded, lifting his price target on NVIDIA to 275 and Micron's target to 443. There was another analyst last week that upgraded Micron. So at least in the short term, this is moving higher. Buyers at the low of the day. Close the call credits side of the Iron Condor. Need to take some calls the way this is playing right now.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know?
All right, Micron at the highs.
Trick Flag a couple weeks ago around San Francisco highlighted a company called Cytokinetics, and guess what? They had a positive
S&P trying to turn back up now.
stock is up just over 6%. Not a huge pop, but we talked with CEO Kelly and a nice win there for people that are, by the way, the heart drugs. So we hope it does good.
Win for the investors, win for the patients. A lot of winning here today. Thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody.
Speaking of winning,
An hour left to go.
starts right now.
Got an hour to go.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Walker, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with another stellar year for stocks. The third in a row, begging the question, can this bull market stay strong again in 2026? We'll ask our experts over this final stretch. In the meantime, we'll show you the scorecard here with 60 to go in regulation. We're green across the board, as you see. Pretty good day led by the Russell 2000. Financials, materials, industrials among the best sectors today. How about some individual names? NVIDIA, Tesla, Micron all having a pretty good one. Citigroup is leading the banks higher. Bitcoin's up. Gold and silver hitting new record highs. So a lot of positive stories as we begin this holiday shortened week. Which leads us to our talk of the tape. What 2026 will hold for your money? Let's ask our panel. Everyone here at Post 9 today. Fund Strats Tom Lee, Hightower Stephanie Link, and CIBC Capital Markets Chris Harvey. Tom and Steph, both CNBC contributors.
Banks.
Good to have you right in front of us on the desk today. All right, Tom.
Morgan Stanley.
2023, we turned
Banks doing well.
2024, we turned in 23%.
Citigroup.
Pretty good this year too. 17.
Citigroup really busting a move today. Bank of America looks good. JP Morgan. All right, Tom Lee speaking. Let me just listen to Tom here for a minute.
Globally, half the time markets do even better
over or is it going to extend? I think it's going to create quite a lot of volatility in the first half, but I think GDP growth stronger. We have a dovish Fed. Valuations are reasonable, so I think we end up exiting the. Part of it is the Trump tariffs could get overturned. There is a possibility of an extended government shutdown. The nomination and then confirmation of a new Fed chair is going to take 3 months. That could be very controversial. I think all of that happens in the first half of next year.
How's that sound to you, Steph?
I think that sounds really great. The economy is on solid footing. We've been talking about that all year long. Last week, we got some really encouraging data with regards to weekly jobless claims. Inflation came in a little bit better. We've talked about the H8 Federal Reserve loan growth lending. That's actually at a 9-week high, all-time high for loan growth. That's very bullish for activity overall. The industrial metals are at all-time highs. And you have global central bankers, including the Fed, getting more and more closer to the neutral rate. That's a good thing. And Fed cuts take a while. There's a lag impact, and I think that's going to bode well for next year. And then you have the one big beautiful bill, $150 to $175 billion going into the consumer's hands, going into corporate America. So CapEx continues. You add it all up, and I think you have double-digit earnings growth. There are some numbers out there that are a little high, like 16, 17% in earnings growth. I'm not there, but I do think you're going to see low teens.
Mr. Harvey.
I think high single digits is reasonable. Single. I can't get to 10%, 12%, 15 just yet. Right? One of the things that Tom said, I agree with wholeheartedly. The first half, you're going to see a lot more volatility than you have seen in a while. I think people are sleeping on the macro risk, be it USMCA, be it the transition with the Fed. If you listen to Powell, now he wasn't cocky about this. He was very humble. But basically what he said is, I'll see you at the book signing. We have growth higher, we have inflation lower, we're back to neutral. We don't need to do anything from here. In 6 months,
Micron still number one on the NASDAQ 100.
That's an eternity in the financial markets. And then the last thing is, I think corporations are going to after a good year this year, they're going to manage down expectations.
Micron,
As you manage down expectations, that puts a little
silver back up. Micron.
Either in the equity markets or the credit markets. It doesn't take much to upset the apple cart.
You want to respond to that?
Broadcom.
Like if not a step-by-step counter
Nvidia.
To your view, it certainly is enough.
Okay. Tesla.
Volatility that we're underestimating, maybe too complacent about macro risks that are out there among
S&P.
I feel good about the macro environment.
Spiders.
Things I just said, and I think it is a consumer that has
Looks
been
okay.
resilient. We've been talking about the consumer forever, how they have hung in there. Yes, it's the high end, not the low end. That tends to be the case on a
Volume coming in. Looking for MACD to turn up. Looking for MACD to turn up.
cycle is going to change in 2026, and that's fueling about 3/4 of the GDP growth. And I do think that we always have a wall of worry. And I've said it, you've heard me say it, Scott, I worry when I don't worry, because that means that we're complacent. I think there's a lot that people have on their minds. I think we're going to be able to get through it because fundamentals at the end of the day, they run the show. And if you do have an economy that grows 2.5%, 3%, we're growing north of that now. But if you have an economy that's growing 2.5%, 3%, typically that's been a 10% earnings growth. And I think we're going to be a little bit more. And you have lower interest rates. By the way, you have lower gasoline prices. You have lower egg prices.
But address the valuation issue that stocks are. You want to go
Well,
there?
it's all about earnings, though. It's if I think if earnings are growing in double digits, then I do think the valuations are very attractive, especially in other sectors beyond tech.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind the equal weight S&P 500 PE is 17 times. It's lower than it was 5 years ago. So the market actually has derated in the last 5 years because of these black swans of the shutdown, inflation surge, fastest Fed hikes in history, etc. So actually the equal weighted market is cheaper. I don't think risk is actually that expensive.
Listen, so let's turn it to small caps for a second. Let's talk about risk. There's two indices for small caps, Russell 2000, S&P 600. Both small cap, they should perform pretty much in line with each other. Russell 2000 is outperforming by 8% this year. Russell 2000 outperforming by 8% because S&P 600 is a high quality index. The things that don't earn money, the things that have excessive beta, all really driving that marketplace. So I see, if you look at IG credit spreads, less than 80 basis points. If you don't know that market, that is tight, right? If you look at the S&P high beta index, it's up 30.
Hedge flows, you can notice lower highs on hedge flows. Lower highs, higher lows. Looking for a move or for this to fizzle out. We're not making any kind of movement here.
No doubt is whether the broadening story that we've been talking about has legs. And what do you need to reach some of the loftiest targets from strategists that are out there? I mean, the top one's 8,100. Dom Chu joins us now. I mean, it's a nice range, Dom. But 81's the top, as you show right there.
Yeah, that's right. 81's the top. That's John Stoltzfus over at Oppenheimer right now. So that implies a pretty decent sized gain. And the lowest is still bullish, only about maybe 4 or 5% higher than current levels right now. But that's Savita Subramanian over at Bank of America. So 7,100 is the low end of the 15 strategists that we've surveyed here at CNBC. 8,100 is the high end. The middle, 7,629, actually implies upside of just about 10% or so from the current levels that we're at right now. So generally speaking, we could get to, if we get to the average target price, a double-digit gain for the S&P 500 by the end of next year. As for whether or not we can see the contributors...
Riot is on the move. Riot pushing higher at the moment. Okay, Riot. Moving off the low, Riot. Okay, Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs. Okay, off the highs of the day. Rigetti. These were higher earlier. Rigetti pulled back. The pharmaceuticals like Merck at the highs of the day. Merck. American Airlines at the highs. Delta Airlines. Royal Caribbean. The cruise lines. Royal Caribbean, the cruise lines near the highs of the session. Carnival Cruise Lines. Highs of the session. Carnival, I sold half of my 27s. I have January 27 calls. Sold half of those on Friday. Nice follow through today.
Scott. And by the way, for more on that story, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers get all the context and detail around those big calls out there. I'll send things back over to you, Scott.
Yeah, that was great stuff, Dom. I appreciate you for that. That's Dominic, too. So you've already had a good amount of broadening. The idea that the market hasn't been broad is a fallacy, really.
I mean, yes and no, because when you look at 3 years stacked, it's still Mag 7. And so I think it makes sense to not just look at 2025 by itself, but how have stocks done since the end of 2022. To me, there's a lot of room for cyclicals to really outperform.
The travel and leisure, Marriott. Travel and leisure stocks, Marriott at the highs. The banks obviously look really good. Pharmaceuticals look good. Materials look good. XLB. Tesla pulling back a bit. Apple, a little bit short covering, not much, but a little. Google starting to turn up. Google. Buyers at the low of the day. Google looks like it's going to be sneaky and get back to 320. Looks possible to get back to 320. Google, nice price action today. Google. Google.
$5 billion in savings annualized gives them $2 a share again annualized in earnings. I think this company can actually deliver $36 to $38 a share by 2027. That puts this thing at 18 times earnings, and it's growing earnings at 20% and revenues at 26%. All that being said, so it's a big position, top 5. All that being said, I am underweight other mags. I really only own Amazon, very small Microsoft, but I do think that financials are going to be the sector leader next year.
because we're not pricing in on a valuation point of view, we are not pricing in all the deregulation that is going to come and the excess capital that is going to be returned to shareholders, and by the way, lead to loan growth, which is why I look at the H8 data. It's really important to see what banks are doing. If the banks are lending, that's going to help the entire economy as a whole us grow, and these stocks are not expensive. Capital One is at a 12 times multiple. Even Morgan Stanley, expensive, right? 17 times. Bank of America, 1.4 times book. I think that there's a lot of runway left to the financials, and that's the sector that I've been overweight for a long time, and I continue to be.
You agree with that? We like parts of financial. We really liked the financials about a year and a half ago. Now we're just being a little bit more selective. I agree with some of the broker dealers, some of the credit card companies, relatively cheap. I think there's some upside,
But not the big banks?
big banks are fine. I just don't think they're an overweight at this point in time. Right? They performed exceptionally well. Actually, JP Morgan's outperformed a big section of tech over the last 3 and 5 years. So
Watch the S&P here. S&P trying to get sneaky.
Overweight that group. I mean, if you think that earnings are going to stay strong, the economy is going to be good, you're going to get more deals, you're going to get more IPOs, all of that, deregulation and everything.
Can we gap up tomorrow? That'd be kind of interesting. Another gap up.
I think a lot of it's in the price. I think they need to either pull back or consolidate. And if they do either one of those, we'll take a look at them. But I agree with Stephanie. The deregulation story has more to play. But in the banks, I just don't think it's the right time to do it. They perform so well. Valuation is fine. The underlying fundamentals is fine. But there's nothing undiscovered there where we're saying, got to own the banks.
Well, we haven't had a net interest income cycle in about 10 years, and the steep yield curve will be very beneficial for that.
Yeah, but I thought you talked about yields coming down.
We're seeing a steepening in the yield curve.
I know we are now, but I mean,
That's very positive.
well, because the front end of the curve's coming down because on expectations of rate cuts.
That's okay. I mean, rates are coming down on the short end. Probably 10 years kind of sits here. Maybe it goes down a little bit. But I still think you're going to see a steepening yield curve. And that will help a big part of the bank's earnings, which is almost 50 to 60% in some big banks' cases. That's their revenue generation. So I think earnings estimates are going much higher, and that's why I want to be overweight.
All right, well, yeah, you guys
I was just saying, just to add to Stephanie's point, I think tech forward banks that are using AI also are big margin stories because employee compensation is their biggest expense. I think banks are going to look more like tech stocks in the future, where they use AI to reduce employee dependency and earn the same money and their multiples go up.
All right, well, speaking of AI, one of the critical questions is, can we get past all the bubble banter talk? Well, bubble banter, really. Kind of redundant if you say banter talk. Deirdre Bosa joins us now with that critical question because we're obsessed with it now. I wonder what early 26 is going to bring.
We're probably going to be obsessed with it for some time, right, Scott? I mean, the AI trade, for now at least, the last few days back on its feet, but none of the big questions actually went anywhere. This data from Seminole Robotics gets at one of the most important questions in the whole trade: OpenAI versus the Google AI universe. Not just on models, but across the stack and what each one represents. Now, from January to November of this year, OpenAI gave up a little bit of market share. Google, though, grew its market share from about 6% to 15%. This suggests that Google has the momentum and is finally converting distribution into real gains. Now, it's also quietly challenging NVIDIA on the hardware side with its custom AI chips known as TPUs, and that could impact the entire cost structure, what we know of it today in the AI trade. Now, going into next year, there will continue to be questions around whether OpenAI can meet its own ambitions and obligations while competing with an incumbent, Google, that controls the entire pipeline. Something else I want to mention, Scott, there's this really interesting debate going on at the very highest levels of AI right now. It's playing out on X between DeepMind's Demis Hassabis at Google and Yann LeCun, who just left Meta. These are two of the most prestigious people in AI. Hassabis is arguing that today's scaled models, they're already on a credible path to general AI, while LeCun is saying the current approach is a dead end without a new architecture. So if Hassabis is right, scale, chips, infrastructure, those things keep winning. But if LeCun is right, a lot of today's CapEx is going to look premature and the payoff gets pushed out. And that is really the central question on the bubble, right? Can we justify all of this spending?
Yeah. Maybe we don't know the answer for a while. Dee, thank you. Deirdre Bosa, Chris, you say that the tech bubble does not pass our litmus test.
Yeah. So again, it gets back to something like JP Morgan banks, which is outperforming. Go back to late 90s and the banks really underperform. Here, the banks are actually leading the way. Multiples.
Hedge flows, just lower highs, higher lows, not going anywhere. Looks like we're going to pin in this area.
Let's go to, can you fund these risky endeavors? If you go to the credit markets, anything not named Oracle, you can go out and you can still fund. And so this market is still rather healthy. Valuations are not high enough at this level. We don't see the frothiness that we saw back then. And the commercial aspect is so much better now than it was in the late 90s.
So you think the Oracle situation or issue or whatever is idiosyncratic to itself?
That's what the market's telling you. The market's telling you that Oracle is very idiosyncratic. If you look at the credit spreads, if they came to the market, you'd be questioning how much can you bring to the market at what spreads. If anything else, any of the other hyperscalers came to the market would probably not really think about it and digest more or less anything that they brought to the market.
All right, 42 minutes to go, 42 minutes.
These stocks, you know, yes, Alphabet is up 63% year to date. Nvidia is up 37. Microsoft is, you know, an underperformer slightly to the market, as is Meta, as is Apple, as is Amazon. Does this continue?
Scott, I'm going to say something that's not very popular, but I still think they trade as a basket because they do all have linkages to the same theme, but at different points in time, some will lead versus the others. And so I have clients that do mean reversion among the Mag 7, but I think that they're largely one complex.
Okay.
I hope we get mean reversion in the names that I own because Meta obviously has a ways to go, but Amazon does too. Out of all the Mag 7s, that one to me has been the most surprising that it just can't get out of its own way.
Do you agree with what he said, though, that you're going to get back to trading like a group? Because the stocks would suggest otherwise.
Yeah, no, I actually think that at any given point, you have a couple of leaders and a couple of laggards. And I think I'm betting on that the fundamentals are strong enough in the laggards that they will mean revert next year. That doesn't mean that Alphabet is going to fall 50%, but maybe it just trails for a little. Maybe it takes a pause. Same thing with Broadcom, as you know, I've said that before, that maybe it just takes a pause because it has crushed NVIDIA over the last year. That's okay, but the fundamentals are still very, very strong.
Futures are trying to push a bit higher.
And when estimates go higher, no matter if these stocks take a pause, eventually the stock prices catch up with the earnings revisions.
Last point to you. How will these trade?
We like the software space.
All right, trying to head towards 6880.
And we think the best risk reward is in the software space.
All right, guys. Good holidays to everybody. Look forward to many conversations in the new year. Thanks for being here. Let's send it to Steve Kovac now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Hi, Steve. Hey there, Scott. Yeah, sure.
All right, futures on starting to go.
2% after the Delaware Supreme Court ruled on Friday that Elon Musk's pay package must be restored. Also this weekend, Musk said those robo-taxis were unaffected by the power outage that disrupted Waymo operations in San Francisco. Meantime, Dominion Energy shares sinking over 3% after the Trump administration paused the leases of 5 East Coast wind projects, including Dominion's Coastal Virginia offshore wind project. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum said the move was due to needing some time to assess possible national security risks. And shares of Paramount Skydance up about 3% after the company said it guaranteed Larry Ellison would pay back an amended offer for Warner Brothers Discovery, sending those shares also up 3%. WBD has already accepted an offer from Netflix, and P-Sky notably did not increase its bid as part of this latest development. We see Netflix shares, they're down about 1%, Scott.
All right, Steve. Thank you, Steve Kovac. We're just getting started here. Coming up.
Futures trying to rise. Can we do anything here? Get back up to the highs of the day would be nice to close the day on a hanging man candle instead of a doji spinning top.
Yeah, I think so personally. So I was at Salomon Brothers when he took over and saved the firm. So it meant a lot to me. So I think one thing I always think of, my family didn't come from the business, but so I kind of got exposed to it through Gordon Gekko and Liar's Poker by Michael Lewis. And I would say, one of the things is you don't have to be like, I'll say those villains or whatever. shouldn't maybe say that about my coworkers at Solomon Brothers, but not all of them. But at least I think you can act a bit differently. I think the next part is just really quite amazing that he viewed it as I guess a duty to, to gather more wealth, but really just in the end to give it all away to society. And I think that's some really, I think, touching parts of it. When you go to the more investment side, I think he's been amazing in getting Benjamin Graham's ideas out there, where you just say stocks aren't pieces of paper to us or to me. They are really looking at a company, and that's how I think about them. And that was a big part of my change.
All right, Bitcoin fading, not much follow through there. That's a risk off signal. Got 37 minutes to go. 37 minutes.
That's a big part of it. And it really gets to my, things he said, which I certainly believe, which is all investing is value investing. So while we in the industry kind of break between value and growth, the fact is what you pay for something, whether it's a company that's growing earnings fast or not, matters.
Stick around for more perspective on Berkshire Beyond Buffett. You know how we were talking about kitchen gadgets that make life easier? Well, have you seen that ad for the Cobb Company?
Stupid commercial. I hate that commercial. Makes it worse is that they're AI people talking. They're not even real. That stupid conversation. Oh boy. Hope everyone's having a good day.
It's got a hole in it. They eat them all the days. I'm still waiting on some of it. We want to know where that.
All right, this is really boring. The market's just sitting here doing not much of anything. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 3:24 p.m. I hope you're having a good day. Coming into the close, we got about 35 minutes to go. Just looking for some kind of direction in a day. It'd be nice to see this turn more into a hanging man candle instead of a spinning top. Okay, so close near the highs of the session would be nice.
Silver. Are you talking about those as well as some others?
Yeah, it's everything, Scott. And I'll be honest with you, in terms of squaring that with the inflation picture, I'm not sure, we totally understand what exactly is going on with that narrative. But I would say look at aluminum, look at steel, look at copper, obviously look at gold, silver, look at palladium. They're all bullish breakouts, and most of them are just coming out of these big bases. So I think there's more to go there. Certainly, I think it's as much about most likely what we're seeing from an improvement in global activity. And you hit the nail on the head, which is these are global in nature. This isn't just Freeport breaking out. In fact, I'd say Freeport's one of the laggards. We're seeing a lot of bullish breakouts in China. We're seeing it in Europe. And obviously, we're seeing some of those here in the U.S. as well.
Software has been an underperformer. We talk about it all the time because the relationship that it has, not only in the AI trade, but to the, underperforming relative to semis, for example. It still looks bad, according to you.
Yeah, it does. We had, confirmation. We had a bearish signal that took place back in July. And we had confirmation of that this last week. And, I know all the news circling around Oracle, but it's far greater than that. And so, until we can see the whites of their eyes, if we think there's some type of pause or some bottom forming there, we're just staying away from those names. And I think refreshingly, the semiconductors have stayed firm. They look good. Comm equipment names look really, really good. They're actually leadership in the tech space. So we focus our efforts there. But it's also an interesting message because we're seeing exactly the same thing, not just in tech, but we're seeing it in everything, where I can show you charts that are actually outright bearish, not relative laggards, but just outright bearish charts. And I can show you at the same time outright bullish charts within the same sector. That's everything from discretionary to industrials to tech to staples and the like. So it's really a bifurcated market. I don't think that's bad, but certainly there's opportunities on both sides.
What's Bitcoin telling you? It's hasn't looked good to say the least. But what do you think the charts are saying?
Well, I think all the crypto's under pressure. Bitcoin's actually the best one out of all of them. So, we keep our eye on that. Obviously, it's a little bit more established. You broke the qualitative uptrend line. I think that's bad news. The 50-day cross from the 200-day, you have to take some artistic license to call it an uptrend still. So we think at best it's a neutral trend. We'd actually put it in the downtrend camp. The good news is the ETF flows, as we've seen them and as we show them, have gotten excessive outflows, I should say. And so usually you find some type of relief on a very tactical basis there. So I think we're set up for a decent year-end rally in Bitcoin. I don't think it trades much higher than 100,000 if we can even get that. And we'll be using that as an opportunity to lighten up on positions and frankly get short some of those.
Can you have a durable equity market rally if Bitcoin remains sketch?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's far more correlated to the NDX. And
Market's very lethargic, not giving us any kind of follow through. Just a spinning top for now. I was hoping that we could push a bit higher into today's range. At least we're not at the lows of the day. We do expect a bullish bias for the rest of the week, the way the markets are trading at the moment, especially if we can get junk bonds to move higher and breadth to continue improving.
Snow, but nonetheless, beautiful country. All right, still ahead. Former Dallas Fed President Richard Fisher. He maps out his forecast for rates, who he thinks maybe should be the next Fed chair. See what he says next.
In AI, and how does AI help Paramount win in this space? There's a number of initiatives within the data side, within the cloud infrastructure side, and even if you think about it, the AI personalization of content that consumers will be able to experience to have a much more enjoyable experience watching some of that content from Warner Brothers Discovery through Paramount streaming services.
So how transformative then would you say, Kenneth, that this deal could be in terms of a combined Paramount Warner Brothers business? And if we look at Netflix on its face, it just sort of solidifies it as the continued streaming giant. But this is potentially transformational for Paramount, not just for the company, but also for the industry itself.
I think it would be very interesting to see how that plays out. Again, that technology, the future of tech as it comes to consumer media and streaming, it really does solidify Paramount's position. And as you mentioned, for Netflix, this is really doubling down on their dominant position within the market with over 300 million subscribers. This really gets them that deep content library that they don't have. They've been making content for a brief amount of time, relatively speaking, but Warner Brothers Discovery has been doing this for over 100 years. So this is an enormous amount of content that would go into Netflix and continue to shore up their leadership position within the platform streaming space.
Okay, so the word dominance is thrown around a lot. Does that give you any pause on whether it's Paramount or Netflix if this deal goes through, just given the regulatory environment right now?
It's something that everyone is asking about and trying to figure out what's going to happen next as that process goes through. We know we've heard some intimations from the Paramount Studios side that they feel like they have a clear path forward. Netflix feels very confident as well. I think we'll see what happens, but I think either way, whoever does get that deep library and that enormous amount of content will be in such a great position moving forward. That's why it's so hotly contested right now.
And in the notes that you sent over, you say that you still see Netflix is in the stronger position. Why do you feel that way?
S&P trying to do something end of day.
As well, I would
Been watching this kind of boring price action. The volume picking up a little bit.
This will just solidify their position.
Okay, you mentioned my favorite show, so I have to give shout out to Friends because I am a Friends loyalist. But another area of media that I am also very loyal to is all things sports. And so with a pretty major set of sports events coming now in 2026, really how critical is live sports right now to be in? I know Netflix has dipped its toes, but I'm sure we'll see further development in that space in the coming years.
All right, S&P driving a bit higher, trying to get into that 68-80 zone overhead.
And all the brands are lining up to try to get their messaging in front of those consumers who are there in an appointment setting, which is extremely rare these days. So we're looking forward to a big year in live sports next year.
Yeah, 2026 feels like a battleground, right? Super Bowl, the Olympics, we got the World Cup. I mean, it's going to be massive in terms of sports. David Ellison has made no secret that he thinks that live streaming sports is a big part of the future.
Futures just pressing up against this level. Just seems like there's a lot of selling up into this strength. No progress, just sitting here.
Rotating years. They've made a lot of investments in that space, of course, also with the men's March Madness tournament. So we've seen a lot of investments going in on both sides. It'll be really interesting to see how it all plays out.
Okay, one name we have not given enough love to today has been Disney, because of course Disney's owns ESPN. But is that part of the problem with Disney right now? They're just not in these major conversations, or do you see ESPN perhaps carving out its own niche now in the coming year?
Yeah, ESPN continues to invest heavily in live sports. Of course, they also launched their own standalone app as well. I think Disney is saying ESPN is our brand to consumers. We're going to continue to double down in that investment, but the competition is getting even fiercer again with Netflix going in, Amazon Prime owning Thursday Night Football for a number of games with the NFL. And we have F1 and we have MLS on Apple TV Plus. So there's no shortage of competition when it comes to live sports. And what's really great for the winners here are the consumers. You can really go to any platform you want to catch the live sport that you're looking for. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for growth there.
Well, it'll be a big year for sure, Kenneth. We appreciate you taking the time to walk through the latest in this Warner Brothers Discovery saga and also the future of streaming as we come into 26. That's Kenneth Sutt from Nexen. And coming up next, we've got Options Corner. Rick Ducat will join us here in our Chicago studio to take a look at Micron after shares hit a new all-time high today. That's next on Market on Close. Stay with us.
Okay, S&P trying to climb a bit more out of this hole. It's a decent day. We gapped up. We held on to gains, so that's a good thing, I guess.
Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the
We've got 24 minutes to go. 24 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is December 22nd. Just a few days left for the holiday. We got 24 minutes to go.
It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
All right, S&P pushing a bit higher.
When it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's way. Take a left here, please. But there's a
Okay, here goes the S&P. S&P moving a bit higher now.
At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets.
22 minutes to go.
All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. We're watching shares of Micron today after they hit a new all-time high. They continue their meteoric rise in 2025. The memory stock has now rallied more than 220% on the year and more than 300% from the lows that it hit back in April. That, of course, means it's time for Options Corner. Joining us right now, Rick Ducat, our lead market technician, to take a closer look at Micron Technology today on the heels of this new all-time high. So, Rick, as we take a look at Micron, no major headlines on this company, but we are coming off of a really good earnings report, even better guidance here. So we'd already seen this move to the upside. I know my opening question is usually, how is Micron faring against the broader market? But I'm pretty sure if you have eyes, you can tell here.
Yeah, I mean,
Volume picking up, looking for prices to push a bit higher, perhaps.
207% versus even the best of the other three, the SMH semiconductor ETF, only up about 44.5% or so. So when we also look, though, Micron is part of this smaller subset of chip makers who focus on storage and memory here. So you can see Micron,
20 minutes.
and Western Digital are the very obvious outperformers of the group versus the likes of Intel, Broadcom, and NVIDIA. Even these ones who are the powerhouses of the sector really pale in comparison to this storage space here. And that was the theme of earnings, just demand far exceeding supply in the available memory chips that they can provide for right now, and it doesn't seem like it's slowing down anytime in the future.
I mean, it's certainly been a strong space. You can see by those numbers that even the worst performer in the group is NVIDIA. So clearly it has been a good year to be in this space, in this particular sector. As we look at just Micron on its own, though, and in some of the technicals, not just in what we've seen in recent trade, you can see
Coming into the closing bell.
those April lows, you can see that sharp move to the upside. But since then, I see your lines are starting to converge towards each other. So walk us through the technical setup that we're starting to see in recent weeks, too.
Right. You could argue that perhaps this is more of a rising wedge type shape here, where we have our trend line going across these lows here, but then moderating somewhat across the highs. So we have more of a modestly sloping trend line going across those highs. But guess what? We broke out to the upside today anyway. So even though this is regarded typically as more of a bearish type of setup here, it can really go either way. There's no guarantee. And especially then when you do get that rather maybe perhaps less expected upside breakout move, it can be a very vigorous reaction then as traders kind of scramble to deal with the upside breakout here that triggers the cascade of orders. So now we can see here, if we look at our moving averages, we're above all our major moving averages, as is to be expected here. The closest one, our weekly 5-day EMA in blue here, could be very short-term resistance near about 258. RSI trending lower here, but we are looking like we're perhaps going to break above this trend line. And if we do start to re-enter that overbought area over 70 on the RSI, that would be a pretty interesting scenario as well. Finally, when we look at volume, we can see that the notable volume area to the downside comes in right around 235 or so. That's the heaviest concentration anywhere near current price activity. Beyond that, I mean, maybe 190 or so will be the next area of interest.
Yeah, and that's still about $40 off of where we are right now because we did see that sharp move to the upside following those earnings. As far as analyst activity that we've seen on this name here, I've read certainly a lot of bullish notes here. Was there anything notable to you?
I mean, nothing really today, but you could probably do a whole segment just about all the analyst price target upgrades after earnings. TD Cowen, Wolf Research, Goldman Sachs.
Just watching for a quick spike on the 68, 68.70s, 68.80s, this area. 68.80 is just out of the money. Let's just see if there's a quick spike here. With 17 minutes to go.
So actually, it's a little bit lighter of a day. The sizzle is 0.86, so that's versus the 5-day moving average of volume here. If we do look out, January 16th, our orange box here, that's our expected move, about 12.3%. That's our at most active expiration date in terms of open interest. It's about 29% or so of all the open interest here. The top strikes on the call side, 200, 300, and 270. On the put side, 200, 150, and 135. Those have the highest amount of open interest. One pretty big trade too, plus 3,000 January 16th, 285 call, $3.84 million debit paid here for this opening trade.
All right, well, a big trade there from Micron, but a lighter.
Oh boy, kind of boring day. Not a whole lot of movement. A few things managed to move in the tech sector. Again, the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100 going into the last 15 minutes. 60 minutes to go. Synopsys, number 1. Micron, number 2. Warner Brothers Discovery, number 3. Pinduoduo, Dexcom rounding out the top 5. Paychex, Team Atlassian, Centos, ON Semiconductor, and LRCX Lam Research rounding out the top 10. Market's been pretty strong, though it hasn't moved a great deal. We are ending up with about 390 stocks out of 500. 390 out of 500 advancing on the S&P 500. The Qs, 70 stocks, 70% of the Qs have been rising today. And IWM about 800 out of 2,000. Overall, it's a decent day. We gapped up. We held the gains. There's just no follow through. And hedge flows pretty much tell you a story where price action is just moving sideways. Those hedge flows in a sine wave, not giving you much of an advantage unless you're buying the absolute low and selling into the absolute high. If you look at the S&P daily, it tells a story as well. S&P daily. S&P not giving you much. You've got this tight range, basically, where price action stays right where we are, basically, for the last 3 weeks. RSI is rising. RSI is rising. That looks good. Hopefully, we can take out these highs. The 6,900. Hopefully, you can take that level out this week, maybe tomorrow, the next day. So we have SPY call flies in case we do. All right, S&P dropping off now. Be watchful of a quick move. Be watchful of a quick move off the low. S&P just pulled back. I don't think we're going to get anything here. Got 13 minutes to go.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs.
FJET. Wow. This just keeps going.
Trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Jenny Horn in our Chicago headquarters. It's now time, though, for an overlooked stock as we're seeing shares of Ollie's Bargain Outlet today on the rise after Loop Capital upgraded the stock. So I'd like to welcome in George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network, for some insight on this note today, George. Obviously, Ollie's Bargain Outlet, a name that has seen some mixed volatility throughout the year, but following this analyst upgrade, what are your thoughts?
S&P pulling back a bit more.
This year in just a sec, but for those who don't know, I haven't been to one myself yet. This is basically a bargain outlet. It's a wholesale kind of membership place like a Costco, but they're essentially a broadline retailer that sells discounted or overstocked general merchandise. They sell name brand merchandise, everything from manufacturers that have overrun, wholesalers and distributors and other retailers bring their contents to Ollie's. They're becoming very popular. In fact, they're in 34 states. They got over 630 total store footprint. So they've been growing quite exceptionally well in the last decade or so. But I kind of put them in the camp of maybe looking at them as the TJ Maxx of general merchandise. That's a way.
All right, FJET. That one's Cape Canaveral based. Why is this not going to let me do this?
They actually see some improving comp sales for Ollie's going forward into 2026. The competition, Big Lots, which was another sort of broadline retailer that was an overflow or general merchandise overflow business, actually is in liquidation. So one of their mainstay competitors is going out of business and liquidating, not necessarily in bankruptcy reorganization.
FJET continues higher, just ripping here. 10 minutes left to go. Can they halt this one more time?
Low ticker minus 800.
Dollar General, for instance, or Five Below. And they also look at, this is Loop Capital now again, look at the seasonal sales as a catalyst for Ollie's going forward as well. But nonetheless, I think what's happened here in the past
FJET.
or so, if you just look at the stock year to date, it's still higher.
S&P 500 pulling back now. All right, maybe we follow through tomorrow. It was a decent day. I mean, it was a little slow, but we did gap up. We have held on to most of the gains for today. Possible that we push a bit higher tomorrow. Santa Rally. All right, today's high.
Especially since July, but still underperforming, I would say more consumable-based discounters like Dollar General.
Yeah, so that was my next question is, you mentioned Dollar General, Dollar Tree, Five Below even had really, really great earnings recently, as well as TJX has been an earnings star this year in retail. So then where's the disconnect with Ollie's? Because so many of these, I mean, Ross Stores is another name that's had a pretty stellar year, where we're not seeing the same benefit to Ollie's despite operating in this bargain treasure hunting world.
Well, like I said, I think what's going on is essentially institutions, Wall Street analysts are sort of re-rating Ollie's in the same camp as Costco. And again, that's essentially why we're seeing the underperformance, let's call it, of Ollie's compared to, let's say, Dollar General, Five Below, or even TJ Maxx. So, but I think today's news, at least from Loop Capital's perspective, is that they're moving a little bit more into consumables. What this ends up doing,
S&P pulling back, a little bit of profit taking.
Consumables don't last, and so people come back often for repurchases. And so with that said, that can actually improve operating leverage. In other words, increasing same-store sales, like Loop Capital denotes in their call, increases their margins. One of the other things that I did also notice in Ollie's when I looked at this compared to Costco is that the earnings multiple right now on this year, 28 times, next year at 24 times. It's now trading at a discount to its 5-year average, whereas Costco is still selling at a little bit of a premium. So maybe, Ollie's is setting up for a potential trend reversal here. I can't say it's happening anytime soon, but nonetheless, I think it's interesting or worth watching because I did also notice that, top line sales are pretty consistent around 12.5%.
Okay, we got 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go.
Last year grew about 11.4%, but next year it's estimated to grow at 15%. And if you do the math on that earnings multiple at around 24 times, relative to that growth, it's trading at less than 2 times next year's earnings growth, which again, might be interesting, I guess, from a comparative standpoint, but still the stock is trending to the downside on a daily chart, so it hasn't really demonstrated a major trend reversal yet.
Okay, and so is there any risk to diving deeper into this consumables area of their business? Because I was reading about how merchandise has been their star, yes, but they're trying to grow, of course, outside of that aspect, as you mentioned. But then I do tend to say, hey, I remember the growing pains of, say, like Dollar General trying to get more into consumables, where it was a bit of a margin hit and also just expensive to manage that inventory. Is that then any overhang while also being perhaps a positive as we go into the new year?
So right now, just based on the way the stock is reacting, perhaps the movement into the consumable is expecting to hit margins. I'm just using the language of the market, Jenny, is just kind of elaborate or evaluate in that regard. But I did notice, looking at net income margins last year, they were around 8.9% of sales. So this company, for what it's worth, is much more profitable than Costco. On a dollar sales basis, it certainly doesn't have the scalability nor the volume of sales. If you just look at the sales on the
All right, staying above VWAP. Got a lot of profit taking in today. Spinning top. Looking for a follow through gap up tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll have some gaps to fill.
And you have to keep in mind too that Costco has a low margin business because more than 50% of their sales are food and sundries. So
Micron took off the Micron call credit spread for a loss. The stock is too strong. I don't want any more pain from this one, so I took this off on the dip earlier. Buying some calls perhaps tomorrow if this continues. Micron. Okay, Palantir starting to turn up. Palantir.
Appreciate it, though, George. Tell us, the senior markets correspondent for the network, for that breakdown. But now to send it back to Marley in, of course, Chicago here.
Thanks so much to Jenny and George for Overlooked Stocks there. We are nearing the end of our market session today. That, of course, means we'll be bringing in Kevin Green to take a look at the S&P levels that he's watching as we head into the close and to break down today's action. That's next on Market on Close. Stay with us.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you
Palantir turning back up.
over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs.
Palantir turning back up off the low. Palantir finally turning up. Decided not to do a credit spread there. The implied volatility is pretty low. The premium wasn't that good, so I decided to steer away from that. The calls that I have left are fine. Palantir. All right, S&P turning back up now. Futures turning back up. With 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go.
Sometimes, you could have done better. The same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning movers bring
All right, Adobe. With 3 minutes to go, Adobe turning back. Okay, Adobe back to VWAP.
Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I am Jenny Horn alongside Marley Caden in our Chicago headquarters. Now, there's just a few minutes left in today's session, so I'd like to welcome in Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent, to help us close out today's session. Kevin, what levels are sticking out to you on the S&P 500 that you are keeping on your radar as we approach the close?
FJET going again. Wow. That's crazy.
The volume on the equity front is also a little bit light. That's not uncommon, especially for holiday weeks. So 68.80 is going to be our pin area of potential resistance to the upside here. And if you're looking for a downside area of support going into the close, 68.65 is going to be a
FJET.
support. One thing to kind of also note is the crush in volatility was actually pretty significant. This is the lowest vol that we've seen in the market. If you're just looking at the
That's a pretty big candle today.
last year on December 14th, December 15th. So we're at pretty extreme low levels for now, and that probably provides an opportunity for those that are looking to hedge their portfolio to pick up some cheap premium, especially if you look longer in duration.
Futures turning back up. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. 1 minute, 30.
So far, it's been a pretty decent day, especially to kick off the week. Let's see if we're going to be able to maintain this type of activity going into tomorrow as well in order for us to try to make new all-time highs by the end of the year.
And KG, you just mentioned the VIX there being at one of the lowest we've seen. What do you think is driving that crush that we're seeing? Is it low participation because it's a holiday week? Is that to be expected here, or do you think it's something else?
Yeah, I think it's low participation. I think
1 minute.
Maybe a signal that the market is anticipating better than expected economic data, especially when you're looking at PCE and some of these inflationary prints that we will be having over the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks or so. And I think the market's kind of pricing that in, but unfortunately,
S&P with a little bounce. S&P.
higher than it is to push it lower when you're at that 14 level because it is at an extreme low here. So I would just be very cautious around this. And this is what makes it hard for trading in a week like this week as well as next week. The price action is probably going to be a little bit more bullish, but the volume is really not going to confirm that, and the volatility is really not going to confirm the bullish trend of that's going to stick, if you will, or actually maintain itself. And so I would just kind of be a little bit cautious that first week, second week.
20 seconds.
Get a little bit volatile, and a re-rating for volatility, or if you're looking at the VIX, is to be expected here, especially at these levels.
Okay, and especially when we look at regional banks, I mean, what price performance sticks out to you as of late? Because we're seeing a lot of focus on the sector going into the back half of this year. Of course, the year close, what I should say.
Yeah, you are seeing, obviously, regionals catching a pretty decent bid.
And that's a close. I got a hard stop, folks. I got to take my wife's car to get oil. I got oil change. So I'm out of here. Have a good evening. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday the 22nd at the closing bell. I shall see you tomorrow. Ciao.